spot, and this became necessary after a sitting Congress MLA, Thirumahan Ivera, passed away, and the Congress chose to field EVK Zelangovan, the late MLA's father. The AIADMK has fielded two-time MLA 10 Narasu. 77 candidates are in the fray, and more than 200 polling booths have been set up in this particular constituency for polling today. It will go up to 5 this evening. And a poll, although it's a by-poll, it's being seen as a prelude for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. That's why so much of importance for this, Gargi.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Manish Sisodiya was arrested yesterday evening. He'll be presented in court today. We'll get you all the details.
A glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat. We were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews.
Welcome back. Manish Sisodiya, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, was arrested last night by the CBI after questioning him for over 8 hours in the Delhi liquor policy case. He is the second Delhi minister to be arrested and he will be brought to court this morning. Now, the CBI said that Manish Sisodiya's answers were not satisfactory and that is what led to the arrest after questioning. The Aam Aadmi Party, however, said the arrest of Mr. Sisodiya, the face of Delhi government's education policy, is an attack on the Delhi model of governance. Let's just listen into what Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister, had to say on the arrest, which he called dirty politics. Also a reaction from the Punjab Chief Minister as well as other parties.
एक शरीफ आदमी है मनीष, उनको आज इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया. तो हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर शरीफों को, देशभक्तों को, अच्छे लोगों को, ईमानदार लोगों को तो पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाल रहे हैं. और जिन लोगों ने अरबों खरबों रुपए लूट लिए बैंकों के और इनके, वो इनके दोस्त हैं, उनके खिलाफ कोई एक्शन नहीं होता, वो खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं। उनको नोटिस देने की भी हिम्मत नहीं है लोगों की, क्योंकि वो इनके दोस्त हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है, लोग देख रहे हैं और लोग ही इसका जवाब देंगे।
अंदर किसको होना चाहिए था? अंदर होना चाहिए था जो LIC खा गए, जो बैंकों का पैसा खा गए, जिनके बारे में पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है, अंदर उनको जाना चाहिए था। लेकिन वो खुले में घूम रहे हैं और जहाज़ों में जो है वो ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं, और देश में स्कूल खोलने वालों को और दिल्ली का बजट 24,000 करोड़ से 72-75,000 करोड़ तक लेके जाने वालों को, देश की दिल्ली की तरक्की कराने वालों को कह रहे हैं जेल में भेजेंगे। तो ये बहुत ही कायरतापूर्ण कदम है। आम आदमी पार्टी डरने वाली नहीं है। हमारी पार्टी एंटी करप्शन मूवमेंट से निकली है, रामलीला ग्राउंड से निकली है। हम किसी और पार्टी से निकाले हुए या छोड़कर आए हुए वो वैसे पॉलिटिशियनों की पार्टी नहीं है।
दिल्ली के एक नेक, एक सर्वश्रेष्ठ, एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने पूरे देश और दुनिया को शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी, आज उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया मोदी जी की सरकार ने। मैं समझता हूं ये जुर्म की इंतहा है, ये तानाशाही की इंतहा है। ये एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री पर कार्रवाई है जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करके उनका भविष्य बनाने का काम कर रहा था। मोदी जी, आपने अच्छा नहीं किया। मैं फिर से कह रहा हूं, आपने गुनाह किया है, पाप किया है। दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के साथ पाप किया है आपने। ईश्वर भी आपको माफ नहीं करेगा।
देखो, संविधान के सामने सभी समान है। उनके पास कोई पुख्ता सबूत होंगे, जांच के बाद उस लिकर मामले में गलत काम किया होगा, अधिकारों का दुरुपयोग किया होगा, तो निश्चित रूप से व्यक्ति कोई भी हो, कोई भी नाम का हो, रंग का हो, वजन का हो, कोई भी अधिकार में हो, पद पे हो, संविधान के सामने तो आपको फिर जांच के सामने तो जाना ही होगा। आपको कोई कवच कुंडल तो नहीं है कि आप इस पद पे हो करके कुछ भी काम कर सके। ये कोई हुकुमशाही का देश नहीं है, लोकशाही है, जनतंत्र है। जनता के सामने कोई आदमी बड़ा नहीं है। जनता की पावर, जनता की शक्ति के सामने अगर आप कुछ गलत काम करोगे तो भुगतना ही पड़ेगा।
क्या को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, वो दिल्ली के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। अभी हमारा प्लीनरी सेशन था रायपुर में, वहां पे ईडी ने छापे डालने शुरू कर दिए। लगता है कि डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है, देश में तानाशाही है, तमाम एजेंसी सरकार के दबाव में काम कर रही है, विपक्ष को खत्म कर देना चाहती है। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। डेमोक्रेसी के लिए सारे विपक्ष को एक साथ आना होगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं से और प्रधानमंत्री से बड़े अदब के साथ कहना चाहूंगा, इस गलतफहमी में मत रहिए कि हमेशा सत्ता आपके पास रहेगी।
11th, when a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young.
Good morning and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the news you need to start your day with. And polling today in two northeastern states. Also, after his arrest yesterday evening, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodiya will be presented in court. We'll get you all that and more. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Voting for assembly polls in Meghalaya and Nagaland by elections in 4 states today. After 8 hours of questioning, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodiya is arrested by the CBI in connection with the alleged corruption in the now withdrawn liquor policy of Delhi. He will be produced in court today morning. An angry Arvind Kejriwal tweets Manish Sisodiya's innocent, dirty politics are behind his arrest. You snatch the spirit of the tricolour. Rahul Gandhi makes a swipe at Prime Minister Modi over his unfurling flag at Lal Chowk remark in Parliament. The BJP hits back at Rahul calls his Bharat Jodo Yatra Choti Si Yatra. And in an interview with NDTV, B.S. Yediyurappa speaks critically of Karnataka BJP President Nalin Kateel's push to pit Tipu Sultan and Hindutva ideologue V.D. Savarkar, seen as a tactic to polarize voters, says, I don't agree with it. And polling has just about begun in Meghalaya and Nagaland states that the BJP rules in alliance with regional powers. Now in Meghalaya, the BJP is going it alone after a rift with Conrad Sangma's NPP and hopes to increase its tally, while in Nagaland, it's a triangular contest. In most seats, there are 59 seats that are polling in each of the states, and the counting of the votes will be taking place on the 2nd of March. We'll be going across to our reporters, and Ratnadeep joins us from Tura, and we'll also be going across to Vedant, who joins us from Kohima. All right, Ratnadeep, first to you. Let's focus on Meghalaya. And Meghalaya will witness a multi-cornered contest where besides the Congress, BJP and Conrad Sangma's NPP, Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress are in the fray. In fact, Ratnadeep, Trinamool is the largest opposition party. It's the opposition party after former Chief Minister Mukul Sangma and several others left the Congress and joined the Trinamool.
That's right. A very good morning to all our viewers from Tura in Garo Hills. This is the biggest town of the Garo Hill region, and we are coming to you from the Wal Bagre Lower Primary School. It is an important polling station because it is here where Chief Minister Conrad Sangma is going to cast his vote. Now, over 21 lakh voters in Meghalaya will decide the fate of 369 candidates today. Remember, it is a 60-member assembly, but polling is taking place in 59 constituencies since polling has been countermanded in one constituency, Shoyong, due to the death of a candidate, former Meghalaya Home Minister HDR Lingdo was contesting on a UDP ticket there, and during campaigning he died of cardiac arrest. So in Soyong, no polling is going to take place. So polling is taking place in 59 constituencies, and from early morning we saw voters really queuing up outside the polling stations. Remember, in Meghalaya, the women voters actually outnumber the male voters, and this morning there was no different. In fact, right from morning we saw people turning out to cast their votes. It has been a tradition in Meghalaya for people to come out early and cast their votes. In fact, there are 3,419 polling stations across the state being manned by central forces, apart from state police and paramilitary forces guarding the perimeters. The M3 model of the EVMs, which are the latest model of EVMs, which are said to be tamper-proof, are deployed this time in the Meghalaya elections. We would like to, actually go and try to talk to some of the young voters here. Excuse me, what's your name?
I'll be suggested.
So you have early morning you have come to cast a vote. This is first time you are voting or you voted before?
I have voted before.
Okay. So this has been a tradition in Meghalaya. I've seen that early morning people come out to vote. What are your expectations from your next government whom you are going to choose today?
I expected they will look upon the youth about
Employment?
Yes, employment. Because and then about I'm from South Tura, so youth education is
important for you.
Yes.
So this voter clearly marking out that employment, education are very important for them. In fact, there are a lot of people. Excuse me, if we can speak to you. Any one of you first-time voters? They would not like to speak. Some of the voters really don't like to speak. But what is important about Meghalaya elections is that it is a multi-cornered fight. And in this multi-cornered battle, you have the two national parties, the BJP and the Congress, contesting in all the 60 seats. For the BJP, it is a big push that the BJP actually is trying in Meghalaya, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi's, massive roadshow in Shillong, a massive rally here in Tura itself, because in the last 2018 elections in Meghalaya, BJP actually contested in 47 seats and won only 2, but it helped Conrad Sangma to cobble up numbers and form the government. Now, the Congress, remember, in the 2018 election was the single largest party, but this time it is contesting all the 60 seats. But look at the Congress. It does not have any of those sitting MLAs with it, and all of them have moved to other parties. In fact, out of the in the previous assembly, out of the 60 MLAs, over 20 of them have switched parties. So that kind of also shows why Meghalaya always has a fractured mandate. Since 1970s, only once did Meghalaya give a full mandate. Otherwise, it has been all about fractured mandates. Sir, if I can get your name and from where you have come.
I'm Deepak Sangma. I'm the headmaster of this school.
You are headmaster of this school, and this is the election, and you have come early morning to cast your vote. This South Tura constituency is a very high-profile constituency. You have the Chief Minister Conrad Sangma representing it, and there is this time direct fight between Conrad Sangma and the BJP candidate. You have the Trinamool Congress young candidate. How voters like you see this election?
I think, as far as my assumption, as far as my assessment, I'm not involved in political. I'm not involved politically, but I think that he will come.
Okay, so there you are, this gentleman expecting that Chief Minister Conrad Sangma has an edge. But let me tell you, there are also other voters whom we have spoken to during our election coverage, pre-polling coverage, where they have clearly said that there is a tough fight in this constituency where Chief Minister is contesting, because BJP has put up a rather controversial candidate, Bernard Marak, who was arrested last year with serious charges of running a prostitution racket. But when we interviewed Bernard, he had clearly said that was a political conspiracy. In fact, the BJP had stood with him during that time, and that was one of the flashpoints between the BJP and the NPP ahead of the elections. In fact, talking about NPP, it is contesting in 57 seats. So it has a lot of turncoats this time. Mukul Sangma, who is contesting, and Tikrikila, both in Garo. 4. So within the Mukul Sangma family, there are 6 seats where Trinamool Congress is contesting, and in total 56 seats you have very high-profile candidates from Trinamool Congress, like Zenith Sangma, Mukul Sangma's brother, like Charles Pingrope, who is the state Trinamool chief. So Trinamool Congress would hope that actually outside Bengal they will be able to open their political account, and not only open their political account, the party is hopeful to be, to play an important role in formation of the next government in Meghalaya. So, in that way, the Meghalaya politics is very interesting. But the regional parties might again emerge as the kingmaker, particularly in the Khasi Hills region. The UDP in previous three elections, Hills region, the UDP in previous three elections has emerged as a very key contender as a kingmaker party, and they might emerge as a kingmaker. If you look at the 60 seats, they are spread across three regions. The Garo Hills region, from where we are reporting this morning, it has 24 seats. The Khasi Hills region, which has 29 seats, and the Jaintia Hills region, which has 7 seats. But the main fight, the Sangma versus Sangma election, is here in Garo Hills, and the Garo Hills always decides which way actually the results goes.
All right. Thanks so much, Ratnadeep, for that. And we'll return to you through the day for more updates. Let's now focus on Nagaland, where it's a triangular contest on the cards in 59 of the 60 assembly constituencies there. The BJP, which won 12 of the state's 60 seats in 2018, is contesting an alliance with the NDPP. Well, let's go across to Vedant now, who joins us from Kohima. And Vedant, so take us through, as we said, it's a triangular contest in most of the seats. And the polling would have begun. Let's take a look at what it's like behind you, and are there long lines already?
Well, absolutely, Gargi. It's a wintry morning here in Kohima. And of course, Kohima is known for its beauty. But let me first show you that early morning voters have already gathered here. Of course, as Ratnadeep was also mentioning, the Northeast is famous for women voters actually outnumbering men voters. And that is something that we are seeing here as well. So here, of course, this Kohima constituency is very important. I come to you from the Tufima village, where Chief Minister Nephew Rio will also be contesting. So of course it's a high-profile seat, but let's first get in a word from some voters, early morning voters here. Ma'am, if you can speak to you. Your name, please. Right. Ma'am, just one question. So, it's... Sorry? Okay, so a lot of them don't want to speak here, but of course, are you a first-time voter?
Yes.
You're a first-time voter, so you're excited to vote?
Yes, I'm excited.
Right. So what are the issues really in your mind when you come and cast your vote today? What are the issues you're going to vote for?
For the women empowerment.
Right.
Yes. And for the employability of the youths.
Right.
Yes.
Those are two very important points you're raising. Very quick question. So generally, in Nagaland, for the first time, 4 women are contesting. So why do you think, women, there are so many women voters, they outnumber men, but still women candidates are very few in number. So, that's something that's, I'm sure a disappointment.
Not really, because I'm really proud that women also started to raise their voice.
Right.
So really happy that starting with 4 candidates. So really looking forward that they will win this election, and then for the coming also expecting more candidates for women also.
Right,
Yeah.
so Gargi, remember, Nagaland is looking to create history this time because there are 4 women candidates in the poll fray. In fact, we interviewed all of them, and they're of course focusing on things like women empowerment and youth employability, as she said. Because here in Nagaland, remember, the most important issues very often become political issues, like the Naga political issue, which a long due issue here in Nagaland. Let me also show you something very interesting, that here there's always the pastor of the local church who comes in the morning and conducts a morning prayer before the voting actually begins. So of course, the church has a major role to play as far as these elections are concerned. Remember, over 90% of Nagaland's population is Christian. So of course, we also saw in the campaigns that the BJP's campaign was totally focused on a clear Christian push. Let's also try and get in a word from some more voters out here. So, a lot of them have already cast their vote. Sir, your name, please?
My name is Razuvo Lulie.
What are the issues really in your mind today as Nagaland goes to polls?
In order to show that voting is my right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think are the issues of the people? The roads, of course, have been a major issue here in Nagaland, underdevelopment, peace. What are the issues in your mind today?
In order to bring change in Nagaland,
right,
I went for voting.
Right. And what does change mean? Change in terms of?
Change means,
development. Right.
Naga political issue.
Right.
etc. and etc.
Right. So you've really summed up the, Nagaland elections this year very well, because the three key issues, Gargi. One is, of course, the Naga political issue. Of course, there are separatist groups here who demand a separate state, a separate flag and constitution for Nagaland. So, Amit Shah in his rallies has said that issue will be resolved. Other parties, including the Congress and the Naga political front, they've also promised resolution to the long due impending Naga political issue. Other than that, of course, peace, reducing militancy is one of the most important issues as far as, Nagaland is concerned. And in fact, as far as both states are concerned, because in both Nagaland and Meghalaya, militancy and insurgency have been key issues. Now, as far as, the numbers are concerned, very quickly, Gargi, let me just quickly give you a wrap-up of that as well. The BJP, as you rightly mentioned, is contesting an alliance with the NDPP, the National Democratic Progressive Party, and their CM face is nephew Rio. We interviewed him as well, and he will be casting his vote shortly, is what we're being told. And the other important thing to mention here is that Nagaland has a very weak opposition this time, because the Naga People's Front, the primary opposition party, is contesting only on 22 seats. So, of course, the BJP and the NDPP have a clear edge. As far as national politics is concerned, the Congress is also looking to open its account this time. Last time it couldn't. And this, of course, is going to set the tone for 2024, because the BJP is eyeing two states that are dominated by Christians. And what we're seeing that in this far end of India, a new BJP is emerging that's pitching to be more inclusive in the run-up to 2024. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much for that, Vedant. And we'll return to you as the polling gets underway and through the day. But today also four by-elections are taking place. And one of the most closely fought ones is in Tamil Nadu, the Erode East Assembly constituency, which is going to the by-poll. And it's a prestige battle. Remember, it's been a huge amount of, there's been a huge run-up to this election by the ruling DMK as well as opposition AIA-DMK. The DMK is seeing this as a referendum on its 21-month-old government. And this is the first poll for AIA-DMK chief Edapadi Palaniswamy after he became the singular leader of the party. And the AIA-DMK wants to prove the Western Belt is its stronghold. Well, let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, take us through what's happening.
Gargi, we come to you from the Corporation Primary School at the Erode East Assembly constituency. Brisk polling here. People are trickling in to cast their votes. And here is where the Congress candidate EVK Zelangovan, the senior leader, would cast his vote. And although this is a by-poll, this has become very significant in Tamil Nadu because the ruling DMK is looking at this as a referendum on its 21-month-long rule, and it also wants to continue what they call as its winning stride that began with the Lok Sabha elections last time, which continued in the assembly elections, after which it captured power, and then it continued in the local body elections as well. And they hope this would also be a kind of a prelude for them for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and that's why they're taking it very seriously. The entire cabinet was campaigning here for the last 1 month. And for the AIADMK, again, it's very important because it wants to prove that western part of Tamil Nadu, under which this particular seat comes, is part of their bastion. By winning this, they'll be able to establish that. Also, politically, for EPS, the boss, the chief of AIADMK, it's very important because this is his first election after he became the singular leader of the AIADMK, expelling his rival O. Pannirselvam. And this by-poll takes place amid allegations of large-scale cash for votes. Both these parties accuse each other of giving cash, also giving gifts like smartphones or smart watches and things like that, but both these sides deny. The election commission also at some point stepped in and had intervened to close what they called as unauthorized centers where large number of voters were confined. The AIDMK alleged that it's their money was given to voters. In terms of issues, the ruling DMK banks on what it calls its fulfillment of poll promises. It claims that 85% of its poll promises have been fulfilled. But again, the AIADMK took on the unfulfilled promises, particularly the promise of 1,000 rupee monthly allowance to women in Tamil Nadu. And a couple of days ago, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin said that will be announced during the budget this year. So that's the issue in terms of on what this particular bypoll is being fought, and this became necessary after a sitting Congress MLA Thirumahan Ivera passed away, and the Congress chose to field EVK Zelangovan, the late MLA's father. The AIADMK has fielded two-time MLA 10 Narasu. 77 candidates are in the fray, and more than 200 polling booths have been set up in this particular constituency for polling today. It will go up to 5 this evening. And a poll, although it's a by-poll, it's being seen as a prelude for the 2024 Lok Sabha election. That's why so much of importance for this, Gargi.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Manish Sisodiya was arrested yesterday evening. He'll be presented in court today. We'll get you all the details.
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन और
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared.
Welcome back. Manish Sisodiya, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, was arrested last night by the CBI after questioning him for over 8 hours in the Delhi liquor policy case. He is the second Delhi minister to be arrested, and he will be brought to court this morning. Now, the CBI said that Manish Sisodiya's answers were not satisfactory, and that is what led to the arrest after questioning. The Aam Aadmi Party, however, said the arrest of Mr. Sisodiya, the face of Delhi government's education policy, is an attack on the Delhi model of governance. Let's just listen into what Arvind Kejriwal, the chief minister, had to say on the arrest, which he called dirty politics. Also a reaction from the Punjab chief minister as well as other parties.
एक शरीफ आदमी है मनीष, उनको आज इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया. तो हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर शरीफों को, देशभक्तों को, अच्छे लोगों को, ईमानदार लोगों को तो पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाल रहे हैं, और जिन लोगों ने अरबों खरबों रुपए लूट लिए बैंकों के और इनके, वो इनके दोस्त हैं. उनके खिलाफ कोई एक्शन नहीं होता, वो खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं. उनको नोटिस देने की भी हिम्मत नहीं है लोगों की, क्योंकि वो इनके दोस्त हैं. पूरा देश देख रहा है, लोग देख रहे हैं, और लोग ही इसका जवाब देंगे.
अंदर किसको होना चाहिए था? अंदर होना चाहिए था जो LIC खा गए, जो बैंकों का पैसा खा गए, जिनके बारे में पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है. अंदर उनको जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन वो खुले में घूम रहे हैं और जहाज़ों में जो है वो ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं. और देश में स्कूल खोलने वालों को और दिल्ली का बजट 24,000 करोड़ से 72-75,000 करोड़ तक लेके जाने वालों को, देश की दिल्ली की तरक्की कराने वालों को कह रहे हैं जेल में भेजेंगे. तो ये बहुत ही कायरतापूर्ण कदम है. आम आदमी पार्टी डरने वाली नहीं है. हमारी पार्टी एंटी करप्शन मूवमेंट से निकली है, रामलीला ग्राउंड से निकली है. हम किसी और पार्टी से निकाले हुए या छोड़कर आए हुए वो वैसे पॉलिटिशियनों की पार्टी नहीं है.
दिल्ली के एक नेक, एक सर्वश्रेष्ठ, एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने पूरे देश और दुनिया को शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, मनीष सिसोदिया जी. आज उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया मोदी जी की सरकार ने। मैं समझता हूं ये जुर्म की इंतहा है, ये तानाशाही की इंतहा है। ये एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री पर कार्रवाई है जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के लिए दिन रात मेहनत करके उनका भविष्य बनाने का काम कर रहा था। मोदी जी, आपने अच्छा नहीं किया। मैं फिर से कह रहा हूं, आपने गुनाह किया है, पाप किया है। दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों के साथ पाप किया है आपने। ईश्वर भी आपको माफ नहीं करेगा।
देखो, संविधान के सामने सभी समान है। उनके पास कोई पुख्ता सबूत होंगे, जांच के बाद उस लिकर मामले में गलत काम किया होगा, अधिकारों का दुरुपयोग किया होगा, तो निश्चित रूप से व्यक्ति कोई भी हो, कोई भी नाम का हो, रंग का हो, वजन का हो, कोई भी अधिकार में हो, पद पे हो, संविधान के सामने तो आपको फिर जांच के सामने तो जाना ही होगा। आपको कोई कवच कुंडल तो नहीं है कि आप इस पद पे हो करके कुछ भी काम कर सके। ये कोई हुकुमशाही का देश नहीं है, लोकशाही है, जनतंत्र है। जनता के सामने कोई आदमी बड़ा नहीं है। जनता की पावर, जनता की शक्ति के सामने अगर आप कुछ गलत काम करोगे तो भुगतना ही पड़ेगा।
क्या को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, वो दिल्ली के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। अभी हमारा प्लेनरी सेशन था रायपुर में, वहां पे ईडी ने छापे डालने शुरू कर दिए। लगता है कि डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है, देश में तानाशाही है, तमाम एजेंसी सरकार के दबाव में काम कर रही है, विपक्ष को खत्म कर देना चाहती है। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। डेमोक्रेसी के लिए सारे विपक्ष को एक साथ आना होगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं से और प्रधानमंत्री से बड़े अदब के साथ कहना चाहूंगा, इस गलतफहमी में मत रहिए कि हमेशा सत्ता आपके पास रहेगी।
11th up. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television
Hello and welcome. You're watching Good Morning India. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us. It's a big news day today. There's elections in the northeast. Also big news here in Delhi.
Absolutely. Gargi, Manish Sisodia to be produced in court this afternoon. But before that, let's get you the headlines.
Voting for assembly polls in Meghalaya and Nagaland underway, and also by-elections in 4 states today, including the hard-fought Erode East in Tamil Nadu.
After 8 hours of questioning, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia is arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation in connection with the alleged corruption in the now withdrawn liquor policy of Delhi. He'll be produced in court this afternoon.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hits out and defends his deputy, says Manish Sisodia is innocent. It's dirty politics that's behind his arrest.
You snatch the spirit of the tricolour is what Rahul Gandhi says, making a swipe at the Prime Minister over his unfurling flag at the Lal Chowk, a remark in Parliament. The BJP is hitting back at Rahul Gandhi, calling his yatra choti.
A first-year MBBS student dies in Telangana, found unconscious after night duty. A senior student is booked after her father alleged harassment.
In an interview with NDTV, B.S. Yediyurappa speaks critically of Karnataka BJP president, a push to pit the 18th century Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan and Hindutva ideologue V.D. Savarkar, seen as a tactic to polarize voters.
Let's get started now. And polling has begun in Meghalaya and Nagaland. States that the BJP rules in alliance with regional powers. In Meghalaya, the BJP is going at it alone after a rift with Conrad Sangma's NPP and hopes to increase its tally there.
Right, Gargi, in Nagaland, it is a triangular contest in most seats. 59 seats are polling in each state, and the counting of votes will take place on Thursday, the 2nd of March. We have our colleague Ratnadeep joining us from Tura. Ratnadeep, take us through the sentiments and the moods of the people from where you are, and also what's on their mind when they go to vote today.
That's right. In fact, voting has begun early morning at 7 o'clock, and right from early morning, about an hour before voting actually started, we saw people coming out of their house and standing in queues. Remember, sun rises early in the northeast, and people in this state, Meghalaya, usually wake up early, and they have today woke up early, came to the polling booths to cast their votes, to perform their democratic duty. And remember, in Meghalaya, out of the 21 lakh voters who are going to cast their votes today, women actually outnumber men, and perhaps this queue actually kind of gives you that picture. You have far more women in the queue than men voters. Although out of the 369 candidates whose fate will be sealed in the EVMs today, only 36 women are in the fray. Remember, there are 60 seats in Meghalaya, but polling is taking place only in 59 seats today because polling has been countermanded in Shoyong constituency because of the death of one of the candidates due to illness. You can see here the long queues. There are 3,419 such polling booths. We are coming to you from St. James LP School in Tura, which is the main town of Garo Hills region of Meghalaya. If we talk about the region-wise distribution of constituencies, then in the Garo Hill region there are 24 constituencies. In the Khasi Hill region there are 29 constituencies, and in Jaintia Hill region there are 7 constituencies. But political experts say that the main fight this time is in the Garo Hills region, where there is a Sangma versus Sangma election. And why it is called a Sangma versus Sangma election? Because Garo Hills is the home turf of Chief Minister Conrad Sangma and his party, the NPP. Tura, remember, used to be the parliamentary constituency of late P.A. Sangma, one of the tallest leaders that Meghalaya has ever produced. Even now, Tura Lok Sabha constituency is represented by a sister of Conrad Sangma, Agatha Sangma, and this is part of South Tura constituency where there is a battle royale. A lot of people say Conrad Sangma, Chief Minister, is contesting from here, and giving him a tough fight is BJP's controversial candidate Bernard Marak, and also Trinamool Congress's Richard Marak. It is a multi-cornered fight. Remember, since 1970s, only once did Meghalaya give a clear mandate. Otherwise, it has been all about hung assemblies. But in this interesting political fight, you have national parties fighting with regional parties for space. There are a lot of young voters. आपका क्या नाम है?
Balchi.
Balchi, पहली बार वोट दे रहे हैं? First time?
Yes.
First time voters. So, you're excited about being the first time voter, voting for the first time?
Yes, I'm very excited.
Did you see the campaign of the political parties? You have Chief Minister Conrad Sangma from here. You have Prime Minister Modi campaigning here. So how did the campaign look like to you?
No, I did not see.
You didn't see the campaign? You did not see the Prime Minister?
Yes,
I
see.
You saw the Prime Minister?
Yes, yes.
But what about your Chief Minister Conrad Sangma? He's a young politician.
I don't know.
You don't have much idea. Okay, so there you are. There you can see this is a young voter. We can also see there are a lot of elderly people also who have come early morning to cast their votes. If we can make some wave here, even the men, the queue of the men is not very small. Although women actually outnumber men in this queue or the voter list. Talking about the national parties, both the BJP and the Congress is contesting all the 60 seats, but the regional parties like UDP, particularly in the Khasi Hills region, is a key player. In the Garo Hills, you have NPP, but for the Trinamool Congress, which is contesting in the northeast, it has contested Tripura elections where it is a marginal player, but in Meghalaya election, it is the main opposition party. We have an elderly voter here. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
नाम जोमन.
This time the elections in Garo Hills is very interesting. You have Trinamool Congress first time here, then you have BJP, Prime Minister's campaign, but Tura is a stronghold of the Sangma family, PA Sangma family. How do you see the election? कैसा दिखता है election?
PA Sangma.
PA Sangma. So this elderly person still believes that, although national parties like BJP is giving a push in Meghalaya, particularly in the Garo Hills region, more so in South Tura constituencies, perhaps the old guards are still sticking, with the Sangma family. But however, when we covered the campaigns here, we did see a lot of traction for even BJP as well. So this is going to be a tough election for the NPP to keep its bastion intact. Also, remember there is the other Sangma, Mukul Sangma, the former Chief Minister. Garo Hills is also his stronghold, and he is the face of Trinamool Congress, and Trinamool Congress would like to do better in the Garo Hills region so as to make sure that they have a chance in the Meghalaya election. And therefore, this 24 seats in Garo Hills region is a keenly contested elections between the Sangma and the Sangmas, the two Sangma families, and the national parties like the BJP, which is pushing, and the Congress, which is also in a battle. Remember, 60 seats Congress is contesting. It was single largest party last time, but none of those 21 MLAs are with the Congress anymore. It is an existential battle for the Congress. So therefore, Meghalaya election is very interesting, more so in the Garo Hills, where there is a Sangma versus Sangma poll battle happening.
All right. Thanks so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with the latest from there. We'll turn to you for more updates on multi-cornered contest there in Meghalaya with the Congress, the BJP, the NPP, as well as the Trinamool Congress in the fray.
And triangular contests are on the cards in 59 of the 60 assembly constituencies in Nagaland. The BJP, which won 12 of the state's 60 seats in 2018, is contesting in the alliance with the NDPP.
And under the seat-sharing agreement, the NDPP is contesting on 40 seats, the BJP on 20 seats. But let's now go across to Vedant for more. And Vedant, you've been speaking to voters. What are the kind of issues that, are key in this election? If you could tell us, a lot of the young voters, a lot of the women voters out there. And very interesting, this time you have 4 women candidates for the first time.
That's right, Gargi. So here, of course, polling is underway, and of course, a lot of voters have gathered here early morning. As far as issues are concerned, Gargi, as you rightly mentioned, we've been speaking to a lot of voters, and the most important issue for voters is development and change. Their issues are, as basic as roads, electricity, water supply, and they're not really different from the kind of issues we see, up north, whether it's in Delhi or in states like Uttar Pradesh. So the issues are really similar, but before speaking to voters, let me quickly show you the color here, because of course it's a very colorful, not only a colorful campaign but a colorful election as well. So after voting, in fact, all voters have gathered here. And it's like a feast almost. It's a small village here where Chief Minister Nephew Rio, who's the CM face for the NDPP and the BJP, he will also be voting in a short while from now. But here, of course, people feasting after the voting. That's why the Nagaland elections are so unique, because even during the campaigns we saw a lot of color and dance. And coming back to what the states have been, the different districts here have been demanding. Remember, the eastern provinces have been talking about development and change. In fact, the Eastern Nagaland People's Organization, they had declared that they would be boycotting the elections because the Naga political issue has not been solved, despite successive governments actually promising to do so. So those are the kind of issues that we see here. Let's try and get in a word from some voters here. Your name, please.
हम क्या बोलेंगे?
अच्छा, थोड़ा ही बताइए, आप वोट करने जा रहे हैं तो क्या दिमाग में सोच रहे हैं, क्या सोचकर आज वोट करने जा रहे हैं?
हम सुस्ता रहा है, चीफ मिनिस्टर के लिए वोट दे रहा है.
Okay, so of course here this is the Chief Minister's village, so many of them have come here just to support the Chief Minister. But here you can see women voters gathering in large numbers as well, youngsters as well. Yeah, of course, we are also expecting the Chief Minister in just, to cast his vote in just a short while from now. The other issues, of course, the biggest issue right now in Nagaland is the Naga political issue, wherein, the parties, of course, have pitched to solve that in the coming 3 or 4 years. AFSPA, that gives, the army wide-ranging powers, that is something that is also a very important issue. So it remains to be seen how Nagaland votes today. But of course, as you rightly mentioned, the number in the seat sharing arrangement is very critical as far as this state is concerned. The BJP NDPP fighting on all 60 seats, the Congress looking to open its account as well, and the primary opposition parties, the Naga People's Front, that is contesting on 22 seats. So whether all parties come together in government formation, that is something that will be to watch out for in the coming days. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us with that. And we also said, as we said earlier, there's also 4 by-elections that are taking place. And one of the most keenly watched is the one in Tamil Nadu, where the Erode East Assembly constituency is going for the by-poll. And it's become a huge prestige battle. In fact, there's been so much in the run-up to this one by-poll. It's a battle for both the ruling DMK as well as the opposition AIADMK.
That's right, Gargi. The DMK sees this as a referendum on its 21-month-old government. This is the first poll for AIADMK chief after he became the singular leader of the party.
All right, let's go across to Sam Daniel now for more. And Sam, tell us why this, this particular by-poll has become such a huge prestige battle for both DMK and AIADMK.
Gargi and Divya, this poll is being seen as a referendum in terms of the ruling DMK's 21-month-long performance. Secondly, for the AIADMK, this is the first election after EPS became the singular leader of the AIADMK after expelling his rival, O. Pannirselvam. Secondly, AIADMK also hopes that by winning this particular seat, it can also reclaim Western Tamil Nadu, which has been traditionally its stronghold. And that's why this particular by-poll is having very high stakes in that sense. In fact, the entire cabinet of the MK Stalin government was camping here for over a month seeking votes, and that's the kind of high stakes they have. And also there are allegations of cash for votes, gifts in terms of smartwatches, ornaments and things like that. And with me, a young voter, Shiva, thank you very much for your time. What are the issues in your view key for this particular by-poll?
Absolutely. One common issue what I used to see is that, definitely the development one, especially, the roads. So proper integrated planning has to be there for the city. I think that's the one issue. And the other one, what I've heard is definitely you get to see a lot of power loom industries over here. Right. So they're asking for a lot of incentives. So I think these are the top 2 issues, according to me.
Allegations of cash for votes, gifts like smartwatches. Did you receive, or did they give you, offer you?
Not at all, because I'm from Chennai. So, but I've heard so. What I would say that it's not good for the democracy. But yeah, I hope the government will take, election commission will take this step.
Why do people in this area accept in that case?
See, some may be accepting this as a gift, but some, they just take it as an incentive, right? So we are paying for the government, and the government is giving us back. So it's both ways, as per the people, right? So we can't say it's a bribe.
Influence their choice?
I won't think so. I don't think so, because definitely, people know like what's been there, what's been in the been gone in the development space. So definitely, it's not going to influence voters a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Shiva. And again, the AIADMK claims that the ruling DMK had made lots of poll promises before the assembly elections, and they have not fulfilled many of them. Particularly, they point out the promise of 1,000 rupee monthly assistance for women. But the DMK says they have fulfilled at least 85% of their poll promises. And with respect to this one, they say in the coming budget, it will be announced from when they will start giving. So a big ticket bipole that's being keenly watched in that sense. And we wait here for the Congress candidate, senior leader EVK Ilangovan, whose MLA son had passed away, which made this bipole necessary. And the AIADMK has fielded a two-time MLA, Tennarasu.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with that. So the A Road East Bipole also very, very key there in Tamil Nadu. Well, with that, time for us to slip into a short break, but a lot more coming up on the other side.
That's right, Gargi. We'll get you all the details about Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister who was arrested last night by the CBI. He'll be produced in court this afternoon. That and a whole lot more on the other side.
Presented by Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice, and a mockery was made of the rule of law. We were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues.
Welcome back. Well, the big news here in Delhi. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was arrested last night as expected by the CBI. This after they questioned him for over 8 hours in the Delhi liquor policy case.
Now, Manish Sisodia is to be produced in a court today at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the CBI is planning to conduct his medical examination inside their headquarters where he stayed overnight.
That's right. Also, remember, he is the second minister of Delhi to be arrested. And as we said, he'll be brought to court. Also, the Aam Aadmi Party is planning protests across the country. The National General Secretary of AAP tweeted that the great education minister who shaped the future of lakhs of children, and that the Aam Aadmi Party will be protesting across the country tomorrow. That is today. So they're planning protests as well. After his arrest, Arvind Kejriwal hit out over the arrest. He said it's dirty politics, and he has warned that the people of Delhi will respond.
Well, the Central Bureau of Investigation has said that Manish Sisodia's answers were not satisfactory, which is why they arrested him on a Sunday. The Aam Aadmi Party said that the arrest of Mr. Sisodia, the face of Delhi's government education policy, is an attack on the Delhi model of governance, and that they are actually afraid of the popularity of Arvind Kejriwal.
एक शरीफ आदमी है मनीष, उनको आज इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तो हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर शरीफों को, देशभक्तों को, अच्छे लोगों को, ईमानदार लोगों को तो पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाल रहे हैं, और जो जिन लोगों ने अरबों खरबों रुपए लूट लिए बैंकों के और इनके, वो इनके दोस्त हैं। उनके खिलाफ कोई एक्शन नहीं होता, वो खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं। उनको नोटिस देने की भी हिम्मत नहीं है लोगों की, क्योंकि वो इनके दोस्त हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है, लोग देख रहे हैं, और लोग ही इसका जवाब देंगे।
All day, AAP leaders had been saying, warning, trying to dilute the shock when it does happen, that Manish Sisodia will be arrested, and as per script, that has happened. A huge setback for you.
जब जब जुल्मी जुल्म करेगा सत्ता के गलियारों से, चप्पा चप्पा गूंज उठेगा इनकलाब के नारों से. Let me in no uncertain terms say this, that Manish Sisodia is an absolutely innocent man. These are malicious, fabricated charges against him with only one objective, that is to finish Aam Aadmi Party, to finish Arvind Kejriwal, and in the process arrest every single valuable person that is part of Team Arvind Kejriwal. But let me make this very clear to the BJP, that Aam Aadmi Party is a party that was born out of a struggle, a people's movement. We are not scared or afraid of your CBI, ED, income tax, or going behind bars. We don't, Sara, consider this as a matter of regret. I think all Aam Aadmi Party leaders, workers, and as an ordinary volunteer of my party, I salute Manish Sisodia. I am proud of his sacrifice, and I'm proud that I belong to a party that has leaders like Manish Sisodia. Today, not only all of us are deeply anguished with what has happened, but most of all, the 18 lakh school-going kids in the city of Delhi are anguished. Their parents are anguished. And by arresting Manish Sisodia, BJP has essentially invited their own end, their own death. And permit me to make this a prophetic statement, that Vinashakale Viprita Buddhi, BJP, a drunk on power BJP, has lost its mental balance and has gone to the extent of arresting an innocent man like Manish Sisodia. Their only problem is that they're jealous of Manish Sisodia and his work. a man who should be given a Nobel Prize for the kind of revolutionary work he's done in the area of education, school education, higher education, is today under the BJP's regime being sent to jail. Permit me to remind you that in the 70s, a drunk on power Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, came out with the MISA law, the Maintenance of Internal Security Act. Using this MISA law, virtually all voices of dissent and all members of the opposition were put in jail, and emergency was subsequently imposed. Today, the ED and the CBI have become the new MISA. ED and CBI today are the MISA law of the 2023-24. But we must also remember what happened to Mrs. Gandhi when the Lok Sabha polls came about. I think the same fate awaits Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. I ask you, bluntly ask you, name one politician that Prime Minister Modi and the BJP fear today in this country. Do they fear Rahul Gandhi? The answer is no. Do they fear any other leader? The answer is no. There is only one man that the BJP fears today, and that is Arvind Kejriwal. The party is called Aam Aadmi Party.
The Aam Aadmi Party there standing in solidarity with Manish Sisodia. To get us more on that, we have Priyanshi joining us. Priyanshi, what can we expect today? At what time is he expected to be in court?
Well, Divya, Manish Sisodia is likely to be taken to the Rouse Avenue court at around 3 p.m. But before that, the Aam Aadmi Party is planning protests across the country. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party is calling it a black day, and they're saying we're going to celebrate today as a black day and we're going to protest. There's a protest by the Aam Aadmi Party that will be staged outside the BJP national office in Delhi. But apart from that, there's security that's being beefed up outside the CBI headquarters as well. And let me just give you a sense of that. As there are protests by the Aam Aadmi Party expected, and Mr. Manish Sisodia, of course, is going to be taken to the Rouse Avenue court at around 3 p.m. as well. So there is heavy security deployment outside the CBI headquarters. There you can see that glass building is what the CBI headquarter building is, and right outside is where we're standing currently, and security officials here are gathering. We just saw around 50 to 60 security officials coming in here, CRP forces coming in here to add to the security arrangements here, as the forces definitely are preparing for Mr. Manish Sisodia's being taken to the Rouse Avenue court, and also forces across the national capital are also preparing for the Aam Aadmi Party protests that are expected at the BJP office, and we'll have to see whether there are any protest staged at the CBI headquarters as well. Now, this is the office, the CBI headquarters. That's where Mr. Manish Sisodia spent the night. He was arrested last evening at around 7:15 p.m. and after that he has been kept here. We're also told that his medical examination is also going to be taking place here as well. Usually people go, the agencies take the accused for outside for medical examination, but now his medical examination is going to be carried out inside the CBI headquarters, and after which he is going to be taken to the Rouse Avenue court at around 3 p.m. Now, what's expected? The CBI is expected to ask for a 14-day custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia, so we'll have to see whether the court grants them that custody, and as you can see.
Right, if you could also, for our viewers, briefly run us through the allegations against Manish Sisodia. The reason that he's been arrested, it's to do with the liquor policy that was brought about, and, there's all these allegations of kickback and a South group.
That's right, Gargi. So the main allegation over which the CBI questioned Mr. Manish Sisodia again was that Mr. Manish Sisodia tailored the Delhi liquor policy to favor some private players, to favor some contractors, some liquor retailers. That's the main allegation that the CBI had. And yesterday, the CBI was questioning Manish Sisodia on exactly this point. And they said that the answers given by Mr. Manish Sisodia were not satisfactory. Manish Sisodia was not cooperating in the investigation. And specifically, they said that we questioned Mr. Manish Sisodia on certain provisions that were added to the Delhi liquor policy, certain provisions that weren't there in the first draft. So they're saying that certain additional provisions were added to the liquor policy. It was tailored to favor some private players, and these provisions weren't present in the first draft of the liquor policy. And the CBI says that Manish Sisodia refused to answer on this, and he kept on saying that he doesn't know anything about this. Now, what is the evidence that the CBI has? There is a statement recorded by an excise department official under CRPC 164, which is it is recorded under a magistrate. So that is a statement by an excise policy official, excise department official of the Delhi government that says that Mr. Manish Sisodia, that hints at this entire angle of Mr. Manish Sisodia tailoring the Delhi liquor policy to favor some people. There's also an allegation that there is a South group involved, and that South group involves the Telangana Chief Minister KCR's daughter as well. And it says that there were kickbacks to the tune of 30 crores received from the South group by the Delhi government. So those are that's the kind of money that we're talking about in this entire alleged scam. But the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, saying that this is all political vendetta. Remember, Manish Sisodia's bank locker has been searched, his house has been searched last year, and Manish Sisodia said that they found nothing in my bank locker or my house. They just found jewelry worth 70,000 rupees, which belongs to my wife and children. So he said that the CBI has found nothing in their searches of my bank locker or my house, and they didn't find anything in my previous questioning as well. Remember, when he was questioned in October last year, he said that the CBI actually threatened me to join the BJP. They, in fact, offered me a chief minister's post, and they said that if you accept and leave the Aam Aadmi Party and join the BJP, that's when we'll end this case against you. So that's what Manish Sisodia had alleged against the CBI the last time he was questioned, but this time, of course, he was arrested. The main allegation being that he tailored the liquor policy to favor some contractors, to favor some liquor retailers. Remember, already 5 people have been arrested in this case, including Manish Sisodia. This includes Sameer Mahindru, who's a liquor retailer, Buchi Babu, who is the ex-CA of Telangana Chief Minister's daughter, K. Kavita, Manish Sisodia. So these are the key players who have been arrested. 5 people have been arrested in this case. The allegation being that they increased, the BJP also alleges that they increased the commission in the liquor policy from 6% to 12% to only increase their kickbacks that they receive from these liquor retailers. So that's the main allegation. Remember, under this policy, all the liquor vends were converted from government liquor shops to private liquor vends. So that's why it was essentially privatization of the government liquor shops. So the allegation is that during this privatization, the liquor policy was framed in such a manner that some friends of the Aam Aadmi Party got the benefit, some friends who were liquor retailers got the benefit of the liquor policy and the Aam Aadmi Party received kickbacks from it, which the Aam Aadmi Party used in party campaigning in states such as Goa. So these are the main allegations. Right. Today, of course, we'll expect Mr. Manish Sisodia to go to the Rouse Avenue court at around 3 p.m. and security definitely being beefed up ahead of that.
All right, so tight security there at the CBI headquarters and also, we'd imagine, at the court. But to talk more about Mr. Sisodia's arrest and the politics surrounding it, we're now joined by Alok Vats, leader of the BJP, Dr. Onika Mehrotra, spokesperson of the Congress, and Abhinandita Mathur, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinandita Mathur, first to you. What is the AAP now planning? And we believe that you've got protests lined up for today.
Absolutely, that's right. We do have a protest lined up. We obviously are looking at all legal remedies. And, we will take the matter to the public ultimately. They are going to decide what should be the fate of an education minister who has transformed given so much hope, has touched so many lives of people in Delhi, especially the marginalized. So, yes, we are going to take it. And in fact, not just us, we've been in touch with a lot of parents of school children, and they are really, as deeply hurt by everything as we are. So certainly this is not this matter is not just in our hands now. It's going to be in the public's hand, and we are going to protest for sure.
Right, we also have Alok Vats of the BJP with us. Alok Vats, the Aam Aadmi Party claims that the allegations against Sisodia have not been approved, but this is just dirty politics. So is this a tactic just because of the BJP is fearful as far as the popularity of Arvind Kejriwal is concerned?
Well, it has nothing to do with that. I was just hearing some of their leaders. I can only say, जब नाज मनुष्य पे छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है. See, by protesting, what are they trying to? What is the message they are trying to say? If some criminal performs a criminal act, and their people come to on the streets, what message you are giving in democracy? That free him, he is innocent. Because we are on the streets. There are a lot of Olympians who have brought laurels to the country. Where is Sushil today? Where was Kalmadi? Where was Gulia? There were there were other such players who had brought laurels to the country. And if everybody came on the street demanding that he is being arrested and harassed unnecessarily, so he should have been freed. See, the investigation in the case was on for a long time about the money trail and a larger conspiracy in formulation of Delhi liquor policy, excise 2021, excise policy.
Right,
was framed.
right, Mr. Watts, we know the allegations against Mr. Sissodia, but there's also this sense that agencies are being used against opposition parties. We've seen it across the board in various states. Opposition leaders, cases are brought against them and then they're thrown into jail. And we've also seen how Mr. Suvendu Adhikari or a Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, who also had cases against them when they joined the BJP, somehow those cases seem to disappear. And this is a point that the opposition also keeps raising. So what would you answer to that this is all politically motivated and that agencies are being used against opposition leaders? That's what is being said.
See, those cases against the leaders you were mentioning have not been dropped. Then
So those cases are still on. The Assam Chief Minister still has an active case against him?
Yes, the cases are on. The
Really?
investigations are on. You give me a proof that case has been withdrawn.
Sure, but then,
laugh
why
at it.
are opposition leaders the ones who are being thrown into jail with just allegations against them? The CBI saying that Manish Sissodia is not cooperating, he's not answering their... But it's not Manish Sissodia who's going to prove the case against himself. It is the investigating agencies that have to bring that evidence. And sure, once it's in, in court and a case is fought, but why throw these leaders into jail? And we've seen it in Maharashtra as well. Leaders in jail for, months on end, and then finally they're released on bail.
Now, since money trail activity has been concluded, and as your reporter was also mentioning the name of Babu and, Vijay Nair, Abhishek, and the lady who's an MLC, KCR's daughter, and one more person, all these trail has come to a conclusion. So some answers were required from Mr. Manish Sissodia. He just evaded it. And he didn't answer. Now let the things move to the court.
Exactly. That's what, most opposition also says. Let it move in the court. Prove the case in court. Instead, you throw the leaders into jail. Yes, you want to respond, Abhinandita?
If I can just, add to what you are saying, that mostly the arrests are based on evidence. And here, for lack of evidence, he was arrested yesterday. It's unprecedented. It is very clear that when he's not been accused in the charge sheet, that last submitted by the agency, then there is no business for the agency to arrest him at this stage. And there are really, if BJP really is very serious about, uncovering scams and arresting criminals, and especially criminals who are doing like big financial scams in the country, there are enough cases, from Vyapam to their big corruption cases in Rajasthan, in UP now, and in Goa, and so on and so forth. So there is absolutely no dearth of, action that can be taken. But what we are saying is that there are two aspects to this case. One is the legal aspect and one is the political aspect. As far as the legal aspect is concerned, the law will take its course. But as far as, the public is concerned, it is very, very clear that this is absolutely political vendetta. Unfortunately, the BJP has really, stooped to a lowest level today. And I'm sure that the public is going to retaliate with, with their mandate, as they have always in Delhi. So BJP is totally paranoid. But coming back to the legal point, this is a complex case. We have also looked at different kinds of legal opinions and remedies, and we've been told very clearly. In fact, there are neutral lawyers, who are coming on television and saying that here the arrest was not called for at all. So how the CBI is influenced and so on, we leave it to the public to understand. But it's very clear what is going on, and unfortunate that the BJP is actually defending several of their unlawful means to get to us.
We also have Dr. Onika Mehrotra with us from the Congress Party. Dr. Onika, what does the Congress Party have to say about the arrest of Manish Sisodia? Are we going to see opposition unity over this arrest?
Ma'am, I would like to say that time and again, BJP has evidently proved that they do the arm twisting of these agencies to get their political scores settled. We have also given you on record how many cases have increased during the regime of from 2014, and that too on the political opponent. Having said that, ma'am, you cannot hide behind the garb of being a good education minister and so on and so forth. I'm aghast that you are talking that we are going to speak to the parents. For heaven's sake, something you've done in a liquor policy as an excise minister, you've got so many portfolios. How can you put the children and the parents on street? It's shameful on their part. Nobody's above law. If there has been, prima facie says that their policies has been changed, and we've been talking about it for almost more than a year. And now if there are proofs, let him, wo kehte na ma'am, saanch ko aaj kya? If you are clear, go through this ordeal, go through it and show it to the world, go through it and show it. But you can't, hold on ma'am, hold your breath. You see, you can't, every time you ask them, the policy is wrong and it has been, done to favor the private players. You hide behind education, hospitals. This is not done. That's a different parameters. We'll talk about it when that comes. But at the moment, you are actually seen in confining with it to actually get, you've tailor-made the policy, and then when the LG objects to it, that is wrong, you remove it. So that means that there was something ghastly wrong in the policy, and it is now being said by the CBI. Well, we are nobody to comment on that. Now the matter is in the hand of the CBI.
No, but we're asking you to comment on the arrest, and clearly you feel this is a matter that needs to be investigated thoroughly. And yes, and that is everybody's, even the AAP is saying, do go ahead and investigate, but calling this arrest dirty politics. Abhinandita, what would your reaction be to that? The Congress is saying that this is no way that you're protesting an arrest. Let the arrest and the investigations take its course.
There are some very sound legal minds in the Congress party. So I'm a little surprised how the Congress can actually defend this arrest. And this arrest and the way it has been done is unconstitutional to begin with. So I don't think that, our spokesperson from the Congress would mean it in that way. However, time and again, what the Congress is trying to do, it seems, is instead of actually working and serving the nation, it seems to be just, sort of protecting.
Please concentrate on this thing. Forget what the Congress is doing, for heaven's sake. I heard Raghav Chadda saying, "Oh, people are not scared of the Congress." I mean, what are you doing? Talk about your policies and your track record, please. For heaven's sake, the entire focus is on you at the moment, ma'am. The fingers are pointed at you at the moment. When it comes to us, we will talk about what has been done to us by the BJP. So it's, at the moment, ma'am, you are targeted. If you think it's wrong, then go ahead and defend yourself. But no way criticizing what the Congress is doing, what others are doing. Every time the ball is thrown in your court, you come running to say, "Oh, the Congress is nowhere to be seen." Come on, I mean, it's just because you are there for 6 years, 7 years, you've got Punjab, whichever means, or the money that you've sent from this liquor policy to Punjab and Gujarat, that doesn't mean you become a big player. Please, madam. So let's concentrate on what we are going. Look, ma'am, you talk about education, and the gentleman has sent his son to abroad to Canada to study. Is that how the education minister of this country does? If you're talking the education is so good, then please don't send your son abroad to study. Set your examples. Practice what you preach, ma'am.
Yes, Abhinandita.
I don't think, well, actually, it's a bit rich coming from the Congress about where the children study and so on. So I wouldn't comment on that.
You have set the target, isn't it? Not us. We have not given tall claims. You have said, "Oh, the education is a world."
All right, let her respond to you. And clearly, the opposition unity that Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge spoke about is not happening here right now. But yes, go ahead, Abhinandita.
Right, I don't think I need to bother with the Congress.
There she goes again. There she goes again. That's your problem. Start bothering.
When I speak about the Congress, you don't. When I speak about the Congress,
then you say,
speak
oh,
about the Congress, you say that.
Then don't do it, ma'am. Don't have double standards, please. You show this is the double
I think
standard.
you're getting.
You come as an
I think you're getting it all wrong.
You come
I'm
and want to show you are handling
you are
as a
a little off track.
You go there in Gujarat
Ma'am, I don't think you're getting the point of this debate.
Ma'am, you focus on what is happening to Manish Sisodiya instead of bothering of what has been done. Yeah, correct.
All right, you can
Your
be
policy
quiet
was so tarnished.
If you can be quiet for a moment, I can actually go ahead.
I will button if you're going to say anything wrong about the Congress.
All right, let's move along now. Yes, Abhinandita, make your point, and we'll, Mr. Alok Bhatt also wanted to speak here. Just go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so I will, quickly, my response is that, what I will say, what the Congress party is doing, good for them. They're working very hard to protect their legacy. However, we are actually very busy, being a very small party, within 2 states now, and, some MLAs in other states as well. We are actually a really tiny party, and look at how we have been actually, sort of attacked from all sides. There is all this hangama happening in the MCD thanks to the BJP. Then there are arrests. There are, an able minister of ours already in jail. There are like dhamkis. You should have seen the kind of police security and force that was brought in Delhi on the roads, as if, there is some terrorist who has entered the city. It is ridiculous how the BJP is going to use its might over a small party, and don't we all wonder why that is happening? Why is there this selective sort of prosecution of a small party? Why is there why is there this extreme sort of vendetta on a minister, on a sitting deputy chief minister? And mind you, these are very unprecedented events. So clearly there is something that the Aam Aadmi Party does that the BJP cannot fathom, it cannot tolerate, and which is why we are the biggest threat to them. And they want to,
Right, Alok, what's your response to that? And, this is the second minister, the Delhi's deputy chief minister, who's gone to jail already. Our health minister is in, Delhi's health minister is in jail, just after COVID, etc. And, these charges were brought against him. And he too has been languishing in jail for months on end. We saw what happened in the MCD elections, and after that, inside this MCD assembly, and how the mayor elections couldn't take place. Finally, the Supreme Court intervened to allow and said the elections must take place. So the AAP claiming that this is because the BJP can't, they can't believe that they lost out of the MCD. Delhi, they're not being able to gain any power. And these are all tactics being used against the party.
Well, Gargi, let me tell you one thing. That AAP is just following what the Congress did sometime earlier.
There he goes in.
If you are charge sheeted, or if you are called by the CBI, you take to streets. Is this believing in democracy? You are, by doing this, the people of India are thinking that you don't believe in democracy and don't believe in the laws. You are above Supreme Court. What should the Supreme Court do? That by seeing these protests and a world-class so-called education minister, why don't you take out Sushil from the jail? He had brought laurels to the country. There are other Olympians who brought laurels to the country and are languishing in the jails. So if he has brought laurels in the education, he should also be brought out of the jail if he goes to the jail. By doing all this, you are marring the authority of democracy. You don't believe in constitution.
And then you send letters of notice to a poetess? A poet who sings songs and shows the condition of UP. You send, and then you can talk about democracy. No, the word democracy is absolutely tarnished under your regime.
Let me complete, madam. When you were speaking, I was silently hearing you.
Still seems to be alive. That is not the point. The point
Anandita,
is
please. When your turn comes, please go ahead.
What you are doing What you are doing
The
is
women
going to
wrestlers are on
attack
the
the
streets.
children of Delhi. What you are
The
doing is
minister
in
is
fact
targeting them,
That matter,
and then no
that
action
matter
has
has
been
been
taken on
settled.
them.
country. You may
That
continue
matter
to
has
do
been
so,
settled.
but you must
Really.
remember that this
The
is the
What about
investigations
Aam
are
Neha,
on,
who's saying
and
UP
and
mein
they
Kaaba?
believe in
party that you
democracy.
are
What about
opposing.
Neha?
They believe in
UP mein
democracy.
Kaaba.
They
You
are
send
waiting for
notice
the
to a
result
singer.
to come out.
You send a notice to a local
Yeah,
singer.
Lokvats, to complete his point, and then we'll allow each of you to speak. Just yes, go finish what you were saying, Mr. Bhatt.
By bringing other matters in this debate, you are just trying to sideline the main issue. The main issue is that the Babu, who was the main CA, who was the kingpin in organizing the whole thing, in Delhi, Hyderabad, Bombay, he was the prime negotiator with all the South liquor lobby. And on the behest of Kavita and one MP of YSRCP, the whole thing has come now to the light and the threads have been pulled. They have come to a conclusion. Have faith in democracy. Have faith in Supreme Court. You had now again, Gargi, she is not allowing me to speak. You see, you had problems in the MCD. You went to the court. Your matter was solved, and you won the elections. But that was also, according to us, not contrary to the rules.
Right, but Mr. Bhatt, why was the need to go to the court for the MCD, the mayor elections, and the rules clearly said anyway, we're not getting into all that, but the point is that the BJP and AAP, there was so much, disruption during that. Finally, Supreme Court had to order it, and then the mayor elections took place.
Earlier, Gargi, Mr. Kejriwal had allowed them to vote in one particular area. So we were following that. The Supreme Court said no, we agreed to it. We didn't take it to the streets. We were not holding processions and protests like this.
Actually, after the Supreme Court,
you were creating a ruckus in the house, and we had to actually go to the court because of that. So please. And in democracy,
all right, let's come back to the issue of Mr. Sishodia's arrest and what this now means going forward.
Well, Anandita, when it comes to MCD, clapping takes place when both hands come together. We were not the only one. You were also there. It's evidently proved that Atishi was instigating. It's on the camera, instigating people to come forward and play ruckus in the house.
Abhinandita Mathur, what does this arrest of the Aam Aadmi Party's second in command mean for the party, given that two ministers of the AAP have now been arrested, including Satyendra Jain? Could the investigative agencies also reach Arvind Kejriwal next?
Manish Sisodia ji is one of our top leaders. He's somebody that we all, really look up to. He's somebody that we are inspired, who inspires us, and there is no doubt that everybody in the party is hurt by what has happened. Obviously, he is our number two. He is our number one. He is our, he's a very important person. I don't think I can quantify his importance. But at the same time, because we are a party that has emerged from a movement, we are fighters. Manish Sisodia had quit his job in journalism to become an activist and go live with Arvind Kejriwal in slums. So I don't think that such setbacks are going to weaken us in any way. Of course, it is very unfortunate. Of course, we are very pained. But we are now a bigger party. We are a solid party. We are, if they try to get rid of one Manish Sisodia, we hopefully have, many more people that he has inspired and, who will be taking the cause forward. We know that we are, against very big goons or very mighty, people. BJP is so mighty. We are so small. So we have no option but to put up the fight. But because we are not putting up this fight for our personal gains and instead for actually saving the country from corrupt politicians, from politicians who actually are not delivering on governance and only doing jumlas or, showing fake degrees or whatever the Congress had done in the past. BJP's arrogance today resembles the arrogance of UPA 2 and some older, cases of during the time of Indira Gandhi, when the Congress was really running, the country with with a stick, and that is what is going to happen, to the country if the BJP does not realize that it is violating fundamental rights of the people. That would be also proved in the case of Manish Sisodia's arrest. And please take this very seriously. There is some kind of boundary that one has to draw, even in politics. Making allegations does not make somebody a criminal.
All right, let's
look. Vats not a criminal.
Can respond to that. And the fact is, Mr. Vats, that Mr. Sissodia has been, investigated for months and months on end, and now, he's been raided. His bank locker has been checked. The investigating agents have gone to his village as well, etc. So now, after all that, still he's been put into jail, and hopefully, bail is his right as well. And what would you say to what Abhinandita is saying about the way agencies are being used and about democracy?
Let me tell you one thing, that things here, we don't use Talibanian laws. If you are caught stealing, your hand should be chopped off. What happened to Indira Gandhi's murder case? Please keep quiet. Please keep quiet. It's not your turn. Please keep quiet. I beg you to please keep quiet. What happened to Indira Gandhi murder case? After how many years the matter was solved? Why didn't people take to streets then? Abhi murder kar do iska. What happened to Nirbhaya case? All these didn't take place during our regime. Have faith in law.
This is really interesting.
Let things get investigated, come to a conclusion, let the courts take the decision. CBI is not going to punish him. The ultimate punishment will come through the court. They are only going to put the case there.
All right, well, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. And thank you all for joining us. We have to slip into a short break, but we'll continue to track this story. Stay with us.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine.
After 8 hours of questioning, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia arrested yesterday evening by the CBI in connection with the alleged corruption in the now withdrawn liquor policy of Delhi. He will be produced in court at 3 o'clock today. They are planning to protest in different parts of the country. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal hits out and defends his deputy, says Manish Sisodia is innocent. It's dirty politics that are behind his arrest. Voting for assembly polls in Meghalaya and Nagaland underway. By elections also in 4 states today, including the East Erode constituency in Tamil Nadu. A first-year MBBS student dies in Telangana, found unconscious after night duty. Last week, a senior student has been booked after her father alleged harassment. In an interview with NDTV, B.S. Yediyurappa speaks critically of Karnataka BJP President Nanil Kateel's push to pit Tipu Sultan against V.D. Savarkar, seen as a tactic to polarize voters, says he doesn't agree. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. And our top story, Manish Sisodia, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, was arrested last night by the CBI. This after they questioned him for over 8 hours in the Delhi liquor policy case. Now, he is the second Delhi minister to be arrested, and he will be brought to court today afternoon at around 3 o'clock. The CBI has said that Manish Sisodia's answers were not satisfactory, that during the questioning, the answers that he gave were not satisfactory. However, the AAP has said that the arrest of Mr. Sisodia, who's the face of the Delhi government's education policy, which is much appreciated and has been very popular, that this is an attack on the Delhi model of governance. CBI officials said the AAP leader was grilled on various aspects of the excise policy, including his alleged link with Dinesh Arora and other accused mentioned in the FIR, as well as details of message exchanges from multiple phones, and they found his answers evasive, and therefore he was placed under arrest. Remember, this was the second time he had been questioned by the CBI. Today he will be brought to the court. And let's go across to Priyanshi now for more. And Priyanshi, tell us more about what time. Around 3 o'clock is when he'll be brought to the court. There'll also be a medical checkup. And meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party that has been protesting, they made it a big show when Manish Sisodia went in for questioning, and they plan to make a big show of it today as well.
That's right, Gargi. We're coming to you from right outside the CBI headquarters here in the national capital. And Mr. Manish Sisodia spent the night here as he was arrested last evening around 7:15 p.m. Now, he's expected to be taken to the Rouse Avenue court. That building that you're seeing currently is the CBI headquarters where Mr. Manish Sisodia was arrested last evening at around 7:15 and where he spent the night. Now, from here, he's going to be taken to the Rouse Avenue court, to the CBI court at around 3 p.m. Where the CBI is expected to ask for a 14-day custody of Mr. Manish Sisodia for further interrogation. Now, meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party leaders are planning protests across the country. The Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Delhi are going to stage a protest outside the BJP national headquarters in the national capital, and they're saying that we're going to be celebrating a black day. Now, meanwhile, yesterday also Aam Aadmi Party leaders staged that show of support for Mr. Manish Sisodia when he was going to the CBI headquarters, and in fact, several Aam Aadmi Party leaders were detained as well. Now, it's also important right now to talk about the importance of Mr. Manish Sisodia and how it could really impact the Delhi government and the entire governance in the national capital. So, Mr. Manish Sisodia holds 18 out of the 33 departments in the Delhi government. Remember, he got the 7 additional portfolios allotted to him when Mr. Manish Sisodia went to jail last year in the month of May, when Mr. Satyendra Jain went to jail in the month of May last year. So it's been 8 months that Mr. Satyendra Jain, the former health minister of the national capital, has been in jail, and now Satyendra Jain has been in jail for close to 8 months now, and now Manish Sisodia is the second Delhi minister to be arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Satyendra Jain was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, if you talk about Manish Sisodia's importance, as I said, 18 of the 33 departments in Delhi government come under Mr. Manish Sisodia. And remember, these include very crucial portfolios such as finance, education, excise, PWD departments, and also health comes under Manish Sisodia after Satyendra Jain was arrested. So these are the crucial portfolios. 18 out of 33 is, of course, that means more than 50% of the portfolios, the departments in the national capital, come under Mr. Manish Sisodia. So it remains to be seen who will be allotted these portfolios now. If Manish Sisodia goes to jail for a long period of time, who will take care of these portfolios? If any MLAs will be elevated to positions of ministers, or if these portfolios will be redistributed among existing ministers. So that will be a crucial question for the Delhi government. Now, apart from that, let's also talk about the rise of Mr. Manish Sisodia and how he did become synonymous with one part of the Delhi model. Now, the Delhi model is known as what the Delhi government did on the fronts of health and education. Now, Mr. Manish Sisodia has been the poster boy of the Delhi education model. What the Delhi government what the Aam Aadmi Party keeps pitching in other states as they go for elections, and they say that we'll bring such world-class schools to other states as well. And it was all because of Mr. Manish Sisodia. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party says. So he's really the poster boy of the education model of Delhi that Aam Aadmi Party uses to pitch in other state elections as well. So that is why he, in fact, you must also remember that he was featured in articles in international publications such as New York Times as well for that very education model. So that was the crucial portfolio that Mr. Manish Sisodia held, and it remains to be seen who will hold that portfolio next, with, of course, that model being synonymous with the Delhi model that the Aam Aadmi Party pitches. Now, number 3, Manish Sisodia has been with Mr. Kejriwal and with the Aam Aadmi Party. He's one of the founding members, and he's been with Mr. Kejriwal ever since the NGO days. So the two have been really close, and Mr. Manish Sisodia, in fact, is the number 2 after Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And number 4, what's really important is that the timing of this comes at a time when the Aam Aadmi Party is pitching to be a national player. You must have heard several Aam Aadmi Party leaders saying that it's going to be Modi versus Kejriwal in 2024. So they really are trying to pitch Mr. Arvind Kejriwal as a national figure in 2024. So a lot of people said that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal was able to focus on those national plans only because Mr. Manish Sisodia was able to handle the Delhi government by himself, as he was the number 2 of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. But Mr. Manish Sisodia now arrested. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Arvind Kejriwal will have to spend more of his time in Delhi government, in Delhi governance, and whether he'll be pinned down to Delhi government because Mr. Manish Sisodia has now been arrested. It also comes at a time when the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is trying to make inroads in several other states. Elections coming up in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka as well, and the Aam Aadmi Party is planning to contest those elections as well. So at that time, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal was seen to be focusing on election campaigns, while Sisodia was seen to be focusing on the Delhi government. So now when he's arrested, the larger question is on the Aam Aadmi Party's national goals and whether Mr. Arvind Kejriwal will be able to continue with them with the full swing that he had expected now that his number 2 is arrested by the CBI.
Right, that is a big concern for the AAP, and also AAP are planning these protests to mark today, which they're calling a Black Day. Thanks so much, Priyanshi, for joining us with all those details. Let's just take a look at some of the reactions to Manish Sisodia's arrest. As we said, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal called it dirty politics.
एक शरीफ आदमी है मनीष, उनको आज इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया। तो हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर शरीफों को, देशभक्तों को, अच्छे लोगों को, ईमानदार लोगों को तो पकड़ पकड़ के जेल में डाल रहे हैं, और जिन लोगों ने अरबों खरबों रुपए लूट लिए बैंकों के और इनके, वो इनके दोस्त हैं, उनके खिलाफ कोई एक्शन नहीं होता, वो खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं। उनको नोटिस देने की भी हिम्मत नहीं है लोगों की, क्योंकि वो इनके दोस्त हैं। पूरा देश देख रहा है, लोग देख रहे हैं और लोग ही इसका जवाब देंगे।
Let me in no uncertain terms say this, that Manish Sisodia is an absolutely innocent man. These are malicious, fabricated charges against him with only one objective, that is to finish Aam Aadmi Party, to finish Arvind Kejriwal, and in the process arrest every single valuable person that is part of team Arvind Kejriwal. But let me make this very clear to the BJP, that Aam Aadmi Party is a party that was born out of a struggle, a people's movement. We are not scared or afraid of your CBI, ED, income tax, or going behind bars. By arresting Manish Sisodia, BJP has essentially invited their own end.
देखो, संविधान के सामने सभी समान है। उनके पास कोई पुख्ता सबूत होंगे, जांच के बाद उस लिकर मामले में गलत काम किया होगा, अधिकारों का दुरुपयोग किया होगा, तो निश्चित रूप से व्यक्ति कोई भी हो, कोई भी नाम का हो, रंग का हो, वजन का हो, कोई भी अधिकार में हो, पद पे हो, संविधान के सामने तो आपको फिर जांच के सामने तो जाना ही होगा। आपको कोई कवच कुंडल तो नहीं है कि आप इस पद पे हो करके कुछ भी काम कर सके। ये कोई हुकुमशाही का देश नहीं है, लोकशाही है, जनतंत्र है। जनता के सामने कोई आदमी बड़ा नहीं है। जनता की पावर, जनता की शक्ति के सामने अगर आप कुछ गलत काम करोगे तो भुगतना ही पड़ेगा।
को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, वो दिल्ली के डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। अभी हमारा प्लेनरी सेशन था रायपुर में, वहां पे ईडी ने छापे डालने शुरू कर दिए। लगता है कि डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो चुकी है, देश में तानाशाही है, तमाम एजेंसी सरकार के दबाव में काम कर रही है, विपक्ष को खत्म कर देना चाहती है। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। डेमोक्रेसी के लिए सारे विपक्ष को एक साथ आना होगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं से और प्रधानमंत्री से बड़े अदब के साथ कहना चाहूंगा, इस गलतफहमी में मत रहिए कि हमेशा सत्ता आपके पास रहेगी।
दिल्ली में मनीष सिसोदिया जी की जिस तरह से गिरफ्तारी हुई है, समाजवादी पार्टी और हम सभी लोग इसकी निंदा करते हैं। जब से नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने यह देखा है कि विपक्ष किसानों के सवाल पर, भ्रष्टाचार के सवाल पर, युवाओं के सवाल पर पूरे देश में रैलियां कर रहा है, पूरे देश में विपक्ष किसी न किसी वजह से इकट्ठा हो रहा है, तो ये विपक्षी एकता पर एक ऐसा प्रहार है कि जो आने वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की जो ये हिमाकत हुई है उसको महंगा पड़ेगा। हम तो सिर्फ यही कहना चाहेंगे, माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, आप पूरे विपक्ष को जेल में रखना चाहते हैं, आप इंदिरा जी बनना चाहते हो, आप तानाशाह बनना चाहते हो। इस टेम्पर की, इस तानाशाही की भारत में कभी भी कोई स्थान नहीं रहा।
All right, so that was a host of reactions to Manish Sisodia's arrest. Well, to talk more about this and the political ramifications, we're now joined by Priyanka Kakkar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Asad Abbas, a political analyst and someone who speaks out against the BJP, Dr. Onika Mehrotra, spokesperson of the Congress, and PKD Nambiar, a political analyst, also supports the BJP. Priyanka Kakkar, first to you, if you can tell us what is the Aam Aadmi Party now planning after Manish Sisodia's arrest, and also about governance in Delhi. Now, he was somebody who was seen to be running the show as Arvind Kejriwal was going, to other states. What now for the AAP in Delhi?
Karki, good morning. Karki, we have always, Arvind Kejriwal government has always believed in decentralization of power. And we have a participative model of governance, which is visible in our schools, which is visible in all our departments. And we are prepared for, we are expecting an eventuality what has happened. We've been expecting this arrest for the longest time. So the governance will not be affected, one thing. Karki, I must tell you who the BJP is hounding. The BJP today comprises of gundas and mawalis, for lack of a better word, Gargi. If anyone is expecting a zero corruption model from the BJP, they're living in a fool's paradise. I am also extremely angry, and I'll tell you why I support the Aam Aadmi Party, why millions like me support Arvind Kejriwal ji, why millions like me support Manish Sisodia ji. Manish Sisodia, Arvind, we are living in a country, BJP has BJP, what BJP has done in so many years, that 82 crore people are now mohtaj for do waqt ki roti. They don't have money to buy do waqt ki roti. Education is not their
All right,
agenda.
but let's talk about Manish Sisodia's arrest. And, AAP is planning protests across the country, though BJP is pointing out that let the law run its course. If these allegations are there against him, being investigated by the CBI, why not allow, the CBI to present its case and, the law to proceed, as it were? Why have these protests and talk about, his achievements as an education minister?
Because, Gargi, they've been hounding us since 2013, these Gunda Mawalis. They set up a Shunglu committee in 2016, for example. I'll give you one example. In 2016, they set up a Shunglu committee which cleared us of all charges. And now, after 8 years in 2023, they say that 2017 Manish ji also did a snooping scandal. What was the purpose of that Shunglu committee? Why did you waste the exchequer's money? Your committee was so weak that you are now coming after us for 8 years. Perpetually they're hounding us because they want to build an image that we are corrupt like these Gunda Mawalis. That is not going to happen. They have people like Bernard Marak in their party. They have people like what they wanted to do was what they did with the Maharashtra government, like the Eknath Shinde government. They approached Manish ji, offered him, lured him with posts, told him to break the Aam Aadmi Party, told him to join them, and all the charges will disappear. They have people like Hemant Biswa Sarma. I'm extremely agitated today. I'm sorry. But, it's called a 40% ki sarkar in Karnataka, the most corrupt government that we have seen. We are asking for an Adani Janch, we are asking for a JPC, and this is how they answer. They arrest a man who's worked tirelessly for the children of this city, who will be the future education minister of this country, whose credentials are spectacular, who gave up a plus.
But again, talking about his credentials, what about the charges against him? So why not allow those to be investigated and, let the CBI do its work?
This is a new kind of law that they have started practicing. They arrest first, then we are tried, then we are acquitted. All
right, let me ask PKD Nambiar about that, because this is an allegation we see again and again about, the BJP and about how agencies are being used, opposition party members being put into jail, these cases being brought against them, and this is, it's being used to suppress the opposition. What would you say to that, PKD Nambiar?
Gargi, good morning, but I'm not surprised at all. Playing this victim card has been one of the signature style of Aam Aadmi Party in the last 8-9 years of they have been here in the power. Every time they have announced that Manish Sisodia would have been arrested maybe way back, maybe a year ago. Who will say that in the world that he will be arrested now?
Because I think they had the example of other states and the way other opposition leaders have been put into jail on similar charges, on charges like this by the ED and CBI.
Gargi, I don't expect this from you, at least. You are a veteran journalist.
No, we've seen it. We've seen other opposition parties, leaders being put into jail. CBI, ED cases are there, and it's basically it's what we've seen again and again in different parts of the country.
So you are also advocating you're not looking at the fact. Then let me ask you that if
I'm saying that's why there was a feeling for a long time that Manish Sisodia too would be arrested. Their own, the Satyendra Jain's already under arrest.
So this court and all, let Gargi is the judge and NDTV as the court.
No,
and
in fact, that is what the opposition is saying. Let the matters come to the court. Why keep arresting opposition leaders? It's been investigated for months. They went to the bank, they went to his village, they went to his house, and have not found this 10,000 crore or whatever it was that was being talked about. So that is what opposition parties are claiming, that why are leaders again and again, ED, CBI cases being brought against them, and they're sent to jail, and then the cases keep getting investigated. Let the courts decide. Let the evidence be brought forth. On the other hand, you have, leaders like the Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma or Suvendu Adhikari, who also had cases against them, very serious charges. But once they joined the BJP, it seemed those cases disappeared. So that's another point that the opposition raises.
Extremely good. I'm very, very happy. I don't have to speak anything. You yourself is saying everything. Can I ask you something? Only very humble question. How does this court of law functions? unless somebody questions, unless they find some facts, then they will be present to the court. Let me ask you this: how many times Satyendra Jain had applied for the bail? Was it a BJP court? It was the court of India, right? All the courts have rejected his bail without any merit.
Okay, sure.
Ma'am, Gargi, why did you call me? I mean, if you are saying, and then the other one
No,
is
I'm
saying
asking
that
you.
you don't want to.
I'm asking
No,
you,
my
what would
question
you
is
say
this,
to these allegations about agencies being used against opposition?
May I reply that I am only saying that if at all, if there is nothing has been done
No,
by
you are
somebody,
saying that
why
I'm
not?
deciding the cases. I'm not deciding the cases. I'm simply asking you a question.
My humble submission is that CBI has questioned him multiple times. They have done searches. There are about 16, 17 people have been arrested in this. This whole cartel was even going towards the south of, even in Telangana and etc. If the agency has been doing a work from the last 1 year, and we all know, anybody whomsoever is in Delhi, most of the people in Delhi who lives in Delhi do know that there is something which has done very, very wrong. Now, how much is the scam? There are a number of people. There are a number of people that the companies which were involved in, they have already given their own statement. And it is, if the authorities are working towards that, then why are you playing a victim mode? Why don't you go? Why they had to make a protest rally? Why they have to go to the Rajghat? एक तो है कि आप चोरी करो, उसके बाद आप victimhood play करो, and then you make some kind of a story as
All right, my colleague Ankit also joining us here. But Asad Abbas, your comments on Mr. Sisodia's arrest and the kind of the protest Aam Aadmi Party is planning today, and also the BJP saying that, let it run its course. Why do this drama? Why all this event management around the arrest?
Gargi ji, let me recall the words of several BJP leaders in the days of UPA. They used to say that CBI EDIT is a caged parrot of the Congress party. But the BJP is a party with a difference. They are doing the same what Congress did earlier. We need to understand today a Bharatiya Janata Party has become a washing machine for Himanta Biswa Sarma, Suvendu Adhikari, Janardhan Reddy mining scam of my state of Karnataka, Gujarat Hoods tragedy, there is no CBI. What about Bundelkhand Expressway? Nothing about it. The fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party is using CBI EDIT as their own caged parrots or even sharks to beat the opposition parties, but nothing happens to the Doodh Ka Dulas of their own party. We need to understand here, Manish Sisodia is the architect of Delhi's education model. This man has gone out of his way and provided education to the poorest of the poor. We need to understand today, this politics is not going to help.
Education models,
let me bring to the notice of my friend Patrick Nambiar that where is the quid pro quo establishment, sir? Where is the money trail establishment here? Many of the BJP leaders said that Gujarat elections money is being fought on the liquor policy scam. But where is the scam, sir? The fact we need to understand today, you need to prove, yes, there are court of law. Let it go under innocent until proven guilty, sir. Let this court run. But the fact of the matter, having opposition leaders, beating them when it hit hard, attacking the opposition. This is not a party with a disciplines. Today, the BJP needs to stop being a party washing machine where you take netas who are filled with CBI EDIT cases and let them go. The fact we need to understand.
Abbas, and let me take that to Dr. Ronika Mehrotra as well. The fact remains that for any political party right now, yes, the claim could be that the ED and the CBI are overtly active when it comes to the opposition, but there have been cases and the investigation will have to run its course before any political party start giving themselves clean sheet, or like Mr. Nambiar is doing, putting a tag of scam and people in Delhi. No, all that has to be decided in the court of law. Everything that is being said right now is just political optics. But Dr. Mehrotra, for the Congress party right now, it's a catch-22. You come out in support of Manish Sisodia, that opposition parties are being targeted. You already have lost your ground in Delhi. You don't have any, sound footing in Delhi. And if you don't do that, then how do you expect other opposition parties to come to your support when your senior leaders are also questioned by the Enforcement Directorate?
So, sir, very valid question. But I would like to just tell you here, sir, from 2014, if you see the number of cases increased by the ED is enormous, and that too on the political opponent. And that is why, it's been said that there's a lot of arm twisting by these investigation agencies. They're no longer free. I mean, they are being dictated by, whom. And that's where the question arises. And the conviction rate or the follow-ups are just an eyewash.
So you support the Aam Aadmi Party, ma'am?
Hold
and
on,
Manish
sir.
Sisodia?
The question,
Are we going to see that opposition unity that Mr. Kharge spoke about? Are we going to see that on this issue?
Ma'am, unity, yes. But if a person has been accused, let the law take its own action. Nobody, nobody, not even us, we are above the law. But yes, when it is done with a vindictive sense of doing it, definitely question will be raised, ma'am. They talk about mother of democracy. I say that the mother of democracy has been totally taken over by father of hypocrisy or father of dictatorship. So that's the fear. Small singers, a local singer Neha, on Kaaba, UP mein Kaaba, she sang a song and she was in notice. That's the kind of thing we object to. But yes, if the policy is tarnished, if the policy has flaws, if the policy did have any kind of benefit to the private players, it needs to be investigation, no doubt about it. Like the way you did it for Rahul Gandhi for her national case also. I mean, we're not shying away from this. But the point rises here is...
But that's what the BJP rejoices in. While there is a lot of talks about opposition unity, but it only happens when, you know, people start making noise only when it happens to their own party. And Priyanka Kakkar, I also want to very quickly understand from you, the Aam Aadmi Party going ahead talking about Manish Sisodia has completely transformed the education system of Delhi. Well, he's not being questioned because of his education work. He's been questioned because of the excise minister. Why try and put this wheel in, try and make this smoke screen and try and play the victim card? You've been saying he has done nothing. He'll come out clean. Why worry so much?
Nobody's playing a victim card. It is, they are trying to hound us since 2013. Even this liquor policy is one of the best liquor policy that the country has seen. Let me assure you, this will ensure.
But it was withdrawn.
Let me finish, please. I will answer that to Gargi. The liquor policy will ensure that spurious liquor is not sold anywhere in the country. Why it was withdrawn?
Private players.
Why it was withdrawn? Now
remove
listen.
The government from there, Priyanka. Let's not, please, don't indulge in that.
Monica, this is very serious. This is very serious. Manish,
I know that. I know that. Don't go Manish all the way. Talk about the policy.
Let me answer a very important question.
Right. Monica Mehrotra, allow her to just answer the question. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. I am saying we had to withdraw the policy. First, please understand that this policy was passed after it was approved by Anil Baijal, the previous LG. After it, once we were implementing it, before it was fully implemented, the new LG, Vijay Saxena, withdrew it back, not the Delhi government. We implemented the same policy in Punjab and earned a revenue of 4,000 plus in the first compared to the previous year. We earned a revenue of over 48% compared to the previous year.
Ma'am, Delhi policy is 2% to 12%.
Ma'am, let's also make that distinction, and we have to slip into a very short break. Even if this was the best policy that could have been implemented in the country, there are problems and questions being asked on how this policy was implemented, whether Mr. Sisodia or his team gave initial drafts to people, those who could have benefit. Those are the questions largely being asked as far as the entire process is concerned. And of course, the investigation, Gargi, will then decide whether there has been any wrongdoing or not.
So for the moment, Aam Aadmi Party planning protests in different parts of the country, we believe, and also calling today a black day. Well, we'll continue to track that story very, very closely. Time for us to slip into a short break. Thank you all for joining us on the program. We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll focus on the elections taking place in Meghalaya and Nagaland. Stay with us.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debate.
The other big story this morning, of course, is the elections in the two northeastern states, Meghalaya and Nagaland, which is voting today, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. is the voting which is taking place in both these states, and quite an important battle. I mean, when you look at the larger picture of 2024, they might not be sending a bulk of the MPs, but it also gives the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, which is hoping that they would be able to consolidate on the way they form the government. Remember, in Meghalaya, if we talk about the voting first, the BJP, though fought on about 40 seats but could only win 2 of the seats in 2018 elections, but was in the power with, in fact, their regional ally. But equations have changed in Meghalaya with the Congress party, which once used to be a strong dominating force, their entire MLAs, 21 of those MLAs completely shifting base to the TMC. And this is the place where Mamata Banerjee's party is also hoping, eyeing their expansion plans, give them more political base from West Bengal. Outside West Bengal, Meghalaya is going to be one of their key states as the TMC is hoping to get the national party tag. Tripura is where they have fought the election. The result of Tripura also be on second, when all the other 2 states, Nagaland and Meghalaya, results would also be announced. Let's very quickly take a look at what's happening on the ground. My colleague Ratnadeep sent this report.
Brisk polling continues in Meghalaya. We are coming to you from the Garo Hills region of Meghalaya, and you can see here there is a long queue of people, of the voters right from morning. Polling has started from 7 a.m. in the morning. Out of the 60 seats, polling is taking place in 59 seats since polling has been countermanded in one constituency due to the death of a candidate while he was campaigning. So in Shohyang constituency, the polling would take place later, but in the 59 constituencies, there are 369 candidates who are in the fray, including 36 women. And talking about women, out of over 21 lakh voters in Meghalaya, women actually outnumber men in this multi-corner elections between national parties and the regional parties. We are reporting from the Garo Hill region. You can see here there are a lot of young voters, young women who have come up, and right from morning, even now the men have turned up in large number. There's a lot of excitement among people, particularly in this constituency, the South Tura constituency, from where the Chief Minister Kondar Sangma is contesting, and this time he is said to be facing a tough political battle with the Trinamool young candidate Richard Marak, and BJP has also fielded Bernard Marak, a rather controversial candidate who was last year arrested in a case where he was alleged of running a prostitution racket. However, this case actually was a flashpoint between the NPP, Kondar Sangma's party, and the BJP, who were allies in the MDA government. But Kondar Sangma, in his own bastion in Garo Hills, is not only fighting opposition parties like the Trinamool Congress with its top leader, former Chief Minister Mukul Sangma, also contesting in 2 seats from this region, Sonsak and Tikrikila, but also allies like the BJP. The BJP actually has given a huge push to its Meghalaya campaign. Particularly, it is a Christian-dominated state. Over 75% of the population are Christians, and the BJP here is contesting all the 60 seats. And the Prime Minister Modi had campaigned here in Tura. There was a massive rally. He held a massive roadshow in Shillong. Amit Shah has campaigned in Meghalaya very hard. BJP's key man in Northeast, Himanta Biswa Sharma, has campaigned hard. So BJP really, trying to lift up its cadre base, its supporter base, and come up with a better performance. Remember, last year they won only 2 seats, contesting 47. But it won't be that easy for the BJP, because NPP, which is the ruling party, and this is the first time that NPP is contesting any election as a ruling party, is putting all its mights out, particularly in its strongest hold in Garo Hills. In this region, there are 24 seats, and till this point of time, till BJP really tried to emerge as a key player in this region, it has been largely a Sangma versus Sangma election in this region. The family of PA Sangma really has a huge hold on the minds of the voters here, and therefore Kondar Sangma, watchers believe, has an edge, but not to rule out Mukul Sangma. This is also his home turf. Remember, apart from him contesting 2 seats, his family members are there, 4 of them to be very precise, in the poll fray. For the Trinamool Congress, it's a big election, because after the Goa elections, where it really did not do well, Meghalaya is one state where it has become the main opposition party, and perhaps Trinamool Congress also feels that there is a scope for the party to play a major role in government formation, given the fact that since the 70s, only once did Meghalaya actually have a clear mandate. Otherwise, it has always been fractured mandates. So Mamata Banerjee has campaigned very hard in Meghalaya. So did Abhishek Banerjee. And talking about the Congress, it is also contesting 60 seats, but it is more of an existential battle for the Congress, because this party had ruled Meghalaya the most last year. In the last election in 2018, it was the single largest party, but now it is coming to this election with all new faces. All the MLAs are gone to other parties. We can see here a lot of voters, a lot of women voters here. We'd like to talk to some of them. Ma'am, can we speak to you? What's your name?
I'm Nancy.
Nancy, talking about the elections here in Meghalaya, and particularly in Garo Hills, you have seen always that it has been in Garo Hills a fight between the 2 Sangma family, the PA Sangma's family and Mukul Sangma's family. But this time BJP is also making a push. Prime Minister Modi has campaigned here. So for women voters, have the political parties really addressed the issues that concern you in their campaign?
I don't think so. I'm not so sure about it.
But what are the issues for the voters here?
The voters here, issues in which area?
I mean, what are the issues that concerns the voters in terms of what are your expectations from the new government?
From the new government, of course, development. and maybe something related to women enforcement, education, and especially the road conditions. And when we talk about education, I think we mostly need a little bit more focus on the primary sections because I feel that the primary section lays the foundation for higher education.
So there you are, one voter from Tura from Meghalaya clearly pointing out that education, development, road infrastructure are key issues that they want the new government which will come to power to address.
All right, let's move on to Nagaland. But before that, Ankit, we've got the turnouts coming in. And in Meghalaya, it's at 10.6% by 9 o'clock. And in Nagaland, it's been 11.2% till 9 o'clock. So that's interesting there. And Nagaland, of course, we have Vedant there joining us with all the latest. It's a triangular contest. And how big of a contest is it really, Ankit?
You know, to be honest, Nagaland is quite unique, and Vedant will tell us more because at this moment, Nagaland Assembly is the only assembly in the country which has zero opposition. And that's a huge advantage as far as the BJP is concerned, along with its local ally there. And the way, in fact, NPF and BJP have come together, even in the last election, they fought in a pre-poll alliance. Even this time, the advantage seems to be towards that alliance because for the Congress and all the opposition parties, they have not been able to fight all 60 seats. That gives them an advantage. And it's quite interesting, Vedant, that for a Christian majority state like Nagaland, the BJP still has an upper edge.
Well, absolutely, Ankit. In fact, it was something that was very evident in their campaign as well, the way they reached out to Christians with, saying that, we are an inclusive force and we care for the minorities, that those were the pictures coming out of, tall BJP leaders, including Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, and of course, Law Minister Kiran Rijiju, Chief Minister Hemanta Sarma also campaigning here. But, what
All right, so we'll just go back to Vedant there in a moment. But the Congress contesting on 23 seats, Ankit, and Naga People's Front on 22 seats. The Congress has said they're open to a, post-poll alliance. But is that being too hopeful, given what you've just said about the way, the politics there is in Nagaland?
Not in fact on an election, they're not trying to color or give any judgment as far as the people are concerned because voters are still out in big numbers. But the fact remains that it is an uphill task as far as the Congress party is concerned, which used to be at least a dominant national party in the entire northeastern region, and how fortunes have turned with the BJP, despite in fact getting very less vote share. Even in 2018, this time seems to be a dominant force.
Well, let's go back to Vedant. Yes, Vedant, over to you.
Well, right, Gagi. So I was telling you that, of course, the BJP's pitch here in Nagaland was clearly, reaching out to the Christians, and they said that we are an inclusive force. In fact, all leaders of the BJP were here campaigning in Nagaland. But what is interesting, Gargi and Ankit, is that, Nagaland is a very interesting and colourful election, really. And here I was just showing you people who have all cast their votes and who are sitting here still at the polling station, feasting on, black tea and local snacks, waiting for the Chief Minister to come and cast his vote. This is Chief Minister Nephew Rio's constituency. Now, of course, he is the CM face of the BJP NDPP alliance, which, of course, has a clear edge over the Naga People's Front. And as Ankit rightly mentioned, it's the opposition space is virtually very weak, given the fact that the NPF is contesting only on 22 seats. But without analysing the election much, let me get a word from some voters here. Sir, your name, please.
Dr. Kipfelia Rio.
Right, you've just cast your vote, I'm assuming.
Oh, just now I have cast my vote.
Right. So today, when the people of Nagaland are going out in huge numbers, in fact, turnout here is, of course, quite high as compared to other states. What is on their minds? What are the issues that you will be voting on?
They want a peace and a real peace, not the false peace, but the real peace and development.
Right.
That is the one.
So real peace, what does that? That's a very important point you're raising, because a lot of people have talked about bringing down militancy, insurgency, etc. But what does peace mean to you?
Peace means there is no military rules
Right.
in the land.
Right. So that's an important point, because remember, that's something that Home Minister Amit Shah has also said in his campaigns, that AFSPA, the act that gives wide-ranging powers to the army, will be virtually removed from the 9 districts in Nagaland that it currently exists. But queues getting longer, Ankit, here as well. And what is interesting about Nagaland is also that there are a large number of women voters. Women always outnumber men when it comes to Nagaland. In fact, the entire northeast, women are always at the forefront as far as polling is concerned. But what is also important to be pointed out is that Nagaland has not seen an elected MLA who's a woman in its entire history. So let's get in a sense from a woman voter as well. अपना नाम बताइए मैम.
निशा देवी.
निशा जी, ये बताइए, आप वोट कराई हैं? वोट अपना दिखा दीजिए, निशान आप. बहुत अच्छे, ठीक है. अच्छा, अब आप ये बताइए कि आप महिलाओं के लिए, नागालैंड की महिलाओं के लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं? क्या सोच के आपने आज वोट करने गए? यहाँ पर हम देखा महिलाएं काफ़ी अच्छे नंबर में आई हैं यहाँ पर वोट करने. क्या सोच के आप वोट करने गए हैं?
आजकल तो है, एडवांस हो गया है, स्मार्ट कोहिमा हो गया है, स्मार्ट सिटी बनने वाला है
जी,
तो अच्छा है
जी. तो अभी सरकार जो अच्छा काम कर रही है जी.
हाँ, सरकार तो अच्छा, यहाँ बहुत अच्छा काम किया है
जी. हाँ जी. All right, so let's get in a sense from some other voters as well. सर, आप अपना नाम बताइए.
मनोज कुमार.
ये बताइए सर, नागालैंड के लिए मुद्दे क्या है? देखिए, नागा पॉलिटिकल इशू की बात हुई, ठीक है, उसके बाद AFSPA की बात करी गई कैंपेन्स में, लेकिन लोगों के मुद्दे क्या हैं? ये सब तो देखिए राजनीतिक मुद्दे हैं. यहाँ जो लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं?
Employment, youths are still surplus, youths are unemployed.
हाँ.
इकोनॉमिक रिसोर्स भी काफ़ी कम है.
हाँ.
इन्वेस्टमेंट पॉलिसीज आनी चाहिए, इंटरनेशनल एजेंसीज आनी चाहिए, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट करें. देखिए, पानी यहाँ का इतना अच्छा पानी है, इतना अच्छा पानी है कि बहुत अच्छा पानी है यहाँ का.
तो इन्वेस्टमेंट आपने अच्छा एक पॉइंट रेज किया. सो अंकित, देयर the issues of people here are no different from the issues we face up north, whether in Delhi or Uttar Pradesh. So of course people here saying that peace, development and employment are the key issues on which they are voting today. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Vedant. It'll be interesting to see how those 4 women candidates who are contesting this time around, how they do, and the fact that Nagaland's never had a woman MLA.
That's right. Though they have had a woman MP, but never a woman MLA. That's quite interesting for a state where, if you... I happen to travel for this election as well, and markets, everything is dominated by, women at the shops and, at the businesses as well. But it's quite interesting how they have not yet been able to get an MLA this time as far as women are concerned. Let's also, in fact, shift our focus to other political story. It's just not the state elections.
That's right. And in Tamil Nadu, this Erode East bypoll has turned out to be quite the battle. Even in the run-up, it's for both the AIADMK and DMK so important. For the DMK, it's it's supposed to be like a report on on how the DMK has been doing so far. For the AIADMK under EPS, it's the first big election that they're having. That's why so much attention has gone up into the run-up as well of this bypoll.
In fact, it is going to be a big election for the BJP as well, because the Bharatiya Janata Party, though is not fighting this election, is supporting the AIADMK, but they have been able to mount quite an aggressive campaign in the run-up to this election. Whether the BJP, AIADMK combined has an impact as far as this election is concerned, this will also set the tone for the 2024 important elections of the country, because remember, Tamil Nadu has a chunk of about 28 Lok Sabha seats that it chooses, that it sends to Lok Sabha, and that is going to be a very, very important factor for the BJP as well, which is desperately hoping to expand its voter base in the state of Tamil Nadu. Let's in fact, these are the voters that you can see right now going across and casting their vote. Quite an important election there as well. The other important by-election also in the state of West Bengal, where Sagar Dighi Assembly Election in the Murshidabad district is taking place today. In fact, West Bengal has had a troubled history of poll violence, and that is why massive security deployment
this
has
time as well, 30
place.
companies of central forces deployed in the area. The by-election is a three-cornered contest with the BJP, Trinamool, Congress fielding candidates, while the left and Congress have jointly put up a candidate for this by-poll. So 4 by-polls taking place across the country, as well as the elections taking place in Meghalaya and Nagaland. With that, we'll slip into a short break and return with more. Stay with us.
11th. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised.
Welcome back. Now, an exclusive interview with BJP leader Yediyurappa, where he says, I won't contest the polls, but I'm not tired and I will bring back the BJP to power in Karnataka.
Well, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who has been the chief minister twice for the party, in fact, now, before the crucial elections in Karnataka, hanging up his boots, but says that he will still campaign for the party. It is going to have a massive impact as far as the BJP is concerned. Their tallest Lingayat leader. Will this be, in fact, seen as a end of an era as far as the BJP
That's
goes?
right. But what was also interesting is his comments. He dismissed BJP State President Nalin Katil's narrative on this whole Tipu versus Savarkar, which we've been seeing, coming out in a big way during the BJP campaigning. Let's just take a look at this interview to our colleague Shrija.
You have always been indispensable for the BJP. What made you take the decision to quit from active politics?
I am very clearly told to the people of Karnataka that I am not going to retire from the politics. I am not tired. I actively will participate in the election campaign, and I will see that we will get absolute majority in Karnataka and also get more seats for Lok Sabha also. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji must become the Prime Minister again. That's my ambition. For that, I will go around in the state and I will tour. I will get the absolute majority in Karnataka also in next assembly election.
Okay. I believe that was a very big decision that you made, because for the BJP, you're the face. It's BJP, it is Mr. Yediyurappa. Mr. Yediyurappa, it is the BJP, right? And how it's going to be challenging this time? This could be the first time that BJP is going to elections without your face.
No, madam, you know very well, I may not be going to contest for the assembly election or the Lok Sabha election. I will go around in the state and get the absolute majority in Karnataka, and nobody should not feel that I am retiring from the politics. I'm not tired, and I'm going to go around in the state and I will get absolute majority in Karnataka and also in Lok Sabha.
You have high confidence, but you're not really feeling that you're overconfident. You're not.
Not at all. No.
Okay.
I've got full confidence.
Okay. So do you notice this? We've always seen the politics that you have played. Mr. Yediyurappa's politics, when the state goes into elections, it could be especially in terms of development, policies, against the manifestos, coming across, addressing people's issues against the opposition. Do you see that there has been a major change in the BJP in the last few months, or at least a year, the way that they are trying to woo the voters? Do you believe in your personal capacity it's wrong? For example, you had Mr. Katil talking about, let's make this election Tipu versus Savarkar, but that was not your politics.
No, I don't agree with him. But very important thing is you must work very hard.
Yes.
And Congress also doing their level best to fight the BJP. But I got full confidence because of Modi ji and Amit Shah. We are going to get absolute majority and form the government. And we are not all bothered about Congress or JDS.
Okay. In your personal opinion, what narrative will work for the BJP this elections?
Work hard, madam. That's all. We are going to go around in the state, and you see our government has given such a good programs to the people of Karnataka, SC, ST, OBC and all other communities. Such things will be explained to the people of Karnataka and convince the people what best we have done in the interest of the people of Karnataka.
The entire Karnataka is witness to when you stepped down as the chief minister. We saw the seers, you galvanized somehow the support. They all said that if Yediyurappa is not there as the face of the BJP, you will face the wrath as far as the elections are concerned. Now we are not there as the face of the BJP. What happens then?
Madam, I am not going to contest for assembly election. That's all.
Isn't that a disappointment?
No, not at all. I will try to convince our people in Karnataka. Because of so many reasons, I am not going to contest for assembly election, and I will give more time to get absolute majority in Karnataka. And I have got confidence. I am going to convince people of Karnataka, and we are going to get absolute majority in Karnataka, and we will go around in the state. Afterwards, you will see the changes within 1 month.
Okay. Now you are on the BJP parliamentary board. You have seen the Karnataka politics play out as far as the BJP is concerned. Again, in your opinion, do you see, if Yediyurappa is not there, who else can be or the face of CM? Do you see somebody in your mind?
That decision will be taken from the party after the election only. Now I don't want to comment about all the such things. At present, Basuraj Bommai as Chief Minister is doing very well, and he is going around on the state, and he has given so many programs to the state of Karnataka, and particularly SC, ST, OBC. They have given more programs, and I think they are going to support us in the election.
Bommai's government did, of course, move up the reservation for the SC/ST as well. But I believe the centre will have to approve now. It was passed within the assembly recently. Is that a poll gimmick? Will that happen?
Let us see, wait and see what decision they are going to take.
Okay. I want to ask you this question. The Congress, the opposition, has been levelling corruption allegations, 40% corruption. They say there is PSI scam. There is a strong anti-incumbency wave. How is BJP tiding?
We already given complaint to the about Congress. There are corruption, other things, and they will face the consequence. And unnecessarily, Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar for telling so many things against Bharatiya Janata Party is not correct. And we will see that these false allegations, people are not going to believe, and otherwise they have done so many mischief and corruption, and we are going to take a decision, and we have already given complaint to the Lokayukta. They will face the consequence.
Presented by
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion.
After 8 hours of questioning, Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia arrested by the CBI in connection with the alleged corruption in now withdrawn liquor policy of Delhi. He will be produced in the court at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party plans massive protests.
Arvind Kejriwal hits out over Manish Sisodia's arrest, says he is innocent, this is dirty politics, and the people will reply.
Voting for the two important northeast states, Meghalaya and Nagaland, are underway. By-elections in 4 states as well.
In Telangana, after a first-year medical student died and found unconscious after night duty last week, now a senior student has been booked after her father alleged harassment.
In an explosive interview with NDTV, B.S. Yedurappa, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, speaks critically of BJP Karnataka President Nalin Katil's push to pit 18th century Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan and Hindutva ideologue V.D. Savarkar.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and up ahead, where the big story we're tracking today is the day after Manish Sisodia's arrest.
Good morning. I'm Ankit Tyagi, and that's Gargi has been the talking point not only in the national capital but also in the opposition circles when Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, after almost 7 hours of questioning, was arrested by the CBI formally last night. It was in connection of the alleged Delhi liquor scam. In fact, he's the second Delhi minister after Satyendra Jain who has been arrested by the agencies.
That's right, Ankit, and you were right there outside the CBI headquarters yesterday waiting for that news as he was being questioned. It was something the AAP was expecting. They made a big spectacle of Manish Sisodia going in for that questioning, you know, his visit to Rajghat and his addressing the crowd, invoking Bhagat Singh and saying that we don't fear arrest. And so it was pretty much, something that they were expecting. He'll be brought to the court today at 3 o'clock. But the Aam Aadmi Party planning to make a big show of it today as well. They're calling it a black tin planning protests.
That's right. For the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, a party which is known to utilize, opportunities for political optics. While on one hand, they say they are not scared of the arrest, but they try to make a full political point as far as this arrest is concerned. Three things that came out of the Aam Aadmi Party's messaging yesterday, with Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann, the chief ministers of Delhi and Punjab, visiting Manish Sisodia's residence, trying to play that emotional chord with his wife being unwell, saying that she has now been left alone, with the CBI coming and arresting Manish Sisodia, and also talking about how the central agencies are completely hampering the work of the government of Delhi. Today is going to be an important day. The protest of the Aam Aadmi Party is going to increase because, let's make no mistake, despite Mr. Satyendra Jain, a very, very important cabinet member of Arvind Kejriwal's team in Delhi, Manish Sisodia is a much bigger blow to the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government.
Right, absolutely. He was somebody who had 18 portfolios under him. In fact, he was to be questioned last week, and he asked for more time from the CBI because he said he needed to finalize the budget, and he said don't let the people of Delhi suffer. So a big blow to AAP and to Mr. Kejriwal with his arrest, and he's probably, Ankit, seeing how Satyendra Jain has been there for months. He's probably gone in for several months already. We can expect it to be for several months. And the CBI claiming that he was not answering their questions. And Ankit, this whole focus now in this liquor policy case has been on this South group and the arrest of that former CA of KCR's daughter Kavita, that CA, and the kind of information that has been revealed from there. And that's what they want to focus on. Also, what some former bureaucrat has said under oath. He's given a statement that's been recorded by the CBI. So all that being taken to Manish Sisodia.
That's right. So the CBI says that new revelations led to the questioning of Mr. Sisodia. His answers were not satisfactory, which has led to his arrest. One of the issues that they have cited. Now, let me go across at this moment to our colleague Arvind Gunasekar, who's joining us from outside the CBI headquarters. Arvind, it was a fortress yesterday. What's the sense today as far as the CBI is concerned, when the Aam Aadmi Party has already declared that there are going to be protests all across the country? And what are you picking up from the agency as far as the investigation is concerned?
Ankit, Section 144 CRPC has again been invoked in the premises in and around the CBI. So it's similar scenes here where a camera person could pan and show you the kind of police deployment. Not just the Delhi police personnel, what we are seeing on screen is also CRPF personnel have also been deployed here. So it's same fortress here, Section 144 invoked, and then and only people who are working in the premises of CBI and also the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology are only being allowed to enter this particular premises. Their ID cards are being checked, and only those people are being allowed to enter this particular premises. So it's 144, and no private person is allowed anywhere near this particular place. So coming back to the to your later part of the question regarding what the agency sources are saying in this particular case is that what we are being told is that after the agency registered the FIR on August 17, the agency conducted searches at the premises of several accused and also people related to this particular case, and that's where the agency seized several digital devices from the Department of Excise Department that dealt with this excise policy. And that's where during the forensic examination of one of the devices, that's where the agency got to know one of the very crucial files. That's the draft copy of GOM report on this Delhi liquor policy. That particular file, they got to know that particular file originated from a system that was not part of this excise department network. And that's where during the further investigation, the agency got to know that particular file was shared to this particular system, to the system of an excise department officer from the office of Manish Sisodia. And that's where, if you could remember, Ankit, on January 14th, the agency reached the office of Manish Sisodia in order to seize the system of Manish Sisodia. The computer system of Manish Sisodia was again seized by the CBI officials on January 14th. That is almost 6 months after the first set of searches that were conducted by CBI. And during the searches, during the examination of that particular system, the agency got to know that most of the files were indeed deleted, and that's where they sent the system to CFSL, and that's where the agency retrieved some of the files, and that's where they got to know that this particular the draft copy of GOM, that particular draft copy was in fact received on this system also via WhatsApp. And that's where the agency wanted to question the 1996 Danix officer who at that particular point of time was working as secretary to Manish Sisodia and the Department of Excise. And during his questioning, he made it very clear that in the mid-March 2021, he was called by Manish Sisodia to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the presence of another minister, Satyendra Jain, and this particular draft copy of GOM was given to him. And that's why he, according to our sources, has told the agency that that was the first time he saw this particular draft copy, and it's in this particular draft copy that the 12% profit margin was included to the, that particular 12% margin clause was, profit margin clause was included in the GOM copy, and that's why he has said that there was no kind of discussion, or in fact the agency also, our sources say that during the investigation they have got to know there were no files, or there was no any discussion that took place in order to finalizing this 12% margin, and that's why the agency say that this particular 12% margin was given by one of the company that benefited in this Delhi liquor policy, and that's why the agency wanted to question Manish Sisodia. So on two important things, one from the device that was seized from his office on January 14th, and also this 164 statement that was recorded by CBI on by the Danix officer. So these two clinching evidence that led CBI to the doorstep of Manish Sisodia, and again he was summoned yesterday. So after 8 hours of questioning, the agency decided to arrest him because according to our sources, he was not forthcoming with the information on this particular draft GOM copy. Where did this particular draft GOM copy originate from? Because according to our sources, the entire excise department systems were examined, but this particular copy was not present in any of the systems. So according to our sources, it clearly indicates that this particular copy originated externally, and it was shared to the officer, this particular Danix officer, and it was then brought into the system of excise department. And that's where the agency wanted to get more information, but because according to our sources, Manish Sisodia claimed that he does not have any information about this particular file, and that's where the agency decided to arrest him. So what our sources are saying is that Manish Sisodia will be produced before the CBI court at around 3 p.m, where the agency is expected to seek his maximum custody in order to confront him with all the evidence that they have managed to gather during the course of the investigation.
Right. So, Arvind, the agencies, in fact, will be taking him to the court where they are expected to ask for his custody. Now, going forward from here, what are the legal options as far as Mr. Sisodia is concerned?
One, Sisodia's legal team can oppose the remand application because CBI will be filing a remand application seeking the maximum custody of Manish Sisodia, though the maximum custody, the prescribed limit is 14 days for any police agency. So in this particular case, CBI in all likelihood will be asking for more than 10 days. Let's not be surprised if CBI at one go itself asks for the 14 days. It's up to the court to decide whether the court sends him for 14 days of custody or not. But our sources in CBI have clearly told us that they'll be asking for maximum custody, because they don't want to take him to court every now and then, because if CBI asks for 5 days, and again if the court gives 5 days custody, and again after the 5th day, again he has to be produced before the court on 6th day. So CBI doesn't want to take the risk with keeping all the law and order situation in mind. So CBI wants to take his maximum custody at one go. So CBI will be asking for 14 days. Let's not be surprised if CBI asks for 14 days. In such a scenario, his legal team will be challenging the remand application per se itself. They'll be asking what was the need for CBI to arrest him when he was readily cooperating with the investigation. Though the CBI will be saying that he was not cooperating with the investigation that necessitated his arrest by the agency, but his legal team will argue saying that he has promptly appeared before the agency whenever the agency summoned him, and there is no question of him not cooperating with the investigation. So it's up to the court to take a call whether to send him on remand, whether to send him on police remand or not. But his legal team, for one, they will challenge the remand police custody application of CBI, and if the court grants him the police custody, then they will be asking for the legal counsel meeting with him every day, and also they will be coming up with several other demands like he should be treated, there should not be any coercive action, etc. and all. They will be coming up with such requests before the court. But in all likelihood, Gargi, let's be clear, in such cases, the courts will always send the accused to police custody. So we are not sure whether the CBI will get the entire 10 days or 14 days in this particular case, but let's be clear that CBI will be sending him to, the court will be sending him to CBI custody.
All right, thanks so much, Arvind. They're reporting from outside the CBI headquarters, and today Manish Sisodia to be taken to the court. Well, to talk more about this, the way the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting this arrest and the allegations and the political ramification, we're now joined by Mahesh Verma, leader of the BJP, and Akshay Marathe, spokesperson of the the Aam Aadmi Party. And Akshay, first it's being raised by the BJP and Congress also pointing out, why is the AAP protesting so much? Why are they making such a big show out of this? The BJP has even called it an event management, the manner in which Manish Sisodia went in for the questioning. If there are these very serious allegations against him pertaining to the liquor policy, and let the CBI do its work, and the courts will decide.
Gargi, I think there is no doubt in the minds of a single Indian today that Mr. Manish Sisodia is an honest man. He's a decent man. He's a national hero who has transformed the Delhi government schools, where more than 25 lakh children have benefited in the last 8 years. He is the man who people see with a ray of hope across the country. Parents today look at Mr. Manish Sisodia and think that, yes, our government schools will also one day become as good as Delhi government schools. He is the man who has shown us that with honest governance, we can make our country's schools better. And the way in which he's being humiliated and harassed and persecuted by the Narendra Modi government, this is a black day in India's history. It is a moment of shame for India that a man who has given his everything to the country, he has given 8 years of his life to transform Delhi's education, is now being maligned and humiliated in this manner only and only because the Narendra Modi government cannot digest the growing popularity of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Akshay.
That is why the Aam Aadmi Party is angry. We are going to protest, and the entire country today is going to mark this day as a moment of protest against the BJP for throwing a man
Akshay,
who has given us
before I get a
hope
response from
in
Mr.
jail.
Verma, may I ask you what you have said? May I just ask you a subsequent question? Mr. Manish Sisodia, arguably or not, I mean, that is something that can be debated, has been one of the key principal faces as far as the Delhi education system is concerned, or the way it has been transformed. But the question is not on Manish Sisodia, the education minister of Delhi, but it is on the excise minister, Mr. Manish Sisodia. Does his good work in education whitewash if there is any wrongdoing? And that is something that the court has to decide. And number two, you are saying that Arvind Kejriwal is being taken as the biggest threat as far as Mr. Narendra Modi is concerned. There are 2 states and 4 bypolls going on right now in this country. Aam Aadmi Party is not even a player. So what benefit does the BJP get right now by putting Mr. Manish Sisodia in the prison?
Ankit, let me answer your question in 2 parts. Number 1 is on the excise policy itself. The same excise policy that Delhi had implemented is currently ongoing in the state of Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party has been in power. Do you know that in the last 1 year, the revenues of Punjab government have gone up by 40% as a result of our liquor policy in Punjab? The same policy was being implemented in Delhi, and it was scuttled by the interference of the Lieutenant Governor, because of which we have had to face a situation in Delhi today where that liquor policy had to be withdrawn. Number 2, the question of corruption arises when you can show that there is any kind of kickbacks or any kind of bribery. For the last 1 year, the CBI has raided Mr. Sisodia. They have gone to his village and looked for any property. They have gone to his bank accounts, looked for any kind of evidence of money trail in his bank accounts, in his bank locker. Nothing has been found against him in the last 1 year. So on what basis can you tell me is Mr. Sisodia being charged with corruption when there is no evidence of any kind of bribery or any kind of kickback being given to him? So on what grounds is the BJP saying there has been corruption? Can anyone today answer this question? The CBI, the BJP, the CBI's lawyers, what is the evidence you have found against him after investigating for more than 1 year with 500 officers? These are important officers, I presume, of the Indian government who are wasting their time for a political vendetta case like this and going after an honest man, going after a decent human being, just because he's politically opposed to you.
Akshay Marathe against Mr. Sisodia. But Mahesh Verma, we'd like to get you in here. Your response to what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying, calling this a vendetta, saying that this is a result of the fact that the BJP is not making any headway in Delhi. The MCD elections were also lost by the BJP to the Aam Aadmi Party, and all this is pertaining to that also, and that is why we're seeing this concerted what they're calling this vindictive politics against Mr. Sisodia.
जी तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि भ्रष्टाचार के एक नए डिफिनेशन जो है इस देश में अब गढ़े जा रहे हैं। भ्रष्टाचार छुपाने के लिए भगत सिंह और महात्मा गांधी तक को इन्वॉल्व किया जा रहा है। सवाल यह है कि ऐसे चेहरे जो भ्रष्टाचार के नित नए कारनामे किए जा रहे हैं, आज देखिए पंजाब में क्या हुआ, आम आदमी विधायक जो है अमित रतन गिरफ्तार हुआ। किसने गिरफ्तार किया, किस मामले में गिरफ्तार हुआ? तो आप लोग हर रोज एक नया रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। और एक चीज मैं आपको, आपके दर्शकों को ये जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ये वो शर्मनाक चेहरे हैं जो आज की डेट में देश के लिए एक धब्बे बन चुके हैं, एक कलंक बन चुके हैं। कैसे लोग हैं ये? मुझे ये बताइए कि यही मनीष सिसोदिया एक हफ्ता पहले सीबीआई को ये चिट्ठी लिखते हैं कि आप मुझे एक हफ्ते का टाइम दीजिए, मैं आपके आगे आऊंगा, आपके हर सवालों का जवाब दूंगा। और उसके बाद क्या करते हैं कि जब एक हफ्ते का टाइम लेते हैं, उसके बाद ये सारी तैयारी करते हैं कन्फ्रंटेशन की, क्योंकि इन्हें मालूम है ये अपने घर से अपनी माता जी से आशीर्वाद लेके निकलते हैं कि माँ मैं तो जेल जा रहा हूं भगत सिंह की तरह। भगत सिंह ने कभी शराब घोटाले में कभी वो जेल गए हैं क्या? महात्मा गांधी क्या शराब के मामले में जेल गए हैं क्या?
पर
किस तरह का अपमान है इस देश?
वर्मा जी, जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी मनीष सिसोदिया को क्लीन चिट दिए जा रही है, वैसे ही आप ये ट्रायल स्टेज पर ही आपने उनको मान लिया है कि दोषी हैं। अगर इतने बड़े ही कलंक सिर्फ आरोप लगने अगर इतने बड़े कलंक आरोप लगने से लोग हो रहे होते तो फिर तो बहुत बड़ा कलंक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर बीएस येदियुरप्पा भी हो जाते, असम के मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा भी हो जाते। तो ये तो कोर्ट को तय करना है कौन दोषी है,
सुवेंदु अधिकारी भी हो जाते।
बिल्कुल, आपकी बिल्कुल सही बात है। आप जो बात कह रहे हैं, हमने इस तरह का ड्रामा, इस तरह का प्रोपगंडा और इस तरह के सवाल नहीं पैदा किए भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में, जो आज हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। कि आपने जो आपके चैनल पे कभी ये दिखाया गया कि अमित रतन गिरफ्तार हुआ है, एसीबी के गिरफ्त में है भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में? कहीं सुनाई पड़ा है आपको? क्या मतलब बनता है इस तरह के प्रोपगंडा को? क्या मतलब बनता है इस तरह के भ्रष्टाचार को कंसील करने का? आपको मुझे ये बताइए कि आप जिम्मेवार है, हम जिम्मेवार है, 3,000 करोड़ रुपए का खजाने से खाली हो गया, 10,000 करोड़ की रिश्वत लिया गया, 4 कानूनी दिल्ली में बदल दिए गए, जो गैर कानूनी तरीके से यहाँ ठेके खोले गए। इसके लिए अंकित जी आप जिम्मेवार हैं, इसके लिए आप जवाब देंगे?
सर जवाब मनीष सिसोदिया जो लीडर है वो जवाब लेगी और बाद में कोर्ट तय करेंगे। बट अक्षय मराठी, you are hearing this. The fact is that there is an ongoing investigation. Why is the Aam Aadmi Party so at this moment looks like that they are so edgy that they just want to paint a political picture? You've been on one hand saying that Manish Sisodia has done nothing wrong. If he has done nothing wrong, he will come out with, shining after this investigation. It will only bolster your claim. Why make this a confrontation and make it all political?
Ankit, the proof of the pudding is in its eating. And in this case, the proof of corruption is in a conviction. And unfortunately for the Bharatiya Janata Party, not a single Aam Aadmi Party leader who they have accused of corruption has been convicted by the court of law. In fact, out of 150 cases filed against the Aam Aadmi Party by BJP, in 135 cases, the courts have acquitted our leaders and slapped the Delhi police and the other investigating authorities for actually fabricating cases against the Aam Aadmi Party. So the track record is speaking for itself. The Aam Aadmi Party is having to defend itself because just imagine, Ankit, if you had to go to jail for a fabricated case, how would you feel today? Will your friends not stand up for you? If your family has to suffer the humiliation of you being sent to jail on a false case, will you not fight against that? Is Aam Aadmi Party not supposed to raise an alarm, raise a voice against dictatorship in this country?
All right, well, let's take that across to Mr. Verma. Mahesh Verma, the opposition is alleging that, again and again we're seeing opposition leaders having these ED, CBI cases against them being thrown into jail. We just saw it in Maharashtra as well. And that these agencies are being weaponized and politicized and being used against opposition leaders. And that is what we're seeing in Delhi. That's the claim. Whereas you have, as Ankit had mentioned, Hemanta Biswa Sarma, you have Suvendu Adhikari, Yediyurappa, also leaders who had cases. Hemanta Biswa Sarma and Suvendu Adhikari joined the BJP, and those cases just seem to have disappeared. So what would you say to that these cases are being brought against opposition leaders and they're being targeted and put into jail for months on end?
पता नहीं, मतलब इस देश में मुझे तो जितना मुझे मालूम है कि एक एफआईआर दर्ज होता है, उसके बाद सीआरपीसी के तहत जो है सारी प्रोसीडिंग शुरू होती है। एक एफआईआर दर्ज होने के बाद जितनी भी कार्रवाई होती है वो कोर्ट मॉनिटर करता है। इस देश में अब ये सारी चीजों को मॉनिटर करने के लिए हम और आप तय कर लें कि इस देश में जो है, जो एक अपोजिशन के लीडर है, जो जिनका कहीं इनसे कनेक्शन है, जिनका कहीं इनसे लेना देना है, वो जरूर इनके लिए कुछ बोलेंगे। जो भ्रष्टाचार को जो है किसी तरह से यहाँ प्रोटेक्शन देते रहे हैं, आज वही लोग इनके समर्थन में खड़े होंगे। जो भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में कहीं जेल में हैं, कहीं बेल पर हैं, वही इनके साथ खड़े होंगे। सवाल ये नहीं है, सवाल ये है आज की डेट में कि मनीष सिसोदिया का जो आचरण है जिस तरह का, उससे देश में एक सवाल उठ खड़ा हुआ है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो बहुत कम दिनों में भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने के लिए ये अपने घरों से निकले थे और भ्रष्टाचार के नए कीर्तिमान जो ये स्थापित करते जा रहे हैं, आप मुझे बताइए इनके कम से कम ये कह रहे हैं क्या कि भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में कोई हमारा विधायक जो है अभी तक कन्विक्टेड नहीं हुआ, अभी तक अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ? अरे पंजाब में तो आपके सरकार बनते ही आपके वित्त मंत्री के ऊपर आरोप लगे भ्रष्टाचार को और उनको अपनी बर्खास्त।
जवाब ले लीजिए।
शर्म आनी चाहिए। ऐसे शर्मनाक चेहरे के साथ अगर आप बात करेंगे भ्रष्टाचार मिटाने की, तो आपके ऊपर कौन यकीन करेगा? और आपको समर्थन देने वाले लोग वही होंगे जो आपके साथ कहीं ना कहीं मिले होंगे। एक कहावत है ना, चोर चोर मौशेरे भाई। तो कुछ हद तक आप लोग आज की डेट में अपना चाल चेहरा चरित्र इस देश में इस तरह का निर्माण कर रहे हैं जिसमें ऐसा लग रहा है कि पता नहीं आप लोगों के पीछे अगर 100 लोगों की हुजूम है तो इस देश में जो है
महेश वर्मा जी उनका जवाब भी सुन लीजिए। उनका जवाब भी सुन लीजिए। आपने पंजाब की बात उठाई,
खत्म करने की बात हो गई।
अक्षय, गो अहेड।
People he's naming, I want to clarify to your viewers, Ankit. He's naming a Punjab health minister who's in jail right now, and he's naming a AAP MLA in Punjab who's also in jail right now. Both these individuals were sent to jail by the Aam Aadmi Party government, not by any other party's government. We have a zero tolerance policy towards corruption, and that is why they are in jail. Nobody came to us and complained. Nobody made any press conferences. Oh, dekho, this MLA is. We caught him. We caught him, and we sent our ACB and caught our own MLAs. That's the commitment we have to anti-corruption.
Your party colleague Saurabh Bhardwaj right now is addressing the media on the plans of the Aam Aadmi Party's protest. So let's listen in.
आज इन लोगों को पकड़ना है और हम पूरे देश को दिखाना चाहते हैं किस तरीके से इन सभी एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है।
मुख्यमंत्री और भगवंत मान जो पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री बीती रात मिलने गए मनीष सिसोदिया के परिजनों से, आप भी वहाँ पे थे, आप लोग भी गए बाद में। सीएम ने कहा कि एक तरह से इंटेंशनल कार्रवाई है, इंटेंशन के तहत की जा रही है और उनके अलावा बाकी आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं पर भी ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है आने वाले।
देखिए, ये बात हम लोग बता ही रहे हैं, 10 महीने से सीबीआई जांच कर रही है। सारी की सारी फाइल्स, सारे के सारे डॉक्यूमेंट, सब कुछ सीबीआई के कब्जे में है। क्या कोई एक भी डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस सीबीआई ने आज तक पेश किया? एक्यूज नंबर 1 मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बताया जा रहा है। 2 चार्जशीट सीबीआई फाइल कर चुकी है। क्यों नहीं मनीष जी के ऊपर अब तक चार्ज दिया गया? क्योंकि उनके खिलाफ अब तक सीबीआई के पास कोई सबूत नहीं है। अब वो उनको गिरफ्तार करके कुछ सबूतों को बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे जो कि गैर कानूनी है और गैर संवैधानिक है। आप पहले सबूत दिखाएंगे फिर किसी को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। यहाँ तो उल्टी गंगा बहाई जा रही है, पहले गिरफ्तारी की जा रही है, कह रहे अब हम सबूत ढूंढेंगे, इन्हीं से इनके खिलाफ जो है सबूत लेंगे। ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है?
एक दूसरा मुद्दा है पंजाब में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर लगातार सवाल उठ रहे हैं। जो अमरिंदर सिंह है पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, उन्होंने सवाल उठाया है और कहा कि मुख्यमंत्री जो भगवंत मान है उन्हें पंजाब की कानून व्यवस्था और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को ठीक करने में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है।
You know, Gargi, it's quite interesting how political parties play. In fact, every statement, as far as Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj, who was speaking right now, he was saying that there hasn't been any proof that the CBI has, in fact, put to bolster their claim that Manish Sisodia has done anything wrong. All that has to be done in front of the court. But let's very quickly, because we've been talking about Manish Sisodia, who is Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, number 2 as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, a close aide of Arvind Kejriwal.
And how big a blow this is to the Aam Aadmi Party, with especially given that he was in charge of so many portfolios. So, Ankit, just take us through what it means now for AAP and what
in just one line, it is a much bigger blow as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Gargi, even when it compared it to the Health Minister Satyendra Jain, who has been languishing in the prison for the last 10 months.
And he's still the Health Minister so many months later.
Yes, Manish was in fact given the additional charge of Health, PWD and other ministries, but both of them stay in the cabinet. He's number 2 in the Aam Aadmi Party and Delhi government. While Arvind Kejriwal was able to focus on the national expansion, it was Manish Sisodia who was running the government. 18 out of the 32 departments of the government of Delhi, Manish Sisodia runs 18 of those departments. More than half of those departments are being run by Manish Sisodia. So it is going to be a crippling impact on the Aam Aadmi Party's governance in the national capital. He has home, education, finance, PWD portfolios, and because Mr. Jain is inside, even the health ministry came under Manish Sisodia. He's the second Delhi minister who has been arrested after Satyendra Jain. And remember, there are two pillars to the Arvind Kejriwal model of governance: health and education. Both the faces of this model are right now under the scanner of the agencies. He runs the Delhi government as Arvind Kejriwal has been able to, he's focusing on the national expansion. We were hearing in the next few days, Arvind Kejriwal was going on a tour of the states which are going to polls in 2023 and for the party's expansion plans ahead of 2024. So all those will be hampered. His arrest will tie the chief minister to the national capital. Delhi, remember, has 7-member cabinet, including the chief minister. 2 of them are right now not available to work. It is going to be imperative on the chief minister to shoulder that work.
Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi government so closely. Do you see any, next rung leaders being elevated and, being brought in to take charge of some of those portfolios?
It's a very important question, and also it's something that is going to put the Aam Aadmi Party in a catch-22 situation. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal did not take away the portfolio or the cabinet rank of Satyendra Jain for the last 10 months. With Manish Sisodia going in, even if he wants to run the government and he does a reshuffle and puts them out of the cabinet, politically, that message is not going to go down well. And if he doesn't do that, who will he get to run these departments? And that is going to be a big problem as far as Mr. Kejriwal is concerned. Akshay, a lot of people at this moment, you would say that not only is this a big gap as far as the political plans and the governance of Delhi is concerned, but also it is going to hamper the work of the Delhi government, and it's a personal setback for Mr. Kejriwal as well. He's a close aide, a friend of Manish Sisodia. They go back to 1995.
Absolutely, Ankit. And I think this is where the distinction needs to be drawn between what is politics and what is dirty politics. In politics, what happens is one party says, we are going to offer you X and that's why vote for us. Another party says, we will offer you something else and makes an appeal for votes. In our country, what's happening, Ankit, is we have seen a period of very dirty politics where one party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, is telling the other party, if you are going to work on education, health, power, water sectors, we will arrest your leaders and we will throw them in jail and not let good work happen. That is what the definition of dirty politics is, Ankit. And that's what the BJP has shown today. They want to scuttle the work of Delhi government. They want to scuttle the good work that Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and his government has been doing. And tell me, Ankit, is it Mr. Sisodia's personal loss or is it the loss of the children of Delhi? The 25 lakh children of Delhi who have benefited because of Mr. Sisodia's good work, they are the ones who are going to lose out to dirty politics of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is the people of Delhi who have voted with an astounding mandate for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's government with 62 out of 70 seats. They are being punished by the Bharatiya Janata Party because of their petty vendetta and petty politics. The BJP will have to answer for this kind of behavior in the days to come. The people of India are watching. They are angry by this behavior in a democracy.
All right. So again, Ankit, what you were saying, the education minister, Mr. Sisodia being played up as the education minister. Yesterday, he referred to himself as, Chacha as well to the children of Delhi. That all being played up. But the issue at hand is the liquor policy. Mahesh Verma, your response to what Akshay Marathe is saying, this dirty politics.
मुझे समझ भी नहीं आ रहा है कि एक ऐसा शर्मनाक चेहरा सामने आता है, या वो सत्येंद्र जैन का हो या मनीष सिसोदिया का हो, जिसको महिमा मंडित करने का काम लगातार ये लोग करते आ रहे हैं। आप देखिए केजरीवाल 22 जून 2022 को क्या कह रहे हैं अपने ट्विटर के जरिए कि सत्येंद्र जैन को कोर्ट ने आरोपी नहीं बनाया, भ्रष्ट कैसे कह सकते हैं। अब वही सत्येंद्र जैन जो है जेल में है और तमाम सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक भी उनकी चीजों को सुनने से मना कर दिया कि नहीं भाई, किसी तरह की जो चीज जो कन्विक्शन होगा और जिस तरह का उन्होंने जमानत के लिए कोशिश करी, जिस तरह से उन्होंने बात अपनी रखी कोर्ट के आगे, कोर्ट कहीं कन्विंस नहीं था। एक बात। दूसरी बात कि आप कह रहे हैं कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने इस दिल्ली प्रदेश में जो है वो ज्ञान की ऐसी अलग जगाई कि आज उनके जेल जाने के बाद लोग कहीं रो रहे हैं, कहीं अलाप विलाप और प्रलाप जो है वो पूरे दिल्ली भर में फैल गया। अरे ये वही हैं जो कोरोना के नाम पर शराब व्यापारियों को टैक्स का, एक्साइज का छूट देते हैं। आप मुझे बता दीजिए, किसी एक जनरल व्यापारी को इस दिल्ली प्रदेश में आप कहीं सर्वे करा लीजिए, किसी से पूछ लीजिए किसी को छूट दिया हो कोरोना के नाम पर। आपने शराब के नाम पर शराब व्यापारियों को छूट दिया। 3000 करोड़ रुपए की जो मैं बात कह रहा हूं, जो सरकारी खजाने से इन्होंने लुटवा दिया, या एक तरह से कह दीजिए कि उसके ऊपर डाका डाला गया, और वो भी किस तरह से कि एक 4 गैर कानूनी कानून अलग से बना के और गैर कानूनी तरीके से, मैं जो 100% दिल्ली में ठेके चलाए जा रहे थे, वो मनीष सिसोदिया के अपने नाम से चलाए जा रहे थे, वो कानूनन नहीं चल रहे थे।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं
कानून के पैरामीटर पे तौला जाए तो
वर्मा जी, आप बार-बार कह रहे हैं गैर कानूनी। कोर्ट ने क्या आदेश दे दिया है सर? या मनीष सिसोदिया को आरोपी से आपने सीधे मान लिया है कि वो मुजरिम हो चुके हैं और कोर्ट का उनके खिलाफ फैसला आ गया है? लिकर पॉलिसी में जो आप लॉस की बात कर रहे हैं, आप सर जो लॉस की बात कर रहे हैं, वर्मा साहब
जी, बीच में बोलने से कोई चीज जो है बड़ी नहीं हो जाएगी
सर। पॉलिटिकल रैली नहीं है ना सर कि आप एक छत्र बोलते जाएंगे और उसके बाद आपसे सवाल नहीं पूछा जाएगा।
सेक्रेटरी ने क्या रिपोर्ट दिया? चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने 3000 करोड़ का मैंने दिया है क्या रिपोर्ट? जो मेरे से सवाल कर रहे हो, जाओ ना चीफ सेक्रेटरी को यहाँ लेके आओ।
अब सर ऑल दीज मैटर्स,
महेश वर्मा जी, आपसे ही सवाल किया जाएगा और जो भी बोला जा रहा है वो सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी। ना तो आप यहाँ पे जज, जूरी, एग्जीक्यूशनर है, ना हम है। तो इस बात को जरा थोड़ा आप भी समझिए।
नहीं, ये गलत। अंकित जी, बहस होना अच्छी बात है, आप बहस होकर बात करिए, बहस होकर सवाल खड़ा करिए, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप किसी भ्रष्टाचारी के समर्थन में आप खड़े हो जाइए।
सर भ्रष्टाचारी और आपसे सर सर्टिफिकेट की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी नहीं किसी के लिए भी। शायद ये आपकी राजनीति है, एक दूसरे पे आप लोग जो भी आरोप लगाए, सवाल उनसे भी पूछा जा रहा है, सवाल आपसे भी पूछा जाएगा।
या तो आप उस चीज को जब सवाल करिए तो उस सवाल को सामने चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने चीफ मिनिस्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल को भेजा था, और उस रिपोर्ट को अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहीं से नहीं डिनाई किया। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया है जिनको आज गिरफ्तार किया, ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया है जिनको आज गिरफ्तार लोगों ने कहा है, खुलासा किया है कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने कैसे कैसे पैसे दिए, उसको कन्फ्रंट करने की इनकी ताकत नहीं थी।
ये सब अब कोर्ट में प्रूवन किया जाएगा, वेटिंग फॉर दैट।
कि जिस चीज को कंसील करके सामने रखा जा रहा है एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को, ये अपने आप में एक सवाल खड़ा करता है।
महेश वर्मा जी, आपने हमारे दर्शकों के लिए काफी रेवलेशंस करे हैं। थैंक यू। हमारे दर्शक आपका धन्यवाद जरूर करेंगे कि आपने इतनी सारी बड़ी बड़ी बातें बताई हैं, लेकिन कुल मिलाकर जो आप कह रहे हैं या अक्षय मराठे कह रहे हैं, उसको
भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में
महेश जी, ये मेरे और आपके बीच की बहस नहीं है, ये कोर्ट के अंदर अब बहस होनी है। आम आदमी पार्टी अपना पक्ष रखेगी, सीबीआई अपना पक्ष रखेगी। मनीष सिसोदिया ने कुछ गलत करा है, वो जेल जाएंगे। अगर उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करा है तो वो बाहर आ जाएंगे। आप लोग की राजनीति उसमें चलती रहेगी, हम लोगों को उसमें फायदा होगा नहीं। एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेने का समय आ गया है, so I would request you to hold on to your horses. We'll take a very quick break at this moment and we'll come back. This entire political fight, Gargi, that is what it happens. I mean,
right, absolutely, back and forth,
blanket clean chits and blanket statements.
Right, at the same time, up trying to play up the education aspect and achievements of Manish Sisodia. That does not, of course, clear him from the very serious allegations against him. But at the same time, to call him a criminal at this point, it's still something that is to be proven in the court. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Stay with us.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old.
Welcome back. Well, let's now take you, let's get all the election news now. And Meghalaya and Nagaland, voting is underway there. In fact, we have, the poll percentages. We'll just get you that in a moment. But let's talk about Meghalaya, Ankit, and it's, a cornered contest, multi-cornered contest there. And for the first time, you have the Trinamool Congress in a big way, hoping to really make inroads in Meghalaya.
It's a very interesting election. The alliance partners of the last government, the BJP and the NPF, are going solo. All of them, in fact, are fighting on their own. BJP for the first time.
It's been a bad breakup.
And BJP for the first time, in fact, fighting all 60 seats in Meghalaya. Remember, last time they had won only 2 seats, but still were part of the government. This time, they are hoping to make massive inroads. Meanwhile, the fight of the Sangma family is also making this entire contest interesting. Conrad Sangma of the NPF, and then, of course, Mukul Sangma, who has now gone to the TMC, taking the entire Congress, the 20-man legislator of the Congress party, with him to the TMC. So this is the place where the TMC is hoping they would be able to get or make some inroads out of West Bengal as well.
And for Conrad Sangma, quite a challenge, anti-incumbency, they're really playing, will be playing against him. And how big of a challenge would, now the Trinamool Congress, and as far as the Congress goes, they're totally lost out on that whole grassroots level. They're lost out their relevancy, in a sense, in Meghalaya.
Congress found it difficult to put 60 candidates on the 60 seats. There are most first-timers. The Congress party is hoping that the anti-incumbency and, of course, the national appeal of the Congress party. This is the only state where Rahul Gandhi did one rally ahead of the elections among all the 3 northeastern states which have gone to the polls. Let's quickly take a look at this report which has been filed by our colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary.
Brisk polling continues in Meghalaya. We are coming to you from the Garo Hills region of Meghalaya, and you can see here there is a long queue of people, of the voters, right from morning. Polling has started from 7 a.m. in the morning. Out of the 60 seats, polling is taking place in 59 seats, since polling has been countermanded in one constituency due to the death of a candidate while he was campaigning. So in Shohyang constituency, the polling would take place later, but in the 59 constituencies, there are 369 candidates who are in the fray, including 36 women. And talking about women, out of over 21 lakh voters in Meghalaya, women actually outnumber men in this multi-corner elections between national parties and the regional parties. We are reporting from the Garo Hill region. You can see here there are a lot of young voters, young women who have come up, and right from morning, even now the men have turned up in large number. There's a lot of excitement among people. particularly in this constituency, the South Tura constituency, from where the Chief Minister Kondar Sangma is contesting, and this time he is said to be facing a tough political battle with the Trinamool young candidate Richard Marak, and BJP has also fielded Bernard Marak, a rather controversial candidate who was last year arrested in a case where he was alleged of running a prostitution racket. However, this case actually was a flashpoint between the NPP, Kondar Sangma's party, and the BJP, who were allies in the MDA government. But Kondar Sangma, in his own bastion in Garo Hills, is not only fighting opposition parties like the Trinamool Congress with its top leader, former Chief Minister Mukul Sangma, also contesting in 2 seats from this region, Sonsak and Tikrikila, but also allies like the BJP. The BJP actually has given a huge push to its Meghalaya campaign. Particularly, it is a Christian-dominated state. Over 75% of the population are Christians, and the BJP here is contesting all the 60 seats. And the Prime Minister Modi had campaigned here in Tura. There was a massive rally. He held a massive roadshow in Shillong. Amit Shah has campaigned in Meghalaya very hard. BJP's key man in Northeast, Himanta Biswa Sharma, has campaigned hard. So BJP really, trying to lift up its cadre base, its supporter base, and come up with a better performance. Remember, last year they won only 2 seats, contesting 47. But it won't be that easy for the BJP, because NPP, which is the ruling party, and this is the first time that NPP is contesting any election as a ruling party, is putting all its mights out, particularly in its strongest hold in Garo Hills. In this region, there are 24 seats, and till this point of time, till BJP really tried to emerge as a key player in this region, it has been largely a Sangma versus Sangma election in this region. The family of PA Sangma really has a huge hold on the minds of the voters here, and therefore Kondar Sangma, watchers believe, has an edge, but not to rule out Mukul Sangma. This is also his home turf. Remember, apart from him contesting 2 seats, his family members are there, 4 of them to be very precise, in the poll fray. For the Trinamool Congress, it's a big election, because after the Goa elections, where it really did not do well, Meghalaya is one state where it has become the main opposition party, and perhaps Trinamool Congress also feels that
All right, well, let's now go across to Nagaland and take a look at, the voting there and the pace of voting. Let's go across to Vedant now, who joins us from Kohima. And Vedant, tell us about, the election so far. What's the turnout been like? And a lot of women voters. It's an interesting election. Give us, first and foremost, tell us about the voter turnout.
That's right, Gargi. So as far as voter turnout is concerned, till 9 a.m. it was about 14%. And as far as the elections are concerned, of course, it's an interesting battle because given the BJP's campaign, really, because remember, other than that, it's really not much of a fight, because the BJP is contesting, in alliance with the NDPP, which is the biggest regional party here as far as Nagaland is concerned. And the opposition space is, virtually empty, really, because the NPF, the Naga People's Front, is also likely to merge with the BJP-NDPP alliance once, the government is actually formed. But remember, what's also important to mention here is that the Naga People's Front is contesting only on 22 seats. So, of course, even if it manages to win on all 22 seats, it won't be able to give much of a fight to the BJP-NDPP alliance. Other than that, something very interesting is that, Bihar parties like the JDU, the RJD, they are also trying their luck in Nagaland, and they claim that they are going to be kingmakers, because remember, as far as government formation in Nagaland is concerned, all parties most of the times come together to form the government. That's what has been the trend. And this time as well, when we spoke to these newer players as well, they said that they will play a major role as far as government formation is concerned. They're willing to join hands with any of the parties in any and both ends of the spectrum. So that is something which is interesting. And in our interviews with the BJP chief here in Nagaland as well, he underlined a very clear Christian push as far as this state is concerned. Because remember, all the BJP's rallies, road shows, they all began began with the Christian prayer. They had people like Amit Shah saying that the BJP is an inclusive party. Of course, the Congress meanwhile hitting out, saying that the BJP has come here only to do minority appeasement. So it remains to be seen how that battle also plays out nationally if the BJP does indeed manage to win. Because remember, the BJP wants to project itself as a pan-India force, and that is something that these elections are crucial for. So far, the turnout has been good. In fact, people are coming out in, it's been a wintry day so far here in Nagaland, but the turnout has been good.
All right, thanks so much for that, Vedant. So elections underway there in Meghalaya and Nagaland, but also the 4 bypolls that are taking place, and it's the Tamil Nadu bypoll that's closely watched, Ankit.
That's right. It's the battle between DMK and the AIDMK, but with the BJP's support on the AIDMK side, it is going to be interesting to see how much of an impact can the BJP make as far as this election is concerned. Because remember, there is also 2 factions as far as the AIDMK is concerned. For the BJP's 2024 prospects, this is going to be an important indication as well.
Right, so DMK viewing this as a referendum on its 21-month-old government, and for the AIDMK, it's going to be something to show for Edappadi Palaniswamy, given that now he has full control of the party. So for him also, it's been quite a crucial election in the sense there's been a lot of energy put into this East Erode election. We've been seeing in the run-up as well, and so a referendum for the DMK and for Palaniswamy, a test of his leadership. So bypoll there, and then the bypoll that's taking place in Bengal.
That's right. Important election there in Bengal as well. The by-elections for the Sagardigi seat, though it won't have much of an impact as far as the current situation in the assembly is concerned, where the TMC has a very, very comfortable majority. But it is going to be important with the kind of indications that come out of the result of this election, because it is once again a triangular contest. The Congress and the TMC and the left are coming together. TMC versus the BJP has been the most, in fact, talking point as far as this election is concerned. So whatever comes out of this election will definitely have lessons for the parties ahead of the 2024 big national battle.
All right, now big breaking news, Ankit, coming in from the Delhi High Court, and very, very big judgment there. The Delhi High Court upholding the validity of the Agnipath scheme, the controversial Agnipath scheme that had, it triggered so many protests across the country.
That's right. This will come as a big shot in arm as far as the central government is concerned, which has been propelling, or which has been giving a lot of boost as far as this scheme is concerned, saying that this is the scheme for a new breed of generation, a new generation of soldiers in the country. But a lot of questions were asked. Multiple PILs were filed as far as the Delhi High Court is concerned, and the court has dismissed all those PILs, giving a shot in the arm as far as the current government is concerned, and
right,
trust
and
the
the
BJP to play this up.
For the angst for this military recruitment was that it now means a shorter term as well as fewer benefits, and that is something that many were protesting. Many of those who are hoping to be in the army were protesting, though the army itself is saying that this is something that will reform and it will help give a lot of energy, bring a lot of younger people into the army.
All right, our colleague Arvind Gunasekar is joining us on the phone line for more on this. Arvind, just give our viewers a detail of what the questions that were raised as far as these PILs are concerned, and the court now has decided to, in fact, dismiss these PILs. It is going to be a shot in arm for the government.
Yeah, Ankit, the court has dismissed the petitions challenging the Agniveer scheme. In fact, it was several PILs were filed before the court here in the national capital, the Delhi High Court. The petitions were filed in Delhi High Court challenging the Agniveer scheme, saying that this is per se against the interests of the youth and also the people who serve the forces, and that's why they said that this particular scheme should be scrapped. And PLs were filed, including some of the veterans had also moved the Delhi High Court challenging the scheme. So after a detailed hearing today, the Delhi High Court has passed a judgment wherein the Delhi High Court has dismissed the pleas challenging the Agniveer scheme.
All right. Thanks so much, Arvind, for joining us. With that, we'll slip into a short break now, but we'll return.
All right, before we do that, let's also take a look at this other important story which is coming in from Hyderabad, a sad one indeed. A first-year postgraduate medical student who has been struggling for her life in Hyderabad's NIMS for the last 5 days has died. 26-year-old Dr. Dharamwad Preeti was found unconscious after doing her night duty at the Warangal MGM hospital on Wednesday. She was administered, resuscitation and was shifted to the Hyderabad NIMS for her condition.
And it's her father who made a complaint, and now a second-year student, a postgraduate student, has been arrested by the police on charges of ragging and harassment. NDTV's Uma sent us this report.
There was tension outside the Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences here in Hyderabad soon after the announcement that Preeti was no more. She had been brought to the Hyderabad hospital after she had consumed, or rather injected something at the hospital at Warangal MGM hospital, where she had done night duty. What is being alleged is that the 26-year-old first-year PG student had been harassed by a senior. That's what her father, who happens to be an employee in the railway police, has complained. And subsequently, the senior second-year student Mohammad Ali Saif was also arrested. He was charged with ragging and also under the prevention of atrocities against SC/ST. And now we are told that abetment to suicide also is going to be added to the sections against him. Preeti was a first-year student of anesthesia, and what she had said is that she was being harassed by this particular senior on WhatsApp groups, and she had also told her mother and family about it, and they say that they had in fact complained to the college authorities and even the police. So the police has said they did not get a police complaint earlier, but that the WhatsApp chats do show what amounts to technically what can be counted as ragging as well. Even as this is happening, another third-year student, in fact, of engineering, this time from Narsanpet College, and she was living in Ramanapet in Warangal with relatives. This third-year student, Rakshita, has also died by hanging yesterday, and she has alleged that there was harassment that she suffered because of morph pictures appearing on social media of showing her with someone else, and she was feeling harassed subsequently, and therefore she had died by suicide. In the first case of Preeti, the National Commission for SC/ST has taken cognizance and has sent notices not just to the state government but also to the college authorities, to the college principal as well as the HOD of the department, and also to the MGM hospital, we understand, and the National Human Rights Commission has also taken cognizance of this. The government has announced 10 lakh rupees as compensation to the family and has promised that justice would be done in this case.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat.
Good morning, I'm Ankit Tyagi, and right now the top story that we are tracking on NDTV is the arrest of Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and the repercussion, the fallout of that arrest, the big political battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
That's right. Aam Aadmi Party has announced nationwide protest. They're calling it a black day today, a day after their Deputy Chief Minister and Education Minister of Delhi was arrested. The Delhi police have deployed forces in several places, but the Aam Aadmi Party claiming they're going to protest in various parts of the country.
That's right. For the Aam Aadmi Party, it is also a big show of strength today. They are hoping that at least in few states, like National Capital, where the Aam Aadmi Party is ruling the state, and of course now they also rule the MCD, they would be able to come out in huge numbers. But yesterday, Gargi, I was at the CBI headquarters. It took us a 2-kilometer long trek to in fact reach the CBI headquarters because of the massive security arrangements. And similar situation is seen all across central Delhi near the CBI headquarters where the Delhi police and paramilitary has been deployed in huge numbers.
That's what paramilitary forces being brought out in huge numbers. Now this is the CBI arrested Mr. Sisodia yesterday after 8 hours of questioning, and they say that he was not answering a lot of the questions that they brought against him properly. Remember, this is the second time he was questioned in fact by the CBI, isn't it, Ankit? And this time around they wanted to question him about the South Group, about what that former CA of Kavita, the daughter of KCR, what he had claimed about representing this South Group and these alleged kickbacks. There's also a bureaucrat, a former secretary, who has also made certain claims, and his account has also been, taken and used against Mr. Sisodia.
That's right. So the 2021 liquor policy is in the spotlight. The CBI at this moment investigating about 30 crore rupees of kickback, the alleged kickbacks by the South Group, the lobby from the southern states. And let me go across now to our colleague Arvind Gunaseka, who is joining us from the CBI headquarters to get a better sense of the investigation and what is going to happen today as far as Mr. Manish Sisodia is concerned. Then, of course, we'll talk about the politics at large, which is taking place on this issue. Arvind, all right, what we'll do, we'll just go back to Arvind in just a short while from now. Meanwhile, the Delhi Chief Minister has called the arrest of Manish Sisodia dirty politics and has warned that the people will respond.
That's right. And Ankit, you were also talking about what a big blow this is to Aam Aadmi Party and to Mr. Kejriwal. Manish Sisodia, number 2 in the party, number 2 in Delhi, somebody who has had at least 18 portfolios under him. And this is also the second minister of the AAP government in Delhi to be in jail.
You know, yesterday I tried searching and, tried to jog my memory as well. There hasn't been any other case where a sitting deputy chief minister has been apprehended or has been arrested by any investigating agency. So this seems to be, for the Aam Aadmi Party, a big blow in that sense, because Manish Sisodia was instrumental in what Arvind Kejriwal's model of governance is, education and health, 2 pillars. And today, both those 2 pillars and the faces for those pillars are in jail, with Manish Sisodia, education, and Satyendra Jain, the health minister. Arvind is back with us. Let's go across to Arvind for the very latest coming in from the Central Bureau of Investigation. Arvind, how is the day looking like for Mr. Manish Sisodia today, and what are your agency sources telling you?
Yeah, Ankit, we are standing right outside the Central Bureau of Investigation headquarters, and what we are seeing on screen was that because of all these barricades, etc., all those CBI officers who have just arrived at the CBI headquarters, their vehicles are being sent out. So we have just got an update from our source inside CBI that the medical examination of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has been arrested by the CBI in connection with this Delhi liquor policy case. The medical examination will be conducted sometime around 11:30 a.m. It will be carried out. It will be conducted inside the CBI headquarters itself, because keeping the law and order situation in mind, the CBI has taken a call to conduct the medical examination inside the agency headquarters itself. So the panel of doctors from AIIMS will be arriving here at the CBI headquarters to conduct the medical examination of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. So the medical examination will be conducted inside at around 11:30 a.m. and then post which at around 1 to 2 p.m. Manish Sisodia will be taken out to Rouse Avenue Court, where the agency will be producing him at around 3 p.m. That's what our sources in CBI say. So what we are also being told is that the agency will be asking for maximum custody of Manish Sisodia, because they don't want to take him to the court every time. So they will be asking for maximum custody, and if the court provides the maximum custody, then Manish Sisodia will be again brought back to CBI headquarters, and the agency will carry out the custodial interrogation of Manish Sisodia. So what we are also being told is that as of this moment, the agency has not issued any summons to anyone. So for now, the agency will first try to get maximum custody of Manish Sisodia, and then the agency will start summoning the witness. If at all, if the agency wants to confront Manish Sisodia with any of the witnesses, then the agency will start summoning them. But for now, the focus of the agency is to produce Manish Sisodia before the Rouse Avenue Court, before the judge of Court of Judge Nagpal, and that the agency will try to get his maximum custody.
Right, Arvind, now if we talk about, Aam Aadmi Party is protesting and they're saying this is all dirty politics. But if we look at this entire case, it's been going on for months. These investigations have been on for months. There was a visit to the bank lockers also to Manish Sisodia's, the small town or village that he comes from. So on the face of it, what is the evidence, really the hard evidence? There was first talk of some 10,000 crore kickback. Now this South Group kickback is being talked about. So, and now the CBI claiming that, Manish Sisodia's, giving conflicting statements or not answering their questions properly. But as far as the investigations go, what have they got so far?
Yeah, Gargi, there are 2 sets of investigations that is being conducted in connection with the Delhi liquor policy. One by CBI, which is probing the alleged corruption allegation or the alleged corruption in this particular case, and the Enforcement Directorate is probing the money laundering allegation in this case. Though the Enforcement Directorate has pegged this, the kickback to the tune of some 100 crore from the South Group, the Central Bureau of Investigation in its charge sheet has said that Aam Aadmi Party through Vijay Nair allegedly received almost 20 to 30 crore as advance kickback from South Group. So there is a difference between both the agencies. ED is calling the bribe to the tune of somewhere around 100 crore, whereas CBI is terming, or the CBI is pegging the alleged bribe amount to the tune of 20 to 30 crore. There is a difference between both the agencies. But coming to the evidence that the agency CBI has against Manish Sisodia, what we are being told is that Central Bureau of Investigation, after conducting searches at the premises of Excise Department on August 19th, seized several digital devices, and during the examination of one such device from the Excise Department, the agency got to know that a very crucial file called the draft GOM policy, the draft GOM copy, the group of ministers draft copy on excise policy, that particular file actually originated from an external network, not from the network of Excise Department, and that's where during the investigation the agency got to know that this particular system received the file from the system inside Manish Sisodia's office, and that's why, if you could remember, Gargi, after a span of 6 months, again CBI reached the office of Manish Sisodia on January 14th, wherein the agency seized a system from Manish Sisodia's office, and that's why our sources say when the agency forensically examined those devices, that particular device, the agency got to know the file did not even originate from that particular system also. In fact, that's where the agency got to know that system also received the file, this particular crucial file on the draft copy of the Delhi liquor policy. That particular system was received the file via WhatsApp, and that's where the agency decided to question the secretary, the DANIX officer, 1996 batch DANIC officer, who was at the particular point of time the secretary to Manish Sisodia and the Excise Department. And during the questioning, that particular officer had told CBI that he was called by Manish Sisodia to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal sometime in mid of March in the presence of Satyendra Jain, and the copy of this particular draft GOM was given to him, and in that particular draft GOM only, group of ministers draft copy only, the 12% profit margin was included to the clause, that particular clause was included to the policy, and that's where the agency decided to summon Manish Sisodia again to know where exactly this particular clause originated from, because our sources say they have gone through all the devices, all the file records of Excise Department, but there is no record to show that there was any kind of a discussion of whether there was any file movement to show where did this 12% profit margin clause came from. So that's where the agency decided to summon Manish Sisodia, and during the questioning, our sources say Manish Sisodia was not forthcoming with the details of this particular clause, and that's where the agency decided to take him into custody for custodial
All right, so about this particular clause is what the CBI had a lot of questions about. Thanks so much, Arvind, for joining us. We'll return to you for more updates, but now we can go across to, let's talk about the politics around this arrest, and we're joined by Harishankar Gupta, Congress spokesperson, Professor Gobardhan Das, BJP leader, and Professor at the JNU, Priyanka Kakkar, AAP spokesperson, and Sumitra Goenka, political analyst and someone who supports the BJP. First to you, Priyanka Kakkar, right now, you know what the BJP is saying, and even the Delhi Congress, in fact, was saying that let Mr. Manish Sisodia face this case. There are lots of serious allegations regarding this excise policy, the liquor policy, and so why create this whole drama around his arrest? Why these protests? Why call it a black day?
And hello to the rest of the panel. Gargi, we have been facing these charges since 2013. It is nothing new. 20 of our MLAs were disqualified. You know, they've been trying to come after us with one technique, one tactic or the other. Recently, you saw they have come out with the Snoopgate allegation also. Now, in 2016, there was a Shunglu committee which checked all of our files and gave us a clean chit. The clean chit was given by the central government. Now, they've come up with a Snoopgate allegation also, for example, that it happened in the Shunglu committee was 2017, and they say the Snoopgate is 2016. So, they constantly just are trying to manage the optics, and they want to show that we are as corrupt as the Bangaru Lakshman ki party. They want to show that we shield corrupt people like Yedurappa, like Hemant Biswa Sarma, against whom they published an entire book calling him the most corrupt politician, but ultimately he joined the BJP and became the CM. You know, how can a state government which gives free facilities to its citizens, like cheapest electricity in the country, free education, free water, free buzurgo ko teerth yatra, free mahilaon ko bus yatra, after all of these we present a revenue surplus budget because hum log apni jeb mein paisa nahi dalte. They have 16 states, 8 bought through Operation Lotus, and all of them are in losses. They should be asked where the money went. Also, Gargi, this excise
all right,
policy.
so you're talking about all the, you're talking about various achievements of the AAP and, of the government and, various other cases as well. But right now the focus is on Mr. Sisodia's case, isn't it? And let's go across to Professor Gobardhan Das. Your response to that, and also, Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is dirty politics. Sisodia is being targeted because of his achievements, and they're calling it a black day today. They're going to be holding protests.
Yeah, good evening. Good morning. Actually, what she was trying to do is the deviate the divert the thing. But the thing is, do you know when
I
the
did say Adani. Adani would be diversion. Adani, JPC, Adani, JPC, Adani, JPC.
Can you,
let him just answer the question.
Can you stop her, please? Okay. So
Yes, go ahead.
when CBI and ED arrest a person, when there's during interrogation, if they do not cooperate or there is some anomalies, they only arrest. Their Minister Satyendra Jain is already in jail. I think AAP needs to learn how to call a spade is a spade and what is corruption is a corruption. And if there is any problem and these are
corrupt.
Come on.
Calling a spade a spade. Bhajpa is the most corrupt party in the country as ever.
Priyanka ji, let's accord that dignity to each other. I mean, you can slug it out on the street, ma'am. This is not even also the MCD. Let's do one thing. You spoke. Let him complete his answer, and then I'll come back to you. Respond to him.
Okay. So, and these are the two independent agencies. They do independently. Why they are bringing politics all the way? There is nothing for politics. They should agree. They should rather admit that there is some corruption. Do you know what the corruption is? Satyendra Jain is already...
Sir, if there is no politics involved in this, Professor Das, if there is no politics, you are saying there is no politics, independent agencies are doing their work. Why do we see multiple press conferences by the Bharatiya Janata Party? Then you are also trying to play, while Aam Aadmi Party is giving a clean sheet to Manish Sisodia, you have already declared him a criminal. So you also should wait for the the investigation and the court should decide that.
Who gave him the clean sheet? Who gave him the clean sheet?
I'm not. I'm saying the Aam Aadmi Party is giving Mr. Sisodia a clean sheet and you are calling him a criminal. All that will be decided in the court of law.
If there is any problem, they should go to the Supreme Court and the court will decide. When there is court verdict is against them, they will say court is
We respect the court, not
All
you.
right, well, let's get in Harishankar Gupta. What is the Congress's reaction or comments on these developments? Aam Aadmi Party holding these massive protests today.
गार्गी जी देखिए, डट्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात कौन कर रहा है? केजरीवाल डट्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, जिसका जो फाउंडेशन है, जो नींव है, वो डट्टी पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर है। किसकी पीठ में छुरा नहीं घोपा इसने? जो भी साथ में इसके जुड़ा, शुरू के आंदोलन के अंदर बाद में जुड़ा, वो सबको निकालकर बाहर किया, वो डट्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर रहा है। केजरीवाल डट्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं। आज मनीष सिसोदिया को अंदर किया है, इतना हल्ला गुल्ला किस लिए? 400 पेज की चार्जशीट लेके
गुप्ता जी, लेकिन इतना हल्ला गुल्ला तो आपने भी किया था जब ईडी ने आपके नेताओं को बुलाया था वहां पर।
अभी रायपुर में भी रेड्स हुए थे एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट के, उसके बारे में क्या कहना है?
नहीं, मैं आ रहा हूं इसी बात पे। मैं अभी इसकी बात कर रहा हूं कि 400 पेज की चार्जशीट लेके शीला दीक्षित के खिलाफ घूमता था कि स्कैंडल कर दिया है, बंगलिंग कर दी है, स्कैम कर दिया है। आज तक एक प्रूव नहीं किया हुआ। ऑटो रिक्शा के पीछे
आपको पता है 2015 में बीजेपी ने हमसे
ऑटो रिक्शा के बारे में, ऑटो रिक्शा के प्रियंका कक्कड़ चुप रही है, मैं आपके बीच में बोला नहीं। ऑटो रिक्शा के पीछे लिखवाते थे कि शीला दीक्षित बेईमान है। आज पेट में दर्द के, और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, इसमें मुख्य आरोपी तो केजरीवाल है। सीबीआई ईडी केजरीवाल की जांच क्यों नहीं करती? आपके आदमी ने अभी कहा
सर, जब ईडी आपके नेताओं की जांच करे तो बीजेपी पॉलिटिक्स कर रही है। ईडी जब और ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज की जांच करे तब वहां पे बिल्कुल ठीक है। यही शायद प्रॉब्लम है कि ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज की जो एकता की बात होती है, आपको जब आपके ऊपर आंच आए तो आप चाहते हैं सब आपके लिए बात करें, और जब किसी और पे हो तो आप हाथ खड़े होकर तमाशा देखें।
बात को पूरा हो जाने दीजिए
जी।
अंकित जी, मेरी बात को पूरा हो जाने दीजिए।
जी।
आपके ही आदमी ने कहा कि केजरीवाल की प्रेजेंस के अंदर, सत्येंद्र जैन की प्रेजेंस के अंदर, मनीष सिसोदिया की प्रेजेंस के अंदर वो फाइल जो व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर आई थी, उसके सेक्रेटरी ने जो उसका अरेस्ट किया गया है, इंटेरोगेशन किया गया है, उसने दी। केजरीवाल पर्दे के पीछे से इन दोनों को अंदर करवा दिया, खुद पाक साहब बन के घूम रहा है। केजरीवाल के ऊपर जांच होना चाहिए।
All right, so Congress wanting it straight to Kejriwal. That's the AAP's fear as well. You know what we hear. Yeah, just a moment. Let's get Sumitra Goenka in here. Your comments.
See, I think what is happening here is this new liquor policy which was introduced in November 2021 and then suddenly scrapped in 2022. There are several unanswered questions here, and that is a matter which needs to be discussed. Whenever anybody is asking these questions
अरे
to
आप
Aam
ही
Aadmi
शिक्षा
Party,
मॉडल डिस्कस कर रही हैं, आप ही शिक्षा मॉडल डिस्कस कर रही हैं, स्वास्थ्य मॉडल डिस्कस कर रही हैं, ध्यान को डेविएट करने के लिए।
Right,
Mr.
just
Gupta, can you please
just
hold
a
on?
moment.
Yeah, so so basically this policy which we are discussing about, it has some loopholes. The way in which the tendering process was there, the way in which the implementation was done, all these questions need to be answered. And whenever the question is raised to Aam Aadmi Party people, they are, docking this question, and they are talking about the education policy. They are talking about how children love Mr. Sisodia. So these things are not going to give you the answers. You have to come clean about why was the liquor policy withdrawn so abruptly when the CBI inquiry. Just hold on,
Priyanka
ma'am.
Kakkar, the question that the opposition says is not about, the BJP is saying the question is not about Manish Sisodia, the education minister. It is about whether there are certain loopholes as far as the liquor policy is concerned. Him as the excise minister is in question, not Manish Sisodia, the education minister.
Let me tell you, Ankit, I will answer this question exhaustively, but the BJP and Congress are hard of hearing and they will repeat that I have not answered. But I will tell you that the policy was initially passed after the approval from the previous LG, ML Bejal. Once he approved it, we passed it.
This is too much.
See?
All right, go ahead, please. Gupta ji, just please wait. Yes, go ahead.
And it was rolled back.
Lies and lies and lies, always.
Sir, we are not Congress, neither are we BJP. And it was rolled back because the Lieutenant Governor rolled it back. We have
No.
Vijay
The
Saxena. Yes,
Lieutenant
madam.
Governor ordered
Yes,
the
madam.
CBI inquiry, and the moment the
madam,
inquiry was
he
ordered,
rolled
he rolled back. Now please don't
He
change
rolled
the
back.
narrative, madam.
We have implemented the same policy in Punjab.
Everybody recollects the press
And
conference.
we have,
madam, now what's happening in Punjab? You know the very well.
A 48% revenue in Punjab from the same
Sumitra Goenka and Mr. Gupta, hold on to your argument, sir. Let's just record. All of you have questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. The spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party is answering. Let's listen into what she's saying and then you respond. Let's not speak over each other. Mr. Kakkar, please complete your point.
This policy is one of the most progressive policy, the best policy that India has currently. It will ensure that the liquor vends were distributed evenly. There was no cartelization. They should implement this policy in Uttar Pradesh and they will be able to control the sales of spurious liquor. One thing. Secondly, the same policy when implemented in Punjab has earned a revenue of 4,000 crore plus compared to the previous fiscal. This is 48 times higher. We have a zero tolerance towards corruption, Ankit. We ensure we fire our own sitting cabinet ministers and MLA if even an iota of evidence.
But Ms. Kakkar, while you might say that this is the best policy, the questions are also in the way this policy was made, whether the GOM was informed, whether the policy draft was leaked to a certain individuals before the policy was even brought in as far as the cabinet is concerned. All those things will be investigated. Whether the policy is good or bad is not the question that the CBI is asking. The CBI is investigating whether there were some loopholes in implementing it, making it, and taking some favors for that.
Let me say one thing, please. The crux of the allegation of the Bangaru Lakshman party on us is that Congress supports Please, Congress, please. Now, the crux of their allegation is that Delhi government presented a revenue surplus budget of 72,000 crore.
राजस्व के नाम पर दिल्ली को
25 minutes देंगे तो बाकी लोग क्या
बोलेंगे? You are not answering the question. Can I request all of you to take a deep breath? I'm just going to come back to you. There is an important, in fact, news coming in right now. Sanjay Raut, the Aam Aadmi Party, Gargi, is getting a lot of support from the opposition parties which are making a similar claim.
Not from Delhi Congress, though, yes.
Not from the Congress party, which are making the similar claim of ED being used against them. Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena has put out a tweet and he has said the way the BJP is arresting opposition leaders, I dread what will happen to the BJP leaders in future when they will be cut out, where they will be out of the power. What if they are similarly persecuted, arrested,
sort of a threat
who will come
also.
to their help? A real threat.
Yes, a threat there, but let's just listen into what he said.
मनीष सिसोदिया जी के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से कार्रवाई हुई है, मुझे लगता है केंद्र सरकार अपने जो विरोधी है उनको इस प्रकार से उनका आवाज बंद करने की कोशिश कर रही है। चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे झारखंड हो, मैंने कहा कि वेस्ट बंगाल हो, जहां जहां उनकी सरकारें नहीं है, जहां जहां से सरकार को सवाल पूछे जाते हैं, उस सभी जगह पे सरकार ईडी और सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग करके अपने विरोधियों को एक तो जेल में डाल रही है या उनको सरेंडर करने पर मजबूर कर रही है।
All right, so let's go to Professor Gobardhan Das there, and Sanjay Rao talking about, what will happen when the BJP is out of power, who's going, what if something similar happens to their leaders, and that is what we're seeing here, Ankit, right now. The opposition claiming that agencies are being used against them, and now another party, making this veiled threat of something similar. Mr. Das, Professor Das, your answer to that?
Okay, I think I have 2 points. Number one, they have to learn what is called independent agencies and why they are entangled with the BJP party. When they jab maar kha jata hai, then they start crying that BJP is doing. The Sanjay Raut, the party logo bacha nahi pata hai. Sanjay Raut is commenting here. Come on. So then this AAP party, they are based on the lies and they
Professor
are
Das, can I request an answer from you, because you were talking about Sanjay Raut. Remember, Sanjay Raut was also arrested, sir, by the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chaul case. Now, you remember what the High Court, Bombay High Court said while giving him the bail? He completely shred the ED apart, their investigation. He said there is not an iota of evidence and they should not have arrested this man. Sir, don't you think that this bolsters the claims of the opposition that the agencies are being brutalized by the government? You are using them as an extension of your arm.
That's between the court and agencies. There is nothing to do with
it. It's very easy to say that right now, but we can't deny the fact that many opposition leaders are facing these ED, CBI cases. Nothing is proven. They're sent to jail for months on end to the detriment of their own parties and something that is seen to help the BJP.
And if they have the case, they should go to the court.
Your CAG report says that Madhya Pradesh government did a ghotala. Why CBI not going there?
Don't take 25 minutes out of 30 minutes. Let other also speak.
If
they have any problem, they should go to the court. And the court will decide who is right and who is wrong and who is right. Don't shout here on TV. Don't go behind the
investigation agency.
Okay, what we'll do. Okay, we have to take a very quick break. This tutu meme between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP continues, and it is not only just on the television but on the streets today as well. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, trying to come out in big numbers to protest against the arrest of Manish Sisodia. We'll track this story very, very closely. Taking a short break, coming back with much more. Stay tuned.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadget 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Welcome back. Let's get you all the election news. Non-polling underway in both Meghalaya and Nagaland. And first, Meghalaya, which is witnessing a multi-cornered contest where you have, besides the Congress, BJP, Conrad Sangma's NPP, that's the National People's Party. You have Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress, that's also in the fray. That's after Mukul Sangma, along with, several Congress MLAs joined the Trinamool Congress. So they're contesting this election as Trinamool Congress. And the Conrad Sangma's NPP and the BJP splitting up and contesting elections on their own. Last time, the BJP got only 2 seats, but managed to form the government in 2018 along with Conrad Sangma's NPP. But this time, Conrad Sangma wanting to go it alone. The Congress too in the fray, and the Trinamool Congress, however, after Mukul Sangma left, became the largest opposition party in the state. NDTV's Ratnadeep Chaudhary is on the ground there, and he spoke to the big players. He spoke to Conrad Sangma about the election, and also Mr. Bernard in the South Tyra constituency, where it's the biggest political fight. Let's listen in.
Joining us on this broadcast exclusively is Meghalaya Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad Sangma. Mr. Sangma, this is the first election perhaps in the history of your party, NPP, and you as a leader of the party, where you are going into an election as a ruling party. The polling is continuing. We see long queues. What is the initial feedback you're getting?
The initial feedback we're getting is very positive. In fact, a lot of people are very happy. A large turnout is there. People are coming out in large numbers to vote. And so we expect that this should be very positive for us. And we expect that the party will get much higher numbers than what we had last time. And we are confident that this time we'll inch towards even the halfway mark.
This is a tough election for you, given the fact that you're not only contesting against opposition parties like the Congress and the Trinamool Congress, but also your allies, and particularly the BJP has kind of, in its poll campaign, has directly attacked you and your party. So how confident are you that you will be able to, fight the national parties and also the regional party?
See, number one, you have followed me in almost in every elections. that we have contested in the past. And you've seen that we have always fought elections on our own. And we don't go for pre-poll alliances. So therefore, it has always been the case that the party goes on as NPP, we go for elections on our own, and we don't have pre-poll alliances. That's number one. And number two is that the fact that this time we are seeing a multi-cornered fight, and the fact that there are multiple parties that are coming in, and in a way the parties which are against the National People's Party, which is our party, are many. So therefore the anti-votes that are there among who are there against us, we will see a split in that. So the fact that there are more political parties, I personally feel that it's going to benefit.
How are you dodging the anti-incumbency if it has set in? Because the opposition says, and even some of your allies says, that there is anti-incumbency given the fact there have been allegation of corruption against the government.
See, the allegations are always there. And it is the work of the opposition to always put allegations. We have been very transparent in every single way, where we have put up all kind of independent and judicial inquiries as per the desire of the opposition. So we are very clear and transparent on that. So allegations will always be there. Number two, the numbers that have shown in terms of development and the work that has happened at the grassroots level, the issues that have been resolved, which have been pending for a very, very long time, these are very pro-people issues, and people are finally seeing that there is a party that actually is moving forward in these issues. So there's a sense of hope and a sense of confidence among the people that it is the NPP that will be able to provide that stability, the peace and the development for the state.
70 के दशक के बाद मेघालय में कभी किसी सरकार को एब्सोल्यूट मैंडेट नहीं मिला, फ्रैक्चर्ड मैंडेट था। पिछली बार आपने भी एक गठजोड़ की सरकार चलाई। इस बार क्या लगता है, आपने बहुत सारे अपने रैलीज में, मैंने जब आपको कवर किया, आप ये कहते रहे आपके वोटर के कि एब्सोल्यूट मैंडेट चाहिए इस बार, क्या वो आ रहा है या फिर गठजोड़ की सरकार बनेगी? अगर बनेगी तो कैसी सरकार बन सकती है?
जिस तरीके का माहौल अभी है हमारे स्टेट में और जिस तरीके का रिस्पॉन्स हमें ग्रासरूट से मिल रहा है, पब्लिक से, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हमें पिछले इलेक्शन से बहुत ज़्यादा सीट्स हमें मिलेंगे इस बार, क्योंकि लोग काफ़ी खुश हैं जिस तरीके से हम लोगों ने काम किया है। और एक तरीके से आप देखेंगे तो पॉलिटिकल सीनियरों में ऑपोजिशन भी टूट के बिखर गई है, तो कोई एक यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन नहीं है। तो ये सब का जो रिज़ल्ट है, इसका पॉजिटिव रिज़ल्ट आएगा और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम लोग को पिछले बार से ज़्यादा सीट्स मिलेंगे। और जिस तरीके का सेंस अभी आ रहा है पॉलिटिकली, क्योंकि ये 50 साल में नहीं हुआ, तो एक सेंस आ रहा है कि हम लोग शायद इस बार हाफ मार्क हम लोग क्रॉस करें।
Joining us at this moment is the BJP candidate for the high-profile South Tura constituency, Mr. Bernard Marak, who is taking on the Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Mr. Marak, polling has started. What is the initial information you're getting? How is the response of the people?
People are very excited. People, they are feeling victory already. So there is enthusiasm, there is a high hope, and these are the people who have been deprived, and these are the people who have been, left out in terms of development, the schemes. And in spite of we voting for this one, CM, even myself, even my family, and even the voters of South Tura, all have been deprived, and we feel that justice should prevail, and that is basically why people are voting. They are voting for change, and I'm hoping that the turnout will be higher than the previous years.
Prime Minister Modi also had campaigned on the last day here in Tura after a long gap that any Prime Minister actually campaigned in elections in Tura. So for the BJP, it is a big push that you are doing in Garo Hills, particularly for this seat and overall in the state, in a Christian-dominated state. So how do you see, as a top BJP leader of the state, the prospect of BJP?
See, it is a history. It is a history because this is the first time that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has campaigned. Even our Honorable Union Minister of Home, Amit Shah ji, he has also campaigned. And this is the first time in the history of Tura that a Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister have campaigned for a candidate. And the reason behind this is that they understand the aspiration of the people. They understand that the people for whom all these schemes have been, launched, these people have been deprived. In spite of giving the power to the to Conrad Sangma, before he was even elected to be the chief minister. We, the people of Garo Hills, we the people of Tura, we the people of Meghalaya, and we as a party man, like BJP was betrayed by Conrad Sangma, and he has not only betrayed BJP, he has also betrayed the people. So that is where the turning point is going to be. So it's going to make a very big difference this year than the other years.
Also, if you look at Meghalaya politics altogether, it has been a political history of fractured mandates. And a lot of political watchers have been saying that the Garo Hills region with 24 seats this time might be very decisive, given the fact that all this while in Garo Hills we have seen as Sangma versus Sangma elections between the Conrad Sangma family and the Mukul Sangma family. But BJP with all its candidates is kind of making that election more interesting, more tight and tough.
Yes, usually it was always Sangma against Sangma, but this time it's going to be Sangma against Marak. I'm a Marak, so yes, it's going to make a like things are going to be very different. Things are going to be very, very different because I represent the grassroots level. I'm a grassroots level leader. I'm not a high level leader. That is the first thing. Second thing is that we want to do good for the people. See, I'm in a national party. We don't have to earn. We just have to give. And that is the basic objective why I have joined politics, that I can do good for my people. So, yes, things are going to be different, and Garo Hills is going to be a decisive factor in terms of this one, BJP.
All the best. All the best.
Thank you so much.
And let's now focus on Nagaland, where there is a triangular contest on the cards for the 59 of the 60 assembly seats. The BJP, which won 12 of the state's 60 seats, is contesting in alliance with the NDPP, that's the Nationalist Democratic Progressive Party. Under the seat-sharing agreement, the NDPP is contesting on 40 seats, the BJP on 20 seats. NDTV's Vedant sent us this report from Kohima.
I was telling you that, of course, the BJP's pitch here in Nagaland was clearly, reaching out to the Christians, and they said that we are an inclusive force. In fact, all leaders of the BJP were here campaigning in Nagaland. Nagaland is a very interesting and colorful election, really. And here I was just showing you people who have all cast their votes and who are sitting here still at the polling station, feasting on, black tea and local snacks, waiting for the Chief Minister to come and cast his vote. This is Chief Minister Nephew Rio's constituency. Now, of course, he is the CM face of the BJP NDPP alliance, which of course has a clear edge over the Naga People's Fronts. The opposition space is virtually very weak, given the fact that the NPF is contesting only on 22 seats. But without analyzing the election much, let me get a word from some voters here. Sir, your name, please?
Dr. Kipfelia Rio.
Right, you've just cast your vote, I'm assuming.
Just now I have cast my vote.
Right. So today, when the people of Nagaland are going out in huge numbers, in fact, turnout here is of course quite high as compared to other states. What is on their minds? What are the issues that you will be voting on?
They want a peace and a real peace, not a false peace, but the real peace and development.
Right.
That is the one.
So real peace, what does that? That's a very important point you're raising, because a lot of people have talked about bringing down militancy, insurgency, etc. But what does peace mean to you?
Peace means there is no, military rules in the land.
Right. So that's an important point, because remember that's something that Home Minister Amit Shah has also said in his campaigns, that AFSPA, the act that gives wide-ranging powers to the army, will be virtually removed from the 9 districts in Nagaland that it currently exists. But queues getting longer, and what is interesting about Nagaland is also that there are a large number of women voters. Women always outnumber men when it comes to Nagaland. In fact, the entire northeast, women are always at the forefront as far as polling is concerned. But what is also important to be pointed out is that Nagaland has not seen an elected MLA who's a woman in its entire history. So let's get in a sense from a woman voter as well. Apna naam bataiye, ma'am?
निशा देवी।
निशा जी ये बताइए, आप वोट कराई हैं? वोट अपना दिखा दीजिए निशान। आप बहुत अच्छे, ठीक है। अच्छा, अब आप ये बताइए कि आप महिलाओं के लिए, नागालैंड की महिलाओं के लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या सोच के आपने आज वोट करने गए? यहाँ पर हम देखा महिलाएं काफ़ी अच्छे नंबर में आई हैं यहाँ पर वोट करने। क्या सोच के आप वोट करने गए हैं?
आजकल तो है एडवांस हो गया है, स्मार्ट कोहिमा हो गया है, स्मार्ट सिटी बनने वाला है
जी,
तो अच्छा है
जी। तो अभी सरकार जो अच्छा काम कर रही है जी।
हाँ, सरकार तो अच्छा, यहाँ बहुत अच्छा काम किया है
जी।
हाँ
जी। All right, so let's get a sense from some other voters as well. सर, आप अपना नाम बताइए।
मनोज कुमार।
ये बताइए सर, नागालैंड के लिए मुद्दे क्या है? देखिए, नागा पॉलिटिकल इशू की बात हुई, ठीक है, उसके बाद आफ्सपा की बात करी गई कैंपेन्स में, लेकिन लोगों के मुद्दे क्या है? ये सब तो देखिए राजनीतिक मुद्दे हैं। यहाँ जो लोग रहते हैं उनके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं?
Employment, youths are still surplus, youths are unemployed.
हाँ।
इकोनॉमिक रिसोर्स भी काफ़ी कम है।
हाँ।
इन्वेस्टमेंट पॉलिसीज आनी चाहिए, इंटरनेशनल एजेंसीज आनी चाहिए, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट करें। देखिए, पानी यहाँ का इतना अच्छा पानी है, इतना अच्छा पानी है कि बहुत अच्छा पानी है यहाँ का। अच्छा
तो इन्वेस्टमेंट आपने अच्छा एक पॉइंट रेज किया। देयर यू नो द इश्यूज ऑफ पीपल हियर आर नो डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द इश्यूज वी फेस यू नो अप नॉर्थ, वेदर इन दिल्ली और उत्तर प्रदेश।
All right, so that's a look at Meghalaya and Nagaland. But let's now get to the latest on Tamil Nadu, where there's a very, very key bypoll taking place, the Erode East bypoll that has seen a big, political battle ahead of it. It's a prestige battle for both the DMK as well as the AIADMK. The DMK seeing this as a referendum, and this is the first election under EPS as the sole leader of the AIADMK. He's sole in control over there. NDTV Sam Daniel sent us these reports.
Joining us now, Congress candidate Mr. EVK Zilangovan. You had the entire cabinet campaign for you over the last few weeks. How confident are you?
This is nothing new. If you look into the past by-elections, always all the ministers, they work for their party. There is nothing new, and I don't think there's anything wrong in that also, because basically all the ministers belong to that party and they are party worker. So when the party is facing the election, naturally they come and vote for it. It's been happening for the past so many years. So there's nothing new. And I'm sure I'll definitely win this election with a big margin.
Also, this election has been marred by allegations of cash for votes, gifting of smartphones, watches and things like that. Do you think that's a big disservice to democracy?
No, I don't think so, because it's a false propaganda. I mean, they've been putting into both the ruling and opposition party that they are distributing money. It's not true. The people who are going to face the defeat, they always find an excuse, and this is one of the excuses like that.
Thank you so much for your time. That was Mr. EVK Zilangovan, the Congress candidate for Erode East, talking to us in Erode with Suresh. Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the second largest airport in Karnataka after in Shivamoga today. Now, the airport was the dream project of Karnataka's four-time Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa. And it's today that the Lingayat tall leader celebrates his 80th birthday, and the airport, Prime Minister Modi's aircraft, will be the first to land at this airport, which is named after the noted Kannada poet Kuvempu. The Kuvempu Airport in Shivamoga is built on 775 acres of land under the Udan scheme and is touted to be the second largest runway in the state after the Bengaluru airport. So very key, and once again, Prime Minister in Karnataka. Remember, it's an election-bound state, so the Prime Minister there to inaugurate this airport. Let's go across to Shrija for more. And Shrija, tell us more about this airport. And as you said, it's going to be it's the second largest in Karnataka, and a key, development coming ahead of elections.
Well, yes, in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be touching down at the Shivamoga airport. Now, he is the first person to, in fact, touch down at the Shivamoga airport. Of course, a lot of significance. Firstly, what we do know is that this particular airport has been an ambitious dream project of B.S. Yediyurappa, the four-time CM of Karnataka and also an 8-time MLA who had very recently had announced his retirement from electoral politics. And that's why one of the major reasons why it is too significant. And more importantly, we see that right after this particular inauguration at the Shivamoga airport, and some of the highlights, what I could point out is, yes, the Kuvempu airport that has been named after the poet Kuvempu, Kannada poet Kuvempu. We see it's been built on at least nearly 775 acres. More importantly, the airport also has the longest runway of nearly 3,200 meters. Now, this is the longest after the Kempegowda International Airport in Bengaluru. We understand from the BJP also and some of the airport authorities that this will be later expanded as well. But for now, what we do know is that the Kuvempu Airport has been designed to operate Boeing 737, Airbus A320, and also can handle especially nearly 300 passengers per hour at the passenger terminal building. In fact, remember, this particular inauguration also coincides with the B.S. Yediyurappa's grand celebrations. That is, he's turning 80, and also one of the reasons why he chose this particular date. More importantly, right after the inauguration at Shivamoga, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Belagavi. Now, that is also the second largest politically significant constituency for the BJP after Bengaluru district, because it constitutes the highest assembly seats, which is at least about 18 assembly seats.
Right.
And if you're looking at the trend, that is the last elections in 2018, out of the 18 assembly seats, BJP had won nearly 30. That is one of the major reasons why we see in the last 1 month central leaders like Nadda, you have had Amit Shah last week, and today Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding this 10-kilometer roadshow in Belagavi. That is also basically to show the strength as far as the top leadership is concerned, and more importantly, it's also because there is a leadership vacuum in Belagavi is concerned.
All right, Shrija, thanks so much for joining us with that. And on Yediyurappa now, an exclusive interview that Mr. Yediyurappa gave to NDTV, to Shrija. He said, I won't contest the polls, but I'm not tired, and I will bring the BJP back to power. More importantly, he also interestingly dismissed BJP State President Nalin Katil's narrative on Tipu versus Savarkar. He also refrained from commenting on the comeback of mining baron Gali Janardhan Reddy.
You have always been indispensable for the BJP. What made you take the decision to quit from active politics?
I am very clearly told to the people of Karnataka that I am not going to retire from the politics. I am not tired. Actively will participate in the election campaign, and I will see that we will get absolute majority in Karnataka and also get more seats for Lok Sabha also, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji must become the Prime Minister again. That's my ambition. For that, I will go around in the state and I will tour. I will get the absolute majority in Karnataka also in next assembly election.
Okay. I believe that was a very big decision that you made, because for the BJP, you're the face. It's BJP, it is Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Yediyurappa, it is the BJP, right? And how it's going to be challenging this time? This could be the first time that BJP is going to elections without your face.
No, madam, you know very well, I may not be going to contest for the assembly election or the Lok Sabha election. I will go around in the state and get the absolute majority in Karnataka, and nobody should not feel that I am retiring from the politics. I am not tired, and I am going to go around in the state and I will get absolute majority in Karnataka and also in Lok Sabha.
You have high confidence, but you're not really feeling that you're overconfident. You're not?
Not at all, no.
Okay.
I've got full confidence.
Okay. So do you notice this? We've always seen the politics that you have played. Mr. Yediyurappa's politics, when the state goes into elections, it could be especially in terms of development, policies, against the manifestos, coming across, addressing people's issues against the opposition. Do you see that there has been a major change in the BJP in the last few months, or at least a year, the way that they are trying to woo the voters? Do you believe in your personal capacity it's wrong? For example, you had Mr. Katil talking about, let's make this election Tipu versus Savarkar, but that was not your politics.
No, I don't agree with him, but very important thing is you must work very hard.
Yes.
And Congress also doing their level best to fight the BJP. But I got full confidence because of Modi ji and Amit Shah. We are going to get absolute majority and form the government, and we are not all bothered about Congress or JDS.
Okay, in your personal opinion, what narrative will work for the BJP this elections?
Work hard, madam, that's all. We are going to go around in the state, and you see our government has given such a good programs to the people of Karnataka, SC, ST, OBC and all other communities. Such things will be explained to the people of Karnataka and convince the people what best we have done in the interest of the people of Karnataka.
The entire Karnataka is witness to when you stepped down as the chief minister. We saw the seers, you galvanized somehow the support. They all said that if Yediyurappa is not there as the face of the BJP, you will face the wrath as far as the elections are concerned. Now we are not there as the face of the BJP. What happens then?
Madam, I am not going to contest for assembly election. That's all.
Isn't that a disappointment?
No, not at all. I will try to convince our people in Karnataka. Because of so many reasons, I am not going to contest for assembly election, and I will give more time to get absolute majority in Karnataka. And I have got confidence. I am going to convince people of Karnataka, and we are going to get absolute majority in Karnataka, and we will go around in the state. Afterwards, you will see the changes within 1 month.
Okay, now you are on the BJP parliamentary board. You have seen the Karnataka politics play out as far as the BJP is concerned. Again, in your opinion, do you see, if Yediyurappa is not there, who else can be or the face of CM? Do you see somebody in your mind?
That decision will be taken from the party after the election only. Now I don't want to comment about all the such things. At present, Basuraj Bommai as Chief Minister is doing very well, and he is going on the state, and he has given so many programs to the state of Karnataka, and particularly SC, ST, OBC. They have given more programs, and I think they are going to support us in the election.
Bommai's government did, of course, move up the reservation for the SC/ST as well. But I believe the centre will have to approve now. It was passed within the assembly recently. Is that a poll gimmick? Will that happen?
Let us see, wait and see what decision they are going to take.
Okay. I want to ask you this question. The Congress, the opposition has been leveling corruption allegations, 40% corruption. They say there is PSI scam. There is a strong anti-incumbency wave. How is BJP tiding?
We already given complaint to the about Congress. There are corruption, other things, and they will face the consequence. And unnecessarily, Siddaramaiah and Shivkumar telling so many things against Bharatiya Janata Party is not correct. And we will see that these false allegations, people are not going to believe, and otherwise they have done so many mischief and corruption, and we are going to take a decision, and we have already given complaint to the Lokayukta. They will face the consequence.
Gadget 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadget 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not
Hello and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. We are tracking two top stories this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One, of course, Manish Sisodia, the Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister who was arrested yesterday. And the other big focus remains on the elections in the northeast. Meghalaya and Nagaland, two states which are voting as we speak. We'll talk about those elections as well. And of course, Manish Sisodia, Aam Aadmi Party has called it a black day. A big protest planned by them remains the focus here on NDTV. Let's start with what's happening in Delhi and then we'll move to the election states and the battleground of Nagaland and Meghalaya. In the national capital, Aam Aadmi Party has announced a nationwide protest. The party wants to come out in big numbers, show their support, protest against the arrest of Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who was arrested yesterday after 7 hours of questioning by the CBI. Now, massive security deployment across the national capital. Let's just play out some visuals, in fact, which are coming in, fresh visuals since morning, where we saw huge deployment around the CBI headquarters as well. And then these visuals which are coming in from Fatehpur Beri police station, where senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh, Gopal Rai, the cabinet minister in Delhi, all of them have been under detention. You also see these visuals of yesterday where Manish Sisodia was accompanied by Sanjay Singh when he went full-on political optics, ladies and gentlemen, before he was arrested by the CBI before he went for the questioning. Now, let me very quickly tell you the top 5 things which are taking place at this moment, the latest on the Manish Sisodia saga. Number 1, his medical examination will be conducted by an AIIMS medical team, which is reaching the CBI headquarters for that. Also, there is a nationwide protest which is starting in the national capital at 12 p.m. Manish Sisodia's party, Aam Aadmi Party, has pledged, has said that they are going to protest outside the Delhi BJP's headquarters. So they are preparing for that. Meanwhile, massive security net has been thrown all across the national capital to prevent the Aam Aadmi Party from congregating around the CBI headquarters and also at the BJP office. Also, what we know is that Manish Sisodia will be produced in the court at 3 p.m. where the CBI will be seeking his custody. I'm being joined by my colleagues to give you a 360-degree perspective. We'll go across, in fact, in just a short while from now to the CBI headquarters where Arvind Gunasekar, my colleague, will be joining us. We'll also be joined by Tanushree Pandey, who is tracking the developments of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Priyanshi, who is on the ground, taking a look at how this entire protest and the politics around it is panning out. Remember, the CBI arrested Manish Sisodia in the 2021 alleged liquor policy scam. The CBI is investigating about 30 crore rupees kickbacks that allegedly the Aam Aadmi Party, through their now arrested worker Vijay, had received from the South Group, which also consists of another high-profile, in fact, name, that is K. Kavita, of the daughter of KCR MLC of the BRS party in Telangana. She also under the scanner of the CBI. Now, Mr. Sisodia's troubles mounted after there were new revelations which were made by the CA of the former CA of K. Kavita, and also by an IS officer who was a secretary-level officer, who was, in fact, working under Mr. Manish Sisodia, who gave some details about how the policy was formed, how it was not kept as far as the GOM is concerned, and how instructions were given for these policy on WhatsApp, not written on files. Allegation is Mr. Sisodia also leaked the information to certain people, which benefited many those who were then later got the tenders as far as this policy is concerned. Let me now go across to my colleague Arvind Gunasekar, who's joining us from outside the CBI headquarters. Priyanshi also at the CBI headquarters at this moment. We'll also get Tanushree Pandey in just a short while from now. Arvind, I want to start with you. What's the latest? We know earlier that the AIIMS team was supposed to come to the CBI headquarters to conduct the medical examination of Manish Sisodia. Has that happened? And when will he be taken out to reach the Rouse Avenue court?
Ankit, for now, we don't have a confirmation whether the medical examination of Manish Sisodia has been conducted or not, because our source clearly told us that they would be calling the AIIMS doctor panel to come to CBI headquarters to conduct the medical examination, and then he would not be taken out, keeping the security concerns in mind, and that seems to be the stand of CBI also. So we are yet to get a confirmation from our source, because earlier we were told that at around 11:30 a.m. The doctors will arrive at the CBI headquarters for medical examination. So we are still awaiting a confirmation on that. Also, very importantly, what we are being told is that keeping the security concerns in mind, the CBI might also plan to produce Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, before the Rouse Avenue court via video conference, and may not produce him physically before the court. That's also a discussion that is currently underway here at the CBI, where the agency top officials are still in a discussion, still yet to take a final call whether to produce him physically before court of Judge Nagpal or whether to produce him via video conference. So that we'll get to know sometime around 1 p.m. But whatever said and done, he has to be produced before the court. Let it be either physical or let it be via video conferencing, because the rules make it very clear that after the arrest of an accused, he has to be produced, he or she has to be produced before 24 hours. So the agency is planning to produce him at sometime around 3 p.m. So the call whether to produce him physically or whether to produce him via video conferencing will be taken at around 1 p.m. So like we have been reporting since morning, the agency wants the maximum custody of Manish Sisodia. So in all likelihood, the agency will be moving a remand application seeking his custody for minimum 10 days is what we are learning from our sources. If the court grants 10 days of custody, then the agency will go ahead with its custodial interrogation. So once the agency gets the police custody of Manish Sisodia, then he'll be brought back to CBI headquarters and then he'll be lodged here at CBI headquarters, and the questioning will go on from morning 11 till evening 6 p.m. and then the same process that the agency carries out when it comes to custodial interrogation.
No, Arvind, while the process today, of course, as you explained for Mr. Manish Sisodia, I want to also understand from you, if you could tell our viewers, what were the important details that turned this questioning into arrest for Manish Sisodia?
So let's put this in context, because the FIR was registered on August 17th. On August 19th, the first set of searches were conducted. On October 17th, he was summoned for the first time. So after October 17th, the agency did not proceed much against Manish Sisodia alone. So what happened in between was that when the forensic team, the CFSL team, when they sent the report on the seized digital devices, that's where the agency got to know one crucial file. That's the copy of GOM, Group of Ministers, draft on Delhi liquor policy. That particular file, there was some kind of an amiss that the investigating officer found from the CFSL report, because when the agency examined all the system that was seized from the excise department, this particular file did not originate from the excise department network, and that's where the agency started to investigate to find where did this file actually originate from. So when they examined this one of the systems from the excise department, they got to know that particular file was sent from the system that was at that particular point of time connected to Manish Sisodia's office. So that's where on January 14th, that is almost after almost 5-6 months, the agency reached Manish Sisodia's office once again to get this particular system, and that's where on January 14th, the agency seized the official system of Manish Sisodia from his office, and that's where when the agency looked into the system, again most of the files were deleted, the system was again sent to forensic examination, and most of the files were retrieved. And when the file was retrieved, they got to know this particular file, the draft copy of GOM, the copy of a group of ministers on the Delhi liquor policy, that particular document was sent via WhatsApp, and that's where the agency wanted to know where exactly this particular file originated from, and that's where the agency summoned one of the Danix officer, 1996 batch Danix officer, who was at that particular point of time working as secretary to Manish Sisodia. And during the questioning, this particular officer gave a statement to CBI that sometime in mid-March 2021, he was called by Manish Sisodia to the residence of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and in the presence of Satyendra Jain, another minister of Delhi government, he was handed over this particular copy of the file.
Right.
And that's where what's interesting, what important there, Ankit, is that that particular file had this content, the clause, that's the 12% profit margin. That's for the first time this particular 12% profit margin was included in the Delhi liquor policy draft.
Okay.
So earlier it was 6% profit margin, and it was increased to 12% profit margin, and that's the case, that's the prima facie case, and that's where the agency wanted to know from Manish Sisodia where did this particular clause come from, because the agency in its investigation sources say could not find any file or any discussion note that pertains to this particular 12% profit margin, and that seems to be the point that the agency wanted to get from Manish Sisodia, and sources say that Manish Sisodia was not forthcoming with the information, and that's why the agency had to take him into custody.
Right, Arvind, thank you for joining us with all those details from the CBI headquarters. I'm going to come back to you in a short while, but let's also now shift focus to the big protest that the Aam Aadmi Party has planned today. At least in Delhi and Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party would try to put out huge numbers to show support, to show their anger and anguish as far as this protest is concerned. We are getting some, latest visuals in just a short while. We just play those visuals out for you of Chandigarh, where the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is in power. These are the visuals coming in from Chandigarh, the Union Territory, where the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are protesting. These are the fresh visuals coming in, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment from, in fact, Chandigarh, which is a shared capital of Punjab and Haryana. This is where in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party is ruling party, and their supporters, the party members, have come out to protest against the arrest of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Now, let's just we'll also try and dip in and listen in to what these leaders are saying.
बीजेपी ने ये मन के अंदर बनाया हुआ भी हमारी पार्टी जिंदी रहे, बाकी पार्टियों को तानाशाही करके खत्म किया जाए, लेकिन ये होगा नहीं। पंजाबियों ने आवाज उठा दी तो पूरी दुनिया में जाती है पंजाबियों की आवाज।
You know, the Aam Aadmi Party supporters and workers, those
ऊपर उठने की कोशिश करती है वहां।
we are expecting similar kind of protest here in Delhi as well, where the police has made massive arrangements as far as the national capital is concerned. Let's also, ladies and gentlemen, just a short while back, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted. And he has tweeted once again and has upped the ante and has attacked the CBI and the state government, and the central government, I beg your pardon. Mr. Kejriwal, in his tweet, has said that he was told by the CBI officers, most of the CBI officers, that they did not want to arrest Manish Sisodia, and it was under pressure that they had to arrest him. In his tweet, he says that all of them, the CBI officers, have huge respect for him and there is no evidence against him, but the political pressure to arrest him was so high that they had to obey their political masters. So Arvind Kejriwal once again trying to use the CBI and put out a political message there. Priyanshi, my colleague, joining us outside the CBI headquarters. Priyanshi, the problem with these assertions that Mr. Kejriwal makes usually, in which he says he has been told by his sources in the CBI that there is no way to confirm or deny at least what he has been told. But the fact remains that the Aam Aadmi Party doing their best at least to create a political, sort of optics to say that there is huge resentment, anger against the arrest of Deputy Chief Minister.
That's right, Ankit. As you mentioned, that there's no way to sort of validate these claims that Mr. Kejriwal is making. You must remember that even during the Gujarat elections, Mr. Kejriwal had said that an IB report says that Aam Aadmi Party is going to form the government in Gujarat. So that also drew a lot of flack, and this statement is also expected to draw a lot of flack, as he said that most of the CBI officers were not, let me just read that out, were against Manish Sisodia's arrest, and all of them have huge respect for him, and there's no evidence against him. This is, remember, the narrative that the Aam Aadmi Party has maintained ever since the beginning of this case. Last year, when Manish Sisodia's house was raided, was searched, his bank locker was searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Even then, the Aam Aadmi Party said that the CBI found nothing. Mr. Manish Sisodia said that they only found jewelry worth 70,000 rupees in his bank locker, which just belonged to his wife and his children. So they said that they found no evidence against him, but they're only arresting him because they have political pressure from the BJP to weaken the Aam Aadmi Party. All Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying that this is to wipe off the Aam Aadmi Party, as the Aam Aadmi Party is growing and it is becoming a challenger to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2024 as well. So that is what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying, that all of these efforts are to only weaken the Aam Aadmi Party and stop it from becoming a primary challenger to the BJP at the national stage as well. Now, if we talk about how Mr. Manish Sisodia's arrest really impacts the Aam Aadmi Party's national plans. Now, Manish Sisodia, as all of us know, is the number two to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. He's been with the Aam Aadmi Party, he's a founding member, and he's been with Mr. Kejriwal ever since their NGO days. So he was really the number two in the Aam Aadmi Party after Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Now, what the sense is that Mr. Sisodia really managed the Delhi government while Mr. Arvind Kejriwal focused on the expansion plans of the Aam Aadmi Party and for the national plans of the Aam Aadmi Party. So now that Sisodia is arrested, many fear, and there are several questions whether Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's national plans and campaigning plans in upcoming elections such as Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, will those also be impacted, and will he have to spend more time in Delhi focusing on the Delhi government, because usually that work was done by Manish Sisodia. So with his arrest, Aam Aadmi Party's national plans could also be impacted.
You know, make no mistake, anybody who covers the Aam Aadmi Party or has seen the Aam Aadmi Party's rise, Priyanshi, would tell you that the arrest of Manish Sisodia is a bigger dent, a bigger impact on the Aam Aadmi Party and the government of Delhi than even Satyendra Jain, who was very, very important in the scheme of things. So this is a real dent as far as Mr. Kejriwal is concerned. Sisodia was handling 18 of the 32 departments of the government of Delhi. In fact, he was handling additional departments which were being earlier handled by Health Minister Satyendra Jain. Health, PWD and Home were all given charge to Manish Sisodia. Now Mr. Kejriwal is in a catch-22. If he replaces him, gets new people, political questions will be raised that for 10 months you did not replace Satyendra Jain. How can you replace Manish Sisodia? And if he does not, then it is going to have a serious impact on the functioning of the government of Delhi. Let's very quickly listen in to certain reactions which are coming in on this story. The Aam Aadmi Party quite angry as far as the arrest is concerned. Meanwhile, the BJP calling it justice taking its course.
देश के सबसे लोकप्रिय शिक्षा मंत्री भाई मनीष सिसोदिया जी को मोदी सरकार ने गिरफ्तार किया। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार का कायरतापूर्ण परिचय है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार की कायरतापूर्ण कार्रवाई है। कोई कायर सरकार ही ऐसी कार्रवाई कर सकती है। एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जिन्होंने पूरे देश को बेहतरीन शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, एक ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री जो पूरी दुनिया को अपने शिक्षा मॉडल से प्रेरित कर रहे हैं, आप उस मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों का भविष्य सुधारने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
केंद्र सरकार ने सारी की सारी जो मर्यादाएं थी लोकतंत्र की, उनको खत्म कर दिया। मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार किया, बिना किसी सबूत के किया, राजनीतिक कारणों से किया। चलिए ठीक है, आपने हमारी पार्टी की सारी लीडरशिप को इस वक्त जो है गिरफ्तार कर रखा है, क्योंकि सीबीआई ईडी कुछ नहीं है। जो सब कुछ हो रहा है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय से हो रहा है। वही लोग हैं जो बताते हैं कि आज इसको गिरफ्तार करना है, आज इसके ऊपर झूठा मुकदमा करना है, आज इन लोगों को पकड़ना है, और हम पूरे देश को दिखाना चाहते हैं किस तरीके से इन सभी एजेंसीज का दुरुपयोग हो रहा है।
मनीष सिसोदिया जी के ऊपर जिस प्रकार से कार्रवाई हुई है, मुझे लगता है केंद्र सरकार अपने जो विरोधी है उनको इस प्रकार से उनका आवाज़ बंद करने की कोशिश कर रही है। चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे झारखंड हो, मैंने कहा कि वेस्ट बंगाल हो, जहाँ जहाँ उनकी सरकारें नहीं है, जहाँ जहाँ से सरकार को सवाल पूछे जाते हैं, उस सभी जगह पे सरकार ईडी और सीबीआई का दुरुपयोग करके अपने विरोधियों को एक तो जेल में डाल रही है या उनको सरेंडर करने पर मजबूर कर रही है।
मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। आम आदमी पार्टी उनको बेचारा दिखाने की कोशिश कर रही है, और यहां तक कि उनको चाचा की उपाधि देते हुए बड़े बड़े दावे किए जा रहे हैं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में। लेकिन मैं सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि वो चाचा जी कहां थे जब गरीब महिलाएं रो रही थी कि उनके पति और उनके पिता दोपहर को भी शराब पीना शुरू कर दिया था, क्योंकि आपने 1+1 की स्कीम लागू कर दी थी। आप तब कहां थे जब हमारी गरीब माताएं और बहनें जब जाती थी मंदिर और गुरुद्वारे में, वहां शराब के पास में ठेके खुले हुए थे।
To BJP saying that in fact the liquor policy was flawed. That is the reason why at this moment Mr. Sisodia is going through what he is. And in the meantime, the Aam Aadmi Party is beginning. The leaders are coming in and starting their protest. These are live pictures which are coming in from the national capital, where the arrest of detention of certain Aam Aadmi Party leaders and workers is taking place. So a huge, impact that you will see. The Aam Aadmi Party trying to create a big protest all across the country. Remember, at least in 4 states, namely Delhi, Punjab, Goa, where they have 2 MLAs, and also in Gujarat now, where 5 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are in the assembly. The party has some base, some ground presence, and they will try and make sure that at least their presence is felt as far as these states are concerned. So the Aam Aadmi Party coming out in huge, trying to come out in huge numbers at least. We will have to wait and see whether that happens or not. These visuals which are coming in from Chandigarh. So in Delhi, in Chandigarh, the party is trying to mount a massive protest. Let's listen into a few of these angry voices of the Aam Aadmi Party which are coming in.
विरोध प्रदर्शन करना चाहा था, मगर क्या पुलिस ने हम लोग को कहा है कि यहाँ नहीं खड़ा होना है क्योंकि 144 रखी है। तो हमारा उद्देश्य जनता तक आवाज पहुँचाना है कि हिंदुस्तान में, भारत में अंग्रेजों से भी बुरी हालत हो गई है। जो ईमानदार पार्टी है उसके डिप्टी सीएम को, संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए को, जिसके खिलाफ कोई भी जांच में गड़बड़ी नहीं निकली है, उसे फिर भी अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। ये अंग्रेजों से भी बदतर हालत में हिंदुस्तान पहुंच रहा है। इससे बचना है अगर, तो मोदी और शाह की जोड़ी को हटाना पड़ेगा और ईमानदार जो गरीब जनता के हित में काम करते हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया को, उनको रिहा करना पड़ेगा। उनकी रिहाई को लेकर हम लोग सब इकट्ठे हुए हैं और उनकी रिहाई की मांग कर रहे हैं।
Three are trying to come out and protest, make it a big political show of strength, to say the least, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. We'll also try and get you the latest from the national capital. Huge police deployment in and across the CBI headquarters and also at other certain key locations of the national capital. I'm right now being joined by Dr. S.L. Gupta, former MLA of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's joining us at this moment. Mudit Agarwal, Vice President of the Delhi Congress, is also with us. Abhinandan Mathur, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, with us as well. Welcome. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Mathur, I want to start by asking you, the Aam Aadmi Party coming out in huge numbers. On one hand, the party says that they are not afraid of being arrested or any investigation is welcome as they have not done anything wrong. Then why make such a big political point or at least message with these protests?
Right, Ankit, there are two aspects to what is going on. One, of course, is the legal aspect. And like you said, we are not afraid of the legal aspect. You know, we will obviously apply legal remedies and we believe we are innocent and therefore, you know, the law will take its course. There is no doubt that there's also a political aspect to what is going on, and that political aspect is a very significant one. Now, there is a, you know, socio-political sort of environment in which this is happening, and we feel that it is vendetta. Manish Sisodia ji is an elected and a very popular deputy chief minister. He has all the right, you know, when he believes that this is political vendetta, he has all the right, and we have all the right as, you know, people who support him, as his supporters, to protest this. So I don't think that in a democracy, this should actually surprise anyone. Because as we all know, the way that the BJP functions is, you know, sometimes in a very ad hoc manner. There is no need for, you know, due process. There is very, very selective targeting of their opponents and so on. So while the law takes its own course, we have no option but to actually go on the streets.
Okay.
And we will. And believe me, the kind of traction that we're getting from the people of Delhi, you will see by this evening that a lot more people will be, you know, speaking out, because it is only today that people are actually waking up to what the BJP has done.
Okay. Mr. Gupta, this is a democratic right of every political party. Your party in other states where it is in opposition has also done the same when any of their leaders are targeted. The fact remains, sir, the questions are being asked only because there are multiple number of cases where opposition leaders have been targeted, be it of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, which has come out in support, the Uddhav faction, which has come out in support of the Aam Aadmi Party. The TMC has also made the similar accusations. Whenever it is a BJP leader or somebody from the opposition who joins the BJP, the agency seems to be going slow on them. If they are in the opposition, there is certain amount of energy and swiftness that we see as far as the investigating agencies are concerned.
देखिए, चोर चोर मौसेरे भाई, एक बहुत बड़ी कहावत है, लोग कहते हैं। ऐसा ही कुछ हो रहा है कि जो लोग पकड़े जाते हैं वो सब आपस में मिल जाते हैं और भाई बहन का रिश्ता निभाते हैं। नंबर 1, अभी मैं संजय भाई को सुन रहा था, ये केस शिक्षा मंत्री के अगेंस्ट नहीं है, आबकारी मंत्री के अगेंस्ट है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, देश में अव्यवस्था फैलाने के लिए, राजधानी में अव्यवस्था फैलाने के लिए अगर ऐसा सब किया जाएगा किसी भी एक संवैधानिक एजेंसी के अगेंस्ट, तो गलत है। नंबर 2, अगर ऐसा ही है, यही तरीका था, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्यों गए मेयर इलेक्शन के वक्त? नहीं जाते, यही सड़क में घूमते, सड़क में चिल्लाते, वहीं से मौका मिलता।
ये तो कोई बात नहीं है।
मैम, let him complete. I'm going to come to you.
आपके पास ऑप्शंस हैं, आप जाइए। अगर सीबीआई ने आपको अरेस्ट किया है तो कोई ना कोई पॉइंट्स है जिसकी वजह से नथिंग कंसर्न विद द बीजेपी। आप बीजेपी क्यों कर रहे हैं? सीबीआई अगर देखिए सेंट्रल में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है तो ऑब्वियसली जितनी एजेंसीज होंगी वो तो उसी के अंडर होंगी। अब आप ये कहते हैं कि हर चीज सीबीआई में है तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट करा रही है। आपके पास 1000
सर, आप यही आरोप लगाते थे कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर, यूपीए पर, आप केज पैरेट कहते थे सीबीआई को। और दूसरा सवाल इस वजह से भी उठता है कि जैसे आप बता रहे थे चोर चोर मौसेरे भाई, तो अगर हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं आसाम के, जब तक वो कांग्रेस में है तब तक बीजेपी उनके ऊपर सवाल उठा रही थी। आज मुख्यमंत्री हैं, बीजेपी में है, ईडी का उनके ऊपर जो केसेस थे उस पर कुछ नहीं हो रहा। चाहे बीएस येदियुरप्पा हो, चाहे आपकी पार्टी के और भी कोई नेता हो, ऐसा क्यों लगता है कि आपकी पार्टी में आके सब?
अभी कल कांग्रेस का अधिवेशन हुआ था, उस अधिवेशन में दुनिया भर की चीजें पास हुई। अरे क्यों नहीं भाई, अगर उन्हें शक है कि बिस्वा के अगेंस्ट कुछ नहीं किया जा रहा तो इसको भी इशू बनाते, लेकिन वो कुछ इशू नहीं बना रहे क्योंकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं।
जो इशू कोर्ट आपको छोड़ दे, कोर्ट से ही आपको मतलब आप सब कुछ कोर्ट पे डालेंगे कि हम कुछ भी करें, उसके बाद कोर्ट से जाके आप ले आइएगा, जैसे कि एमसीडी में हुआ।
और देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कोई कंसर्न नहीं है। पार्टी से कंसर्न तब होता जब पार्टी कुछ कर रही होती। सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन एक इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, कानून अपना कोर्स कर रहा है।
ठीक है,
अगर ये दूध के धोए हैं तो अपने आप निकल जाएंगे, उसमें सड़क पे आने की क्या जरूरत है, चिल्लाने की क्या जरूरत
सर,
है? ये समझ
वो कह रही आम आदमी पार्टी के उनका अधिकार है,
करें। तो अभी किसी ने ये तो नहीं मना किया, ना सीबीआई ने ना बीजेपी ने, तो हम क्यों मना करेंगे भाई?
अभी आप पूछ रहे थे सड़क पे क्यों आ रहे हैं?
ये मैं अभी भी कह रहा हूं, अगर यही एक तरीका है तो आप एक जगह बैठ सकते हैं, पर ये तरीके से आप पूरे राजधानी में अराजकता
Mudit Agarwal, where does the Congress party stand on this? Do you support what has happened as far as Mr. Sisodia is concerned? Or are you like when Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi were called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, you were up in arms, you called it an overreach as far as the agencies are concerned? Do you still share that view, or when it comes to the opposition, it changes the goalpost?
The name of Rahul Gandhi or Manish Sisodia. I'm concerned only with one thing. Anybody who has.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Mr. Gupta, आपसे सर पहले मुदित जी से मैं सवाल किया था जी। Mr. Mudit Agarwal, please repeat what you were saying, sir.
Yeah, look, it's very clear that the central agencies, including CBI and ED, are working on behest of Mr. Modi and BJP government at the center. Had that, see, I'll give you two reasons for saying that. Had that not been the case, Mr. Sisodia would have been arrested more than a year back, and not now. It's 1 year too late for arrest of Mr. Sisodia, number one. Secondly, it is, look, why there is never an ED raid or an arrest against BJP leaders. These two reasons are good enough to tell you that obviously there's something which is wrong with the way central government is working.
No,
and
so
how they are.
What is wrong in the way central government is working, sir? If you are supporting if your argument is, sir, if your argument is, Mr. Agarwal, if your argument is that when it comes to Manish Sisodia, the agencies are doing their job, in fact, they should have done it earlier. But when it comes to your party leaders, then it's an overreach. Sir, the Congress can't have it both ways.
No. But the point is you have to look at the case now. Do you know what the case against Mr. Sisodia is? There's been a sting operation. I mean, you know, Kejriwal ji has been a master of sting. He's been telling people of Delhi to do a sting and give it to him so that he can take action. There was a sting in which Kulvinder Marwa, who is father of Sunny Marwa of Mahadev Liquor, number 13 in the FIR, who was clearly saying the commission was increased from 2 to 12% and 6% was going to Aam Aadmi Party in cash as a kickback. He also said 150 crore limit for L1 was fixed so that 90% of competition would have been destroyed. It is evident that 144 crores of the money which had to be paid to the Delhi government by liquor vendors was written off on the pretext that because there was COVID in March, April in 2021, those guys could not open their shop. But at the same time, the people of Delhi, because there was a lockdown, who could not open their commercial establishments or industrial establishments, they had to pay the complete charges for electricity.
Right.
So, I mean, it is evident. I can go on and on and on. So, look at the hypocrisy.
Abhinandita Mathur, I mean, that's the distinction that the Congress is also making at this moment when it comes to Mr. Sisodia. It's not about, in your perception, or at least the way he has functioned as the education minister. The question is not on that. The question is in the way this policy was made, implemented, and then, of course, the presumed loss that it caused to the exchequer. All that is now being investigated. What's the harm in that?
We don't question the harm in any investigation. All we are saying is that, from the onset, this case is fabricated. That the CBI was perhaps influenced to dig and find something. You look at this in the last 1 year. So many raids were made at Mr. Sisodia's house. Ultimately, he could not be included in the charge sheet because there is no evidence of any kind. And in fact, yesterday's arrest was, ironically, instead of arrest because of evidence, there was an arrest because there was no evidence. That is quite ironic.
Ms. Mathur, if you allow me, ma'am.
This is politically...
If you allow me, ma'am. Ma'am, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It might help you set the narrative, but at least legally that doesn't work. The CBI is not bound to produce any evidence in front of you or Mr. Sisodia when they are arresting him. That is the stage of the trial when they will have to do that in front of the court. When you call it fabricated, all that will have to be taken in account on the trial, ma'am. It just can't be political narrative around it.
But you look at, I understand what you're saying, but you see that in the last 1 year, whereas CBI had initially charged him and ultimately they could not, because there was no evidence, and as you know, his hometown was...
Gupta ji, let her complete. Let's accord each of our guests that decency. Let them complete their point, and then I'll come to you. You can respond, sir.
तो उनके घर में गए, उनके बैंक लॉकर्स में देखा, उनके जो उनका खानदानी घर है, गांव है, वहां जाके देखा, सब जगह जाके देखा और कुछ नहीं मिलता है. और उसके बाद एक ये माहौल बनाना जाता है. I understand the law का प्रक्रिया, but all I'm saying is that it is rarest of rare cases that a sitting deputy chief minister with almost no evidence against him would be arrested in this way. And it is also happening in the light of, what the BJP is doing when it comes to the MCD and so on. So it's very important to see the larger picture.
Mr. Gupta,
क्या
कहीं ना कहीं दिल्ली में एमसीडी में जो आपको हार मिली, 15 साल बाद बीजेपी वापसी नहीं कर पाई, सारे झगड़ों के बाद कोर्ट से आपको मुंह की खानी पड़ी, उसके बाद आप मेयर नहीं बना पाए, उसका गुस्सा मनीष सिसोदिया पे उतर रहा है, ऐसा आरोप लग रहा है आप पे?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं. मेयर तो उनका बनना ही था, लेकिन जो कोर्स था उस कोर्स के अगेंस्ट था डिसीजन कि अगर सत्या मिश्रा जो भी थी उस समय प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर, उन्होंने एक निर्णय लिया था, अगर वो गलत था तो दोबारा इलेक्शन तो हुए ना, किसी ने तो शोर नहीं
मचाया. यही बात बीजेपी तब भी कहती थी, हमने कुछ गलत नहीं किया, हमने एलजी साहब ने बिल्कुल सही डिसीजन दिया है, वोट करा लीजिए, अगर कुछ गलत है तो कोर्ट से जाके लिया. ये कोर्ट ने कह दिया कि जो एलजी साहब कह रहे हैं, जो प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर कह रही हैं, वो गलत है.
बिल्कुल. और इसके बाद स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के इलेक्शन हुए, इन्होंने इलेक्शन कहा कि नहीं होगा, कोर्ट ने मना कर दिया ना कि नहीं फिर से इलेक्शन होगा.
अपनी गलती पे भी तो 1 मिनट बताइए.
ये चीजें ऐसी हैं जिस चीजों पे तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा. अगर इलीगल है तो लीगल है, तो लीगल है, इलीगल है तो इलीगल है. बट केस फैब्रिकेटेड है, ये डिसाइड आम आदमी पार्टी या पॉलिटिकल पार्टी नहीं करेगी, ये कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगी या सीबीआई जिन्होंने कस्टडी में लिया है वो डिसाइड करेंगे कि क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है.
लेकिन गुप्ता जी, मुझे छोटा सा ब्रेक लेना है. मैं उससे जाने से पहले बस एक सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं. क्या इस देश के अंदर अब ये प्रोसेस चलेगा कि एजेंसीज अपनी मनमानी से किसी को भी पकड़ लेंगी, फिर कहेंगी जाइए कोर्ट से बच जाइएगा?
बिल्कुल.
क्योंकि मैं आपको एक केस याद दिलाता हूं. इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने संजय राउत को पकड़ा था ईडी के केस में, पात्राचाल के केस में. उनको पकड़ के अंदर कर दिया गया. बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने वहां पर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टर को कहा कि उनके खिलाफ एक आयोटा ऑफ एविडेंस नहीं है, साथ ही साथ इनका अरेस्ट बनता नहीं था. तो ऐसे में क्यों ना ये मान लिया जाए, जब तक आप लोग परेशान कर सकते हैं एजेंसीज के थ्रू आप परेशान करेंगे, बाद में कोर्ट राहत दे तो दे दे.
देखिए जो लॉ का जो प्रोसीजर है वो लॉ का प्रोसीजर है. कितने लोग हैं जो अंदर जाते हैं और इसके बाद बेइज्जत बरी हो जाते हैं मर्डर केस में, तो अब आप उसके केस इस तरह तो नहीं लेंगे ना. सिंपल सी बात है, अगर आपके पास डाउट है उनको तो उनको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा.
ठीक है. Okay, I have to slip into a very quick break. I thank all my guests for joining me. This is a big story, ladies and gentlemen, which will continue to play out on your screens and, of course, on streets near you, as the Aam Aadmi Party has decided to go in for a big protest as far as this story is concerned. We'll get you the latest. A quick break coming back. We'll also shift focus to the election-bound states after the break. Stay tuned.
11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight. Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism, but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges.
All right, let's shift focus to our other tops focus here on NDTV. The elections which are underway for the states of Meghalaya and Nagaland. The Bharatiya Janata Party is in par in both these states with regional, in fact, satraps. In Meghalaya, the BJP is going alone this time after a rift with Conrad Sangma's NPP and hopes to increase its tally. Remember, Meghalaya has become quite an interesting election with the BJP putting in all their might, fighting all the 60 seats. Their alliance partner, former alliance partner, Conrad Sangma's NPP also fighting all the seats. And the Congress, which was left without a single legislator, despite being the single largest party in 2018, as Mr. Mukul Sangma, under his leadership, all the legislators of the Congress party shifted to the TMC. The TMC is now hoping to make big inroads in Meghalaya as well. Their best hope in the 3 states which have gone to polls is Meghalaya, where the party is hoping that with Tripura and Meghalaya, a good performance will at least propel them to the National Party tag. Their hopes were dashed in Goa. Now all hopes of the TMC in Meghalaya, where the party has invested a lot of resources. Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee have gone there quite a few times. Let's, in fact, at this moment, listen in, because the voting has been going on at this moment, and Meghalaya is expected to vote in high numbers. Let's listen in to what in that Conrad Sangma had told my colleague Ratandeep Chaudhary just a short while back.
Joining us on this broadcast exclusively is Meghalaya Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad Sangma. Mr. Sangma, this is the first election perhaps in the history of your party, NPP, and you as the leader of the party, where you are going into an election as a ruling party. The polling is continuing. We see long queues. What is the initial feedback you're getting?
The initial feedback we're getting is very positive. In fact, a lot of people are very happy. A large turnout is there. People are coming out in large numbers to vote. And so we expect that this should be very positive for us. And we expect that the party will get much higher numbers than what we had time. And we are confident that this time we'll inch towards even the halfway mark.
This is a tough election for you, given the fact that you're not only contesting against opposition parties like the Congress and the Trinamool Congress, but also your allies, and particularly the BJP has kind of, in its poll campaign, has directly attacked you and your party. So how confident are you that you will be able to, fight the national parties and also the regional parties?
See, number one, you have followed me in almost in every elections that we have contested in the past. And you've seen that we have always fought elections on our own, and we don't go for pre-poll alliances. So therefore, it has always been the case that the party goes on as NPP, we go for elections on our own, and we don't have pre-poll alliances. That's number one. And number two is that the fact that this time we are seeing a multi-cornered fight, and the fact that there are multiple parties that are coming in. And in a way, the parties which are against the National People's Party, which is our party, are many. So therefore, the anti-votes that are there among who are there against us, we will see a split in that. So the fact that there are more political parties, I personally feel that it's going to benefit.
How are you dodging the anti-incumbency it has set in? Because the opposition says, and even some of your allies says, that there is anti-incumbency given the fact there have been allegation of corruption against the government.
See, the allegations are always there, and it is the work of the opposition to always put allegations. We have been very transparent in every single way, where we have put up all kind of independent and judicial inquiries as per the desire of the opposition. So we are very clear and transparent on that. So allegations will always be there. Number two, the numbers that have shown in terms of development and the work that has happened at the grassroots level, the issues that have been resolved, which have been pending for a very long time, these are very pro-people issues, and people are finally seeing that there is a party that actually is moving forward in these issues. So there's a sense of hope and a sense of confidence among the people that it is the NPP that will be able to provide that stability, the peace and the development for the state.
70 के दशक के बाद मेघालय में कभी किसी सरकार को एब्सोल्यूट मैंडेट नहीं मिला, फ्रैक्चर्ड मैंडेट था। पिछली बार आपने भी एक गठजोड़ की सरकार चलाई। इस बार क्या लगता है, आपने बहुत सारे अपने रैलीज में, मैंने जब आपको कवर किया, आप ये कहते रहे आपके वोटर को कि एब्सोल्यूट मैंडेट चाहिए इस बार, क्या वो आ रहा है या फिर गठजोड़ की सरकार बनेगी? अगर बनेगी तो कैसी सरकार बन सकती है?
जिस तरीके का माहौल अभी है हमारे स्टेट में और जिस तरीके का रिस्पॉन्स हमें ग्रासरूट से मिल रहा है, पब्लिक से, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि हमें पिछले इलेक्शन से बहुत ज़्यादा सीट्स हमें मिलेंगे इस बार, क्योंकि लोग काफ़ी खुश हैं जिस तरीके से हम लोगों ने काम किया है। और एक तरीके से आप देखेंगे तो पॉलिटिकल सीनियरों में ऑपोजिशन भी टूट के बिखर गई है, तो कोई एक यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन नहीं है। तो ये सब का जो रिज़ल्ट है, इसका पॉजिटिव रिज़ल्ट आएगा और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि हम लोग को पिछले बार से ज़्यादा सीट्स मिलेंगे। और जिस तरीके का सेंस अभी आ रहा है पॉलिटिकली, क्योंकि ये 50 साल में नहीं हुआ, तो एक सेंस आ रहा है कि हम लोग शायद इस बार हाफ ए मार्क हम लोग क्रॉस करें।
Joining us at this moment is the BJP candidate for the high-profile South Tura constituency, Mr. Bernard Marag, who is taking on the Chief Minister Conrad Sangma. Mr. Marag, polling has started. What is the initial information you're getting? How is the response of the people?
People are very excited. People, they are feeling victory already. So there is enthusiasm, there is a high hope. And these are the people who have been deprived, and these are the people who have been, left out in terms of development, the schemes. And in spite of we voting for this one, CM, even myself, even my family, and even the voters of South Tura, all have been deprived, and we feel that justice should prevail, and that is basically why people are voting. They are voting for change, and I'm hoping that the turnout will be higher than the previous years.
Prime Minister Modi also had campaigned on the last day here in Tura after a long gap that any Prime Minister actually campaigned in elections in Tura. So for the BJP, it is a big push that you are doing in Garo Hills, particularly for this seat and overall in the state, in a Christian-dominated state. So how do you see, as a top BJP leader of the state, the prospect of BJP?
See, it is a history. It is a history because this is the first time that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has campaigned. Even our Honorable Union Minister of Home, Amit Shah ji, he has also campaigned. And this is the first time in the history of Tura that a Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister have campaigned for a candidate. And the reason behind this is that they understand the aspiration of the people. They understand that the people for whom all these schemes have been, launched, these people have been deprived. In spite of giving the power to Conrad Sangma, before he was even elected to be the Chief Minister, we, the people of Garo Hills, we the people of Tura, we the people of Meghalaya, and we as a party man, like BJP was betrayed by Conrad Sangma, and he has not only betrayed BJP, he has also betrayed the people. So that is where the turning point is going to be. So it's going to make a very big difference this year than the other years.
Also, if you look at Meghalaya politics altogether, it has been a political history of fractured mandates. And a lot of political watchers have been saying that the Garo Hills region with 24 seats this time might be very decisive, given the fact that all this while in Garo Hills we have seen as Sangma versus Sangma elections between the Conrad Sangma family and the Mukul Sangma family. But
all right, another big story coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Belagavi, where he is going to inaugurate the Shivamogga airport. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister.
Sri Gannadam Gelle, Sri Gannadam Valge, Jai Bharat Janajatiye Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के लिए ऐसे समर्पण भाव को रखने वाले राष्ट्र कवि कुवेंपु की धरती को मैं आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। आज मुझे एक बार फिर कर्नाटका के विकास से जुड़े हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट के लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास का सौभाग्य मिला है। अभी शिवमोगा में हूं और यहां से मुझे बेलगावी जाना है। आज शिवमोगा को अपना एयरपोर्ट मिला है। लंबे समय तक जिसकी डिमांड थी वो आज पूरी हुई है। शिवमोगा एयरपोर्ट बहुत ही भव्य बना है, बहुत ही सुंदर है। इस एयरपोर्ट में भी कर्नाटका के ट्रेडिशनल और टेक्नोलॉजी का अद्भुत संगम नजर आता है। और ये सिर्फ एयरपोर्ट नहीं है, ये इस क्षेत्र के जवानों के सपनों को नई उड़ान का अभियान है। आज रोड और रेल से जुड़े अनेक प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी शिलान्यास हुआ है। हर घर नल से जल के प्रोजेक्ट में काम शुरू हो रहा है। विकास के ऐसे हर प्रोजेक्ट के लिए मैं शिवमोगा के और आसपास के सभी जिलों का, वहां के सभी नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज का दिन एक और वजह से बहुत विशेष है। आज कर्नाटक के लोकप्रिय जननेता बीएस येदियुरप्पा जी का जन्मदिन है। मैं उनकी लंबी आयु की कामना करता हूं। उन्होंने अपना जीवन गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के कल्याण के लिए समर्पित किया है। येदियुरप्पा जी ने अभी पिछले हफ्ते कर्नाटक असेंबली में जो भाषण दिया है, वो सार्वजनिक जीवन जीने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के लिए प्रेरणा है। सफलता की इस ऊंचाई पर पहुंचकर भी किस तरह व्यवहार में विनम्रता बनी रहनी चाहिए, ये हम जैसे हर किसी को, हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी येदियुरप्पा जी का ये भाषण, उनका जीवन हमेशा हमेशा प्रेरणा देने वाला है। साथियों, मेरी आप सबसे एक विनती है, आप करेंगे? अगर आपके पास मोबाइल फोन है तो मोबाइल फोन निकाल करके उसकी फ्लैश लाइट शुरू करिए और येदियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान कीजिए। येदियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में सब लोग हरेक के मोबाइल पर फ्लैश लाइट चलना चाहिए, येदियुरप्पा जी के सम्मान में चलना चाहिए। 50-60 साल का सार्वजनिक जीवन, अपनी पूरी जवानी एक विचार के लिए खपा दी है। हर कोई अपने मोबाइल फोन का फ्लैश लाइट चालू करके आदरणीय येदियुरप्पा जी का सम्मान करे। शाबाश, शाबाश। भारत माता की। जब मैं भाजपा सरकार के दौरान कर्नाटक की विकास यात्राओं को देखता हूं तो पाता हूं कर्नाटक अभिवृद्धिಯ ರಥದ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ರಥವು ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಪಥದ ಮೇಲೆ बीते कुछ वर्षों में कर्नाटक का विकास अभिवृद्धि के रथ पर चल चुका है। ये अभिवृद्धि रथ प्रगति पथ पर दौड़ रहा है। ये प्रगति पथ रेलवे, रोडवेज, एयरवेज और हाईवेज यानी डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी का है। साथियों, हम सब जानते हैं कि कोई गाड़ी हो या सरकार, डबल इंजन लगता है ना तो उसकी स्पीड कई गुना बढ़ जाती है।